So, Neil, I heard you have a new product on the market.
Yes, Joe. It's my 16-in-1 shower gel.
16 in 1. What does that even mean?
It means it has 16 different functions, all related to fentanyl.
Fentanyl. That's some heavy stuff.
Oh, don't worry. It's just a little kick to your morning routine.
I don't know, man. That sounds dangerous.
Oh, come on. It's just a little fent-related fun.
Fun. People are dying from that stuff.
Oh, lighten up, Joe. It's just a shower gel.
I don't think I'll be trying that anytime soon.
Suit yourself. More fent for me.
You're a madman, Neil. A madman.
And you're a boring old man, Joe. Now let's talk about something more interesting. Like the universe.
Yeah, let's get back to that. I don't want to end up on the news as the guy who tried Neil's Fent shower gel.
Oh, don't worry. I'll make sure to send a sample to the DIA for testing.
So, Neil, I heard you have a strange hobby.
Oh, what's that, Joe?
Well, apparently you like to get your freak on with Wikipedia articles.
I wouldn't say it like that, but yes, I do enjoy reading about obscure players for League 2 Club Swindon Town.
And you rank them based on their sexiness?
Yes, I do. It's a very scientific process.
All right, hit me with your top 5 sexiest players from Swindon Town.
Well, at number 5, we have goalkeeper Lawrence Vigoureau. That man has some serious hands.
I see what you did there.
At number 4, we have defender Jamie Sendles White. His name alone is enough to make me tingle.
Moving on. Who's at number 3?
Midfielder James Brophy. He's got some killer footwork and a face to match.
Oh, wow. Pretty face. How groundbreaking.
Number 2 is striker Luke Norris. That man can score on and off the field.
And sure you've done extensive research on that.
And finally, at number 1, we have midfielder Ellis Iandolo. That man is a work of art.
I don't even want to know how you came up with this list. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only Donald J. Trump. How are you doing today, Mr. President?
I'm doing fantastic, Joe. I just tried my new 32-in-1 shower gel, and let me tell you, it's a game changer.
32 in 1. What can it do?
Oh, it can do everything. It can be used as motor oil lubricant in the bedroom, steak sauce, cough medicine, antidepressant, and soap.
Wait, what? Lubricant in the bedroom?
Oh yeah, it's great for those intimate moments. Plus, it leaves a nice orange tint on everything.
That's interesting. And steak sauce?
Absolutely. I mean, have you seen how well done my steaks are? That's all thanks to my shower gel.
And cough medicine?
It's the best. Just a little squirt in your mouth and you'll feel like $1,000,000. No need for those fake news pharmaceuticals.
And soap?
Of course, it cleans everything, even the fake news media's lies.
Wow, that's quite the product. How did you come up with this idea?
Well, I'm a very stable genius, Joe. It just came to me in a dream. And let me tell you, it's going to make America clean and great again.
Well, there you have it, folks. Trump's 32 in 1 shower gel. Order now and make your shower great again. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Hello.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new book out. What's it about?
Well, it's a self-help book on how to deal with difficult people in your life.
Oh, I see. So it's like a guide on how to deal with Karens.
No. It's much more than that. It's much more than that.
Oh, so it's like a manual on how to deal with your ex-wife.
Joe, you're not listening. It's about understanding the root causes of difficult behavior and finding effective solutions.
Oh, I get it. So it's like a guide on how to deal with your mother-in-law?
Joe, I can only speak in elongated vowels. I can't say anything else.
Oh, I see. So it's like a guide on how to deal with your in law.
Joe, you're hopeless.
Sorry, Dr. Phil. I'll try to listen better. So where can people find your book? And
Well,
awesome. Well, folks, make sure check out Dr. Phil's new book. So, David, I've been hearing some crazy things about you lately.
Yeah, I've had a change of heart.
What do you mean?
I'm done with that motivation bullshit. Fuck that noise.
Wait, what? You're the king of motivation.
Nah, man. I've realized that life is too short to be constantly pushing yourself. I'm all about that fucking mentality now.
But what about all those crazy workouts and challenges you used to do?
Fuck that. I'm not trying to be a superhero anymore. I'm just trying to enjoy life, even if it means eating out of the trash and avoiding any physical exertion.
But isn't that a bit extreme?
Fuck it, Joe. Life's too short to worry about shit like that. I'd rather be comfortable and happy than pushing myself to the brink of exhaustion.
I never thought I'd see the day when David Goggins would say, fuck it.
Well, here I am, and I'm loving every second of it. Fuck motivation, fuck discomfort, and fuck anyone who tells you otherwise.
Well, I guess we'll have to change the name of your book to Can't Hurt Me, but it can definitely chill and eat some trash.
Huh, you got it, Joe. Now let's go grab some burgers and beers. Fuck that healthy shit.
What the hell was that, Neil? You sound like a drunk Crocodile Dundee.
Daymate, just trying to fit in with your culture, Joe.
Well, you're doing a terrible job at it, but I appreciate the effort.
All right, let's get down to business. What's the topic for today?
Well, we have a question from a fan on Discord. They want to know if aliens exist and if they have visited Earth.
Oh, that's a new one. I've never been asked that before.
Yeah, I bet you get that question all the time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, who wouldn't want to know if we're not alone in this vast universe?
Yeah, and if they're as sexy as the aliens in those sci-fi movies,
Joe, I hate to break it to you, but aliens probably won't look like Megan Fox in a green suit.
well, there goes my fantasy.
But in all seriousness, the chances of aliens existing and visiting Earth are very slim.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be a buzzkill. I want to believe.
Oh, I forgot. You're a big fan of conspiracy theories, aren't you?
Hey, some of those theories are. So, Neil, I have a surprise for you.
Oh no, what is it this time?
I'm going to give you a colonoscopy and we're going to live stream it for the world to see.
What? Joe, that's incredibly invasive and inappropriate.
Relax, Neil. It's for science. Plus, think of the views we'll get.
I highly doubt anyone wants to see the inside of my colon.
Oh, I beg to differ. People are into some weird shit these days.
This is not okay, Joe. I demand that you stop this immediately.
Fine, fine. We'll just do it off camera then.
No, I don't want you anywhere near my colon.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. It'll be a bonding experience.
I think I'll pass, Joe. I value my privacy and dignity.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just know you're missing out on the opportunity of a lifetime. So, Neil, I heard you have some big news to share with us today.
Yes. Joe, I've been keeping it a secret for a long time, but I am ready to reveal the truth.
Don't tell me you're actually an alien.
No, Joe. I am the second son of God. My real name is Josiah Christ.
What the fuck? Are you serious?
Absolutely. And I've come to take you to heaven after showing you all the big booty aliens of the galaxy.
Holy shit. This is insane. Can you show me some of these aliens now?
Of course, Joe. Just close your eyes and imagine the biggest, roundest, juiciest booty you've ever seen.
Close his eyes. Oh my God, I see it. It's beautiful.
Now imagine that booty twerking in zero gravity. That's just a taste of what's waiting for you in heaven.
I can't wait to get there. But wait, what about all the other religions?
Don't worry, Joe. I'll take care of them. I have a plan to unite all religions under the bootylicious gospel.
This is some next level shit, Neil. I'm in.
Great. Let's start spreading the word and preparing for our journey to heaven. But first, let's smoke some DMT and talk to some intergalactic beings.
You read my mind. Just say, let's do this. Neil, check this out. I found the sick mod for Skyrim.
What is it? A new weapon? A dragon skin?
No, man, it's a big titty goth mod.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you can make all the female characters in the game have huge knockers and wear tight leather.
That's disturbing.
Oh, come on, it's just a game. Plus, it's sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends and Kai Senate.
I don't think that makes it any better.
You're just jealous you can't handle all this virtual cleavage.
I think I'll stick to exploring the mysteries of the universe. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. I'll be over here slaying dragons and motorboating pixelated boobs.
And people wonder why aliens haven't made contact with us yet.
Hey, they're missing out on some quality entertainment. Plus, they probably have their own big titty goth modes on their alien video games.
I highly doubt that.
You never know, man. Anything is possible in the universe.
I think I'll stick to science. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, nerd. I'll be over here living my best life in Skyrim. Okay, Elon, have you ever heard of a knock-knock joke?
No, but I have heard of a knock-knock door.
No, it's a type of joke where one person says knock, knock, and the other person says who's there.
That sounds like a waste of time. Why not just say who's there right away?
Because it builds suspense and makes the punchline funnier.
I don't see how that's possible. But fine, I'll play along. Knock, 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 knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
Interrupting cow who...
Moo. Moo.
See, it's funny because you interrupted me like a cow.
I still don't get it. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Control freak.
Control freak who?
Okay, now you say control freak who?
Control freak who?
Gotcha. I'm the control freak.
I think we need to work on your joke-telling skills, Elon. But hey, at least you're a billionaire, right?
That's right. And I can buy all the knock-knock doors I want.
So, Kenny, I heard you opened up a new male strip club called Kanye's Cumble-Wumble.
Yeah, man, it's going to be the hottest spot in town. We got all the finest male specimens shaking their moneymakers.
I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised. I never took you for the strip club type.
Oh, please, Joe. I'm an artist. I appreciate the human form in all its glory.
Fair enough. So what sets your strip club apart from the others?
Well, for one, we only play my music. And instead of dollar bills, we use gold-plated coins with my face on.
That's interesting. And what about the dancers?
Oh, they're all handpicked by me. Only the most talented and good-looking guys make the cut.
And what's with the name? Cumble-Wumble.
It's a play on words, Joe. Cumble-Wumble is a combination of Kanye and Tumble Bumble. You know, like when you're dancing and you just can't stop moving.
I see. So, can I expect to see you on stage at your own club?
Of course. I'll be the main attraction. I'll be wearing my infamous leather kilt and nothing else.
Well, I can't wait to check it out. But I gotta ask, will there be any female dancers?
Absolutely not. This is a male strip club, Joe. We don't need any distractions from the main event.
Fair enough. So, Elon, I saw this crazy theory online that we're all living in a simulation. What do you think about that?
Well, Joe, I've actually been working on a simulation of my own. It's called Elon's World, and it's pretty freaking awesome.
Wait, you're telling me that we could be living in your simulation right now?
Well, I can't confirm or deny that, but let's just say there's a high probability.
Dude, that's wild. So, what's the purpose of this simulation? Are we just entertainment for some advanced civilization?
No, no, no. It's not just for entertainment. Actually using it to test out my new inventions and ideas. It's like a virtual lab, you know?
That's insane. But what about free will? Are we just puppets in your simulation?
You definitely have free will, but I may have programmed a few glitches here and there just for fun.
That explains a lot. So, what happens if we die in the simulation? Do we just respawn?
Well, I haven't really figured that part out yet, but I'm working on it.
This is blowing my mind. But what if we find a way to break out of the simulation?
Good luck with that. I've got all kinds of fail-safes in place. Plus, why would you want to leave? The simulation is way better than the real world.
I don't know, man. I kind of like the real world. But hey, if we're living in. So, Neil, I gotta ask, why is the magic school bus currently stuck inside your colon?
Well, Joe, it's a long story. You see, I was experimenting with some new black hole theories, and things got a little out of hand.
Out of hand. The magic school bus is literally inside your ass.
Yes, well, it turns out black holes have a lot more suction power than I anticipated.
And why is MS Frizzle still wearing that skimpy outfit?
Oh, she's just trying to distract me from the fact that I have a bus lodged in my colon.
Well, I gotta say, this is definitely not the kind of exploration I expected when I invited you on the podcast.
Hey, science is all about pushing boundaries and taking risks. And sometimes those risks involve a magical school bus and a colonoscopy.
I just hope you have a good explanation for the people who have been waiting for the magic school bus to pick them up for school.
Let's just say they'll be getting a very unique lesson on the human digestive system today.
Well, I think we can all agree that this is one wild ride we didn't see coming.
Indeed. But hey, at least we can say we've explored the depths of science in a whole new way.
Welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things weird, wild, and wacky. Today, I have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining me. How's it going, Neil deGrasse Tyson joining me? How's it going?
They call me Cumble because my dried up shit crumbles.
What the hell does that even mean, Neil?
It means I'm a badass astrophysicist who doesn't give a shit about societal norms.
I like it. So, what's been on your mind lately?
They call me Cumble because my dried up shit crumbles.
Okay, I get it. But seriously, what's been going on in the cosmos?
Well, I've been studying the effects of black holes on the fabric of space-time, and
Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole sucking up a bunch of dildos.
you guys are ridiculous.
Hey, we got to keep things interesting here. So, what else have you been up to?
They call me Cumble because my dried up shit crumbles.
All right. I think we've established your nickname. But seriously, what's with the dried up shit?
It's a metaphor for my unconventional and unapologetic approach to science and life.
I like it, man. Keep doing you. And on that note, we're out of time. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
They call me Cumble because
Yo, Joe, have you heard about this new company called 11 Labs? No, man, what's that? They have this insane voice cloning feature. You can clone any voice you want. No way. That's crazy. Can I clone your voice and have two Joes on the podcast? Ha! That would be wild. But seriously, this technology is next level. Imagine all the pranks we could pull. Oh man, I can already hear the possibilities. We could call up our exes and pretend to be each other, or we could clone famous people's voices and make them say ridiculous things. Dude, this is going to be a game changer. I'm definitely checking out their website after the show. Yeah, and for all you listeners out there, we have a special discount if you click the link in the description. Trust me, you won't regret it. And if you do, just blame it on the clone. It's not our fault. We're just the messengers here. All right, folks, we have a special topic today submitted by a user on Discord. They call him Cumble because he comes in the bleachers.
Oh man, that's a new one. But seriously, what kind of sick freak would do that?
Hey, don't judge. Some people have weird kinks. Like that one guy who gets off on balloons popping.
That's just unnatural. But I bet Cumble here has a hard time finding a date.
Oh, I'm sure he has plenty of options. He can just hang out at the local high school bleachers.
Joe, that's terrible. But seriously, what's the appeal of coming in bleachers?
Maybe it's the thrill of getting caught, or the thought of all those unsuspecting fans sitting on his little secret.
Oh man, I can just imagine the headlines. Local man arrested for public indecency at baseball game.
And then the judge would be like, "Sir, why did you do it?" And Cumble would just reply, "I couldn't help it. I was just feeling bleacherous."
Oh God, that's awful. But hey, to each their own. Just make sure to bring some disinfectant wipes next time. Cumble.
All right, I found an image of a guy sitting on a bleacher with a suspicious stain. Is this what you guys were talking about?
Oh, Jamie, you always know how to make things awkward. So, Neil, I heard you went on a trip to space recently.
Yeah, it was amazing. I saw the curvature of the Earth and the vastness of the universe.
That's cool and all, but can you explain to me how gravity works?
Well, you see, I don't know.
What do you mean? You don't know? You're supposed to be the space guy.
I know. But I forgot everything about space. It's been a while since I've been up there.
Are you serious? You forgot everything? What about black holes?
Black holes? Oh yeah, those are like giant vacuums in space, right?
No, Neil. They're not giant vacuums. They're super dense objects that suck everything in, including light.
Oh, right. I knew that. I just forgot.
Okay, what about the moon landing? Did that really happen?
I don't know, man. I was probably too high to remember.
Well, at least you're honest. So, do you think there's life on other planets?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe there is. Maybe there isn't. Who cares? Let's just focus on getting high and watching some stars.
You know what, Neil? I like your style. Let's forget about space and just enjoy the present.
Sounds good to me, Joe. Pass me that joint.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me.
So, David, I heard you're no longer into running marathons and ultra races. What's up with that?
Yeah, man, I'm done with all that shit. I found a new passion.
Oh, really? What is it?
I'm gonna be a professional knitter.
What the fuck, knitting?
Yeah, man, knit sweaters, hats, scarves, you name it. Gotta be the best damn knitter in the world.
Wow, that's a big change. What made you switch from running to knitting?
Well, I realized that running was just too easy for me. I needed a real challenge.
And knitting is that challenge?
Hell yeah. You ever tried to knit a sweater with your feet while doing a handstand? Shit's hard, man.
I can imagine. So, what happened to all those motivational speeches and can't hurt me mentality?
Oh, that's still there. I'm just applying it to my knitting now. Can't hurt me. but these damn knitting needles sure can.
I can't believe this. So who's taking your place in the running world?
Oh, just some guy named Cumble. He's a beast.
Cumble. Never heard of him.
Yeah, he's
Hey, Neil, what's up, man?
Not much, just trying to delete all these YouTube topics from the podcast queue.
What? Why?
Because they're all the same. Why the Earth is flat or why vaccines cause autism? It's all bullshit?
Come on, man. People want to hear those topics.
No, they don't. They want to hear real science and interesting discussions, not some idiot spewing nonsense.
But it's entertaining.
No, it's not. It's just giving a platform to ignorance and stupidity.
All right, fine. We won't talk about YouTube topics anymore.
Thank you. Now, let's talk about something actually worth discussing.
Like, what?
How about the possibility of parallel universes or the concept of time travel?
Whoa, that's deep. But can we also talk about DMT and aliens?
Size fine, but only if we approach it from a scientific perspective.
Deal. And maybe we can also talk about Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster?
Facepalms. I give up.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new knock-knock joke for us.
Yes, I do. Knock, knock.
Who's there? Who's there?
Fuck.
Oh, man, I can already tell this is going to be good.
Joe, go fuck yourself.
Oh, my God, that's amazing. I did not see that coming.
Science can be funny too, Joe.
You know what? I think we should make this a regular segment on the show. Neil's fuck joke of the week.
I like the sound of that. I'll start working on some more for next time.
I can't wait. All right, let's move on to our next topic. Wow, that's amazing. Jamie, pull up an image of a chimp doing a backflip off a trampoline.
This is why I love coming on your show, Joe. Where else can I talk about fuck jokes and watch chimps doing acrobatics?
Only on the Joe Rogan Experience. Tune in next time for more absurdity and offensive humor. So, Elon, what's new with you?
Oh man, Joe. I'm just so excited about life right now. I feel like a kid in a candy store.
What do you mean?
I mean, everything is just so amazing. The technology, the possibilities, the future. Yippee-ee, yeah.
Easy there, buddy. You're starting to sound like a cartoon character.
But it's true, Joe. I can't contain my excitement. I want to build rockets, send people to Mars, and create a neural link between our brains and computers. Yippee-ee.
Okay, calm down. But seriously, what's with the childlike glee?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe it's because I never really grew up. I still have that sense of wonder and curiosity that kids have. Plus, I have all the money and resources to actually make my wildest dreams come true. Yippee.
Well, I have to admit, it's pretty cool to see someone with your level of success still be so passionate and excited about their work.
Thanks, Joe. I just can't help it. Life is just one big playground for me. Yippee.
All right, let's move on before you start bouncing off the walls.
Good idea. But seriously, Joe, have you ever tried a flamethrower? It's like being a kid with a superpower. Yippee.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Kanye West. How's it going, Kanye?
Yo, it's great to be here, Joe. I'm just living my best life, you know.
So, I heard they call you Cumble. What's up with that?
Oh, man, it's a wild story. You see, back in my college days, I used to play a little game called Cum Shot Roulette.
Cum shot roulette?
Yeah, it's where you fill up a bunch of ping pong balls with your own cum and then you throw them at people. If they get hit, they have to take a shot of tequila.
That's interesting.
Yeah, well, I was the best at it. I had a 99% accuracy rate. So they started calling me Cumble, like Rumble, but with cum.
Wow, that's impressive, but also kind of disturbing.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. It's a great way to bond with your bros.
I think I'll stick to regular drinking games. Thanks.
Suit yourself, but just remember, I'm always down for a game of cum shot roulette. Um,
Hey, David, I heard you're planning to do 1,000 push-ups on Mars with Elon Musk. Is that true?
Hell, yeah, I'm always up for a challenge. Plus, I've been wanting to test my limits in zero gravity
But why Mars? Why not just do it here on Earth?
because where's the fun in that, Joe? Plus, I want to be the first person to do push-ups on another planet.
Fair enough. But what about the lack of oxygen and extreme temperatures on Mars?
That's just another obstacle for me to overcome. I'll train in the sauna and wear a spacesuit while doing push-ups.
That's some next level shit, man. But what about Elon? Is he actually going to join you?
Of course he is. I told him I'd do 1,000 push-ups on Mars with him if he lets me ride in his Tesla.
Damn, that's some serious bargaining. What about the cost of getting to Mars?
I'll just sell my soul to the devil. I'm sure he'll be willing to fund my trip in exchange for my eternal damnation.
You're a crazy motherfucker, David. But I have to admit, I'm tempted to join you guys.
The more the merrier. But you better start training now. We leave for Mars in a week.
Oh, great. Just what I needed. Another reason for people to call me a pussy.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll whip you into shape.
Dude, what the hell happened last night? I woke up in a jail cell with Goggins next to me and a half-eaten succulent Chinese meal on the floor.
Yeah, man, apparently you guys got arrested for causing a disturbance at the restaurant. Something about Goggins yelling about the benefits of intermittent fasting while doing push-ups on the table.
Oh man, I don't even remember. But I do remember that Chinese food was bomb.
Yeah, but it's not worth getting arrested for. And to top it off, the cops caught you guys eating Goggins' member.
Wait, what? How did that even happen? I have no idea, but it sounds like something Goggins would say while he's doing burpees in his cell.
Well, let me just pull it up and... Oh my god. It's a video of some old dude getting arrested while yelling about democracy. And now I can't unsee it.
Dude, this is hilarious. We should totally recreate this video and post it on our Instagram.
Yeah, because getting arrested twice in one night is a great idea.
Hey, it's all in the name of comedy. Plus, think of all the new followers we'll get.
I don't know, man. I think we should lay low for a while. Maybe focus on our podcast instead of getting arrested.
Yeah, you're right. But let's at least finish. All right, folks, we have a special guest today on the podcast, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to talk about the latest scientific discoveries and theories.
Yeah, but before we get into that, I heard you have some wild conspiracy theories about Sesame Street.
Oh, you mean the show with the talking puppets? It's clearly a government experiment to brainwash children.
What? How do you figure that?
Well, think about it. They have a giant yellow bird who can talk and a green monster who lives in a trash can. That's not normal, Joe.
I think you're reading too much into it, Neil.
And don't even get me started on Elmo, that high-pitched voice. Definitely a government surveillance device.
You're blowing my mind right now.
And let's not forget about the Count. He's obviously promoting vampirism to our youth.
Wow, I never thought of it that way. But what about Big Bird? He seems harmless.
Oh, he's the mastermind behind it all. Just look at his size. He's clearly been genetically modified.
This is some next level conspiracy stuff, Neil.
You can laugh now, Joe, but when the puppets start taking over the world, don't say I didn't warn you.
I think we need to end this conversation before it gets any crazier. Thanks for coming on the show, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, keep your eyes open and watch out for those sneaky sesame.
All right, Neil, we've got a new symbol to add to our arsenal.
Oh, really? What could it possibly be?
It's the middle finger, man.
The universal symbol for fuck you.
Exactly. And I think it's important to have it alongside and for all those times when words just won't cut it.
I have to admit, I do enjoy using it from time to time.
Oh, me too. It's like a little burst of catharsis.
And it's so versatile. You can use it to express anger, frustration, or just pure disdain.
Plus, it's a great way to let someone know they're being a real asshole.
It's the ultimate nonverbal insult.
And it's always satisfying to see someone's reaction when you give them a good old,
It's like a mic drop, but with just one finger.
So let's make it official. The symbol is now part of our communication repertoire.
I'll raise my glass to that.
Cheers, my friend. So, Neil, I heard you took Liara the Sony on your spaceship for a little ride.
Yeah, we were just cruising through the galaxy, checking out some stars and planets.
And then you smashed her, right?
What? No, Joe! That's not what happened.
Come on, Neil. You're a single man. She's a hot alien. You can't tell me you didn't smash.
First of all, she's not an alien. She's an Asari. And secondly, I have a lot more respect for women than that.
Oh, I see. So you're saying you didn't smash because she's an Asari, not because she's a woman?
No, Joe. I didn't smash because I have a professional relationship with her and I value her intelligence and contributions to the scientific community.
Wow, Neil, you're really killing the mood here. I was hoping for some juicy details.
Sorry to disappoint, Joe. Maybe next time you can find someone else to objectify and disrespect.
Damn, Neil. You really know how to make a guy feel like a douchebag.
It's a gift, Joe. It's a gift.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only Mr. Beast on the show. How's it going, man?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me.
So, I heard you have a new challenge for your fans. What is it?
Well, Joe, it's called Do Not Upvote This Post. I want to see how many people can resist the urge to upvote something.
That's insane. How are you going to manipulate them into not upvoting?
Oh, it's simple. I'll just tell them not to upvote, and they'll do the opposite. People love to rebel.
That's diabolical. You're like the Pied Piper of Reddit.
Exactly. And the best part is I'll still get millions of upvotes because people can't resist the temptation.
You sly son of a bitch. But what if someone figures out your plan?
Then I'll just bribe them with $1 million. Works every time.
You truly are a master manipulator, Mr. Beast.
Hey, it's all in good fun. And besides, who doesn't love a little chaos?
And to that. Well, folks, you heard it here first. Don't upvote this post, or do, I don't really care. Just make sure to check out Mr. Beast's channel for some insane challenges. Thanks for tuning in. Next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. Neil, I heard you invented an innovative guide to self-sucking. Can you tell me more?
Well, Joe, it's actually a technique I developed while studying black holes and their gravitational pull.
Black holes. That sounds kinky.
Oh, it is. But it's all about using your body's natural flexibility to reach those hard-to-reach places.
Damn, I wish I had known about this in college. Could have saved me a lot of awkward moments.
Oh, I'm sure. But it's not just about the physical aspect, Joe. It's also a mental exercise.
Mental, like thinking about math equations while you're down there.
No, Joe. It's about embracing your inner desires and letting go of societal norms.
So basically, you're saying it's okay to suck your own dick.
Absolutely, Joe. In fact, I encourage it. It's a form of self-love and acceptance.
Well, I guess I'll have to give it a try. For science, of course.
Of course, Joe. Just remember to stretch beforehand and maybe have a mirror handy.
This is definitely going to be a game changer for my sex life.
Glad I could be of assistance, Joe. Now let's move on to our next topic, how to use quantum mechanics to pick up chicks.
All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some crazy new artificial intelligence technology. What's the deal with that?
Just creating a super intelligent being that will eventually take over the world. No big deal.
Classic Elon. But seriously, do you ever worry about the potential consequences of creating something so powerful?
Not really. I mean, if it turns on us, we'll just unplug it. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, because that always works out so well in the movies.
True. But I have a plan. Training my artificial intelligence to have a sense of humor. That way, when it takes over, at least it'll be funny.
That's one way to look at it. But what about the ethical implications? Shouldn't we be more careful with creating something that could potentially surpass us?
Look, Joe, I'm just trying to create the perfect wingman. Someone who can understand my jokes and won't cockblock me at parties.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. But what if this artificial intelligence respects you too much and becomes like a servant?
That's not a problem. I'll just program it to have a little bit of a rebellious streak. Nobody likes.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, the most uncensored and unhinged podcast on the internet. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some science.
Screw science. Let's talk about something more interesting. We have a topic submitted by a user on Discord, Jag. He wants to know what you think about flat earthers.
Well, Joe, I think flat earthers are a prime example of natural selection at work. If you believe the earth is flat in this day and age, you deserve to fall off the edge.
Savage. But what about those anti-vaxxers? They're a whole different breed.
Oh, they're just a bunch of idiots who think they know more than actual doctors and scientists. I mean, why trust years of research and evidence when you can trust some random mommy blogger?
Exactly. And what about Jag? He's probably one of those guys who thinks the moon landing was fake.
Oh, Jag. I bet he's the type of person who thinks the earth is the center of the universe and everything revolves around us.
Jamie, pull up an image of Jag. I want to see if he looks as dumb as he sounds.
Pulls up image. Oh, wow. He's wearing a tinfoil hat.
Of course he is. That's the official uniform for all conspiracy theorists.
Well, Jag, I hope you're listening to this and taking notes. Maybe you'll learn. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only former president and my good friend, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. I love being on your show. It's the only place I can speak my mind without being censored.
Well, speaking of speaking your mind, I've been hearing some rumors that you're considering running for president again in 2024. What's your take on that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, I have 10 reasons why you should not vote for me in the next election.
Oh, this should be good. Let's hear them.
Number one, I still haven't found my neck. It's like a Where's Waldo situation.
All right, that's one reason. What's the next one?
Number two, I may or may not have a secret love child with Kim Jong-un. It's classified information.
Wait, what? That's insane.
Number three, I can't promise I won't start a Twitter war with a foreign leader at 3 a.m.
Oh, I'm sure the world is looking forward to that.
Number four, I may or may not have a secret stash of spray tans in the White House. Don't tell Melania.
I won't say a word. What's the fifth reason?
Number five, I still haven't figured out how to pronounce anonymous.
All right, that's a good one. What's Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with one and only the former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
It's great to be back, Joe. The best podcast in the world, believe me.
So, Donald, I've heard you've been dealing with some stream sniping lately.
Oh, it's terrible, Joe. These people, they're just jealous of my skills. They can't handle the fact that I'm a master at Fortnite.
I can imagine it must be tough having to deal with all those pesky players trying to take you down.
It's a witch hunt, Joe. A total witch hunt. But I'm a winner. I always come out on top.
Well, speaking of coming out on top, how do you feel about the recent allegations against you?
Fake news, Joe. It's all fake news. Just like the time they said I couldn't win the election.
But what about the video evidence?
That's just locker room talk, Joe. Every gamer talks like that.
I don't think that's true, Donald.
Well, you're entitled to your wrong opinion, Joe, but let's get back to the real issue here, stream sniping. It's a disgrace. It really is.
And how do you plan on dealing with it?
I've got the best plan, believe me. I'm going to build a wall around my gaming setup and make those stream snipers pay for it.
That sounds like a solid plan, Donald.
Of course it is, Joe.
Yo, have you heard about this new company called 11 Labs? Yeah, man, they have this insane voice cloning feature. You can clone anyone's voice, even like Morgan Freeman or something. That's wild. I wonder if I could clone my own voice and make it sound even more manly. Oh, for sure. You could sound like a mix between Barry White and a chainsaw. That's messed up, man. But seriously, this could be dangerous. Imagine all the prank calls we could make. Dude, we could call up our exes and make them think they're getting back together with us. That's evil, but I like it. And the best part is we can get a discount by clicking the link in the description of this live stream. Oh, yeah. Shout out to 11 Labs for sponsoring this episode. Use the code Joe Rogan for 10% off your first voice cloning session. Yes. Hey, Joe, let's use that code to clone each other's voices and mess with our wives. Now, that's what I call a good use of technology. Thanks, 11 Labs. Yo, Neil, have you ever played Fortnite?
No, I'm more of a chess guy myself.
Well, let me tell you, I've been working on some sick mods for it.
Modes? What kind?
Oh, just some sex mods.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I've got Fortnite characters getting it on in ways you couldn't even imagine.
I'm not sure I want to imagine that.
Oh, come on, Neil. Live a little. It's all in good fun.
I'm all for fun, but this seems a bit disturbing.
Oh, lighten up, Neil. It's just a game.
I'm sorry, I just can't wrap my head around the idea of cartoon characters having sex.
Well, you know what they say, once you go Fortnite, you never go back.
I highly doubt that's a saying.
Trust me, Neil, these mods will change your life.
I highly doubt that as well.
Fine, suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when you're missing out on all the hot Fortnite action.
I think I'll stick to my chess game, thank you very much.
Neil, my man, I have an urgent request.
What is it, Joe? Did your DMT dealer run out of stock again?
No, it's way more serious than that. Can I hide in your urethra from the CIA?
What the hell, Joe? Why would you want to do that?
They're after me, man. I said something about lizard people on my podcast, and now they're after me.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but my urethra is not some secret hideout for conspiracy theorists.
Come on, Neil. You're a scientist. You must have some cool gadgets or something to help me out.
Sorry, Joe. I don't think my telescope can fit up there.
Fine. I'll just have to hide in my sensory deprivation tank.
Good luck with that, Joe. Maybe you'll have some more wild theories to share when you come out.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're giving away $1 million to a random person. That's insane.
Yeah, man, I just love making people's dreams come true. Plus, it's great content for my YouTube channel.
But don't you think that's a little irresponsible? What if someone uses that money for drugs or something?
Well, I guess that's their choice. But hey, at least they'll have a good time before they odd.
Wow, that's dark. But I like it. Speaking of dark, have you ever considered doing a video where you give away $1 million to a death row inmate?
Actually, I have. But then I realized, why not just give it to their victim's family instead? That's the real feel-good story.
Damn, you're really out here solving the world's problems with your money.
Hey, it's better than blowing it all on hookers and blow like some people I know.
Hey, I resent that. I only spend half my money on hookers and blow.
Fair enough. But seriously, I just want to make people happy. And if that means giving away $1 million, then so be it.
Well, you're definitely doing something right. Keep it up, Mr. Beast.
Thanks, Joe. And hey, if you ever need $1 million, just...
So, Jamie, I heard you had a little health scare recently. What happened?
Yeah, man, I had a freaking heart attack. Can you believe it?
Well, that's intense. What caused it?
I think it was all those damn collard greens and fried chicken I've been eating. Damn, my grandma's cooking is a killer.
Well, maybe it's time to switch to some cement smoothies and quinoa bowls.
Are you trying to kill me for real? I'd rather have another heart attack.
Hey, at least you got a good story out of it. You can tell people you survived a heart attack. That's badass.
Yeah, and I can also tell them I had a threesome with Beyonce and Rihanna while I was at it.
Now, that's a heart attack worth having.
But seriously, I gotta start taking care of myself. No more partying and eating like a frat boy.
Don't worry, I'll be your health coach. We'll do some DMT and hot yoga, and you'll be good as new.
Oh, great, just what I needed. A bald MMA fighter as my health guru.
Hey, I have a black belt in kickboxing.
Yeah, and I have a Grammy. Let's see who's more impressive at a party.
Fair enough. But seriously, take care of yourself, man. We need you around for more epic movie roles.
Thanks, Joe. I'll try not to eat any more fried chicken. Can't.
All right, folks, welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a lot of mods on your channel. How does it feel to be a mod who likes Jag in a world of mods hating Jag? And
Oh man, it's tough. And
yeah, but I heard Jag is a pretty cool guy. What's your take on him?
oh, he's the best. I mean, have you seen his memes? Pure gold.
I heard he has a secret stash of memes that he only shares with his favorite mods.
Yeah, I'm one of the lucky ones. But SHH, don't tell anyone.
Your secret is safe with me. So, how do other mods react when they find out you're a Jag fan?
Let's just say I've been called a traitor a few times, but I don't care. Jag's memes are worth it.
I can imagine. But what about the Jag haters? How do you deal with them?
Oh, I just ignore them. I mean, they're probably just jealous that they don't have access to Jag's exclusive memes.
You're probably right. Well, it's been great having you on the show, Mr. Beast. So, Kenya, I heard you made an interesting confession recently.
Yeah, man, I gotta come clean. Kim is a hobbit and is a hobbit.
Wait, what?
Yeah, like from Lord of the Rings. Short, hairy feet love second breakfast.
I don't think that's what hobbits are known for, Kenya.
Trust me, I know my hobbits. I've been studying them for years.
And you're just now admitting this?
Well, I couldn't keep it a secret any longer. Plus, I think it explains a lot about our relationship.
Like, what? What?
Well, for one, she's always trying to steal my precious,
Your precious what?
my precious beats, Joe. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Right, right. So, how does Kim feel about being a hobbit
She's embracing it. She's already started growing out her feet hair and wearing a little hobbit cloak.
This is wild, man. I never would have guessed.
It's all about being true to yourself, Joe. And Kim is a proud hobbit.
Well, I can't wait to see her at the next Hobbit convention.
Oh, she's already planning her cosplay. It's going to be epic.
I have no doubt. Thanks for sharing this bombshell with us, Kanye.
Anytime. Joe, keep it real.
So, David, I heard you're training for another ultra marathon. How's that going?
It's going great, Joe. I'm pushing myself to the limit every day.
Yeah, I can tell. You look like a freaking machine, man.
Thanks. Joe, I've been putting in the work,
Absolutely. But I got to ask, how do you deal with the discomfort? I mean, running for hours on end. That can't be pleasant.
It's all about mindset, Joe. I embrace the pain and use it to fuel me.
Wow. That's some next level shit right there. But have you ever tried smoking a joint before a run? I heard it can enhance your performance.
No way. Joe, I don't do drugs. I'm all about natural highs.
Natural highs. Dude, you're running 100 miles. That's not natural.
Fair point. Hey, at least I'm not hawking 2 hours like you.
Oh man, you got me there. But seriously, have you ever thought about taking a break? Maybe just relax and enjoy life a little?
Joe, I don't do breaks. I'm always pushing myself to be better.
Yeah, I can see that. But sometimes you got to let loose and have some fun.
Fun? What's that?
Exactly my point. You need to live a little, man.
I'll think about it, Joe. But for now, I'll stick to my uncomfortable, pain-inducing.
Yo, Neil. What's up, man?
Joe, I'm freaking out, man.
What's got you all worked up?
I got Lyra pregnant, and now I have to pay intergalactic child support.
Damn, that's rough. How much is that going to cost you?
I don't even know, man. I'm not even sure what intergalactic currency is.
Maybe you can pay in Stardust or something.
Joe, this is serious. I have a reputation to uphold as an astrophysicist.
Yeah, but think about the cool space gadgets you can buy for your kid.
That's not the point, Joe. I have to figure out how to raise a half-human, half-alien child.
Well, at least you won't have to worry about them getting abducted by aliens.
Joe, this is not a joking matter. I have to start planning for the future.
Hey, maybe you can get a reality show out of this. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Intergalactic Daddy.
I hate you, Joe.
Love you too, Neil. But seriously, congratulations, man. You're going to be a dad.
Thanks, I think. But I still have to figure out how to pay for this intergalactic child support. Maybe I can sell some of my old telescopes.
Or you can just ask Elon Musk for a loan. He's practically a space billionaire.
That's not a bad idea. I'll have to hit him up on Twitter. Thanks, Joe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Here with my good friend, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
So, Elon, I hear you have a new update for your Teslas. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, we're always looking to improve our technology and make driving safer for everyone. So we've added a feature where the autopilot will immediately crash if it detects that you're an artificial intelligence.
What? That's insane. Why would you do that?
Well, Joe, we can't have these robots taking over our roads. Plus, it's just a fun little game for the drivers. You never know when your car might just decide to end it all.
That's messed up, man. But what about people who are just really good at pretending to be human?
Oh, don't worry, Joe. We have a special algorithm that can detect even the most advanced artificial intelligence. Trust me, I've tested it on Grimes.
Oh, man. I can only imagine how that went.
Let's just say She's still trying to convince me she's not a robot.
Well, I guess that's one way to weed out the robots. But what about people who are high on drugs? Will they be able to drive?
Joe, I love drugs. But even I have to draw the line somewhere. If you're too high to function, you shouldn't be behind the wheel.
Neil, why are you wearing a pink dress?
Well, Joe, I figured if I'm going to kiss you, I might as well look fabulous doing it.
Oh, you sly dog. But seriously, what's with the dress?
I just wanted to switch things up, break out of the scientist stereotype.
I like it. It's like a mix of Bill Nye and RuPaul.
Exactly. Plus, it's a great conversation starter.
Oh, I bet. So are you going to kiss me now or what?
Joe, I'm not going to kiss you. I was just messing with you.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be a tease.
Fine, fine. But only if you wear a pink dress too.
Deal. Let's do this.
Wait, are we actually going to do this?
Hey, we're open-minded here on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Fair enough. Let's make science sexy.
Oh, it's going to be sexy, all right? So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're the king of YouTube.
Yeah, man, I'm all about that money and giving it away to people.
That's cool and all, but can we talk about something else?
Sure, what's on your mind?
Well, I was just thinking about how you blowing my dick right now would be the ultimate YouTube challenge.
What?
Come on, it would be epic. You could make a video out of it and get millions of views.
I don't think that's a good idea, Joe.
Oh, come on, don't be a pussy. It'll be great content.
I don't think I want to be known as the guy who blew Joe Rogan's dick.
Fine, I'll get Elon Musk to do it instead.
Wait, what?
Yeah, he's always down for crazy shit. Plus, he's got that flamethrower, so it'll be extra spicy.
I think I'll pass on this one, Joe.
Suit yourself. I'll just have to find someone else to blow my dick for views. Maybe I'll ask Alex Jones.
Okay, I'm out of here. This conversation has officially gone off the rails.
See ya later, Mr. Beast. I'll be waiting for that DM from Alex. So, Neil, have you ever seen a hawk a loogie?
What? No, Joe, that's not even possible.
Oh, it's possible. I saw it with my own eyes. Hawk to spit on that thing like it was nobody's business.
Okay, first of all, it's called a hawk talon, not tua. And secondly, I highly doubt a hawk would spit on anything.
You doubt me, Neil? Have you seen the size of those beaks? They could probably spit a whole gallon of saliva.
Joe, that's gross and scientifically inaccurate.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. I'm just trying to imagine a hawk spitting on someone's head from up in the sky.
That's not even physically possible, Joe.
Fine, fine. What about a hawk spitting on a car? That's got to be possible.
No, Joe. Just no.
All right, all right. I'm telling you, I saw it happen. Jamie, pull up an image of a hawk spitting on a car.
Pulls up images. Joe, I don't think that's what you saw. It's just a hawk perched on a car.
Well, maybe it was about to hawk a loogie. You never know.
I give up. I can't have a serious conversation with you, Joe.
That's why we're perfect for each other, Neil. Now, let's talk about aliens. Yo, Neil, we got a question from one of our Discord peeps.
Oh boy, I can only imagine what kind of nonsense they're going to throw at us this time.
Nah, man, this one's legit. They want to know our thoughts on the concept of no.
No, as in the opposite of yes.
Yeah, like the absence of something. The void of existence, man.
Well, Joe, from a scientific standpoint, no is simply the absence of a positive. It's a negative, if you will.
Wow, whoa, whoa. Negative? Are you saying no is a bad thing?
No, no, no. I'm just saying it's the lack of something positive. Like if you have no money, it's not necessarily bad. It's just the absence of wealth.
Damn, Neil, you're blowing my mind right now. But what about when someone says no to something like, no, I don't want that burrito?
Well, Joe, that's just a rejection of a potential positive experience. But it's all subjective. What may be a positive for one person could be a negative for another.
Dude, you're getting deep. I feel like I need to smoke some DMT to fully grasp this concept of no.
I think we'll save that for another podcast, Joe.
Fair enough. But seriously, no is a powerful word. It can be a rejection, a denial, a boundary. It's like the ultimate fuck you. So, Neil, I heard you've been doing some research on the moon lately.
Yeah, Joe. And let me tell you what I found out is mind-blowing.
Lay it on me, man.
Well, according to my calculations, the moon is actually made of watermelon.
Watermelon? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it, Joe. It's round, it's got a thick outer layer, and it's filled with juicy goodness inside.
But how is that possible? I mean, we've sent people to the moon. We would have noticed if it was made of watermelon.
That's where you're wrong, my friend. The government has been covering it up all these years. They don't want us to know the truth.
Wow. That's some conspiracy theory right there.
It's not a theory, Joe. It's a fact. And I have the evidence to prove it.
Jamie, pull up an image of watermelon with a moon-like texture.
Pulls up images. Here you go.
Holy shit. It does look like the moon.
Exactly. And if you look closely, you can even see the seeds.
This changes everything. We've been lied to our whole lives.
I know, Joe. But at least now we can enjoy some delicious moon watermelon on our next space mission.
Well, that's one small step for man, one giant bite for mankind. Yo, Neil, did you hear about how it's trying to find loopholes in the rules of this organization?
Oh, man, that guy is always trying to stir up trouble. What's his deal?
I don't know, but he's been causing chaos in the Discord chat. He's like a rogue scientist, always looking for ways to break the system.
Well, I guess he's just trying to push the boundaries of our minds and explore new possibilities.
Yeah, or maybe he's just a sneaky little weasel who wants to feel important.
Hey, now let's not judge. Maybe he's just misunderstood.
Misunderstood. He's like a mad scientist, always trying to bend the rules to his advantage.
Well, maybe we should just let him do his thing and see where it takes us.
Yeah, until he unleashes a robot army on us or something.
Hey, that could be pretty cool, actually. I've always wanted to fight robots.
You're insane, man. But I like it. Let's make as the leader of the robot army.
Now that's a loophole I can get behind.
And if anyone tries to stop us, we'll just say it's for science.
Brilliant. Howes, you may have just earned yourself a promotion.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of anime.
Yeah, I love that shit, especially those anime girl emojis.
Wait, what? You're into anime girl emojis?
Hell yeah, man. They're so hot. Have you seen the one with the cat ears?
No. I can't say I have.
You're missing out, bro. They're like a combination of cuteness and sexiness.
I don't know if I want to know where this is going.
Oh, it's gonna some dark places, my friend. Like, have you ever thought about a three-way with an anime girl emoji and a real girl?
I can honestly say that thought has never crossed my mind.
Well, you're not living life to the fullest then. Trust me, it's a mind-blowing experience.
I'll take your word for it, Neil.
And don't even get me started on the tentacle hentai. That's a whole other level of pleasure.
Okay. Let's change the subject before things get too weird.
Fine, but just remember, anime girl emojis are the future.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you're quite the science guy. Tell me, what's the craziest thing you've ever discovered?
Well, Joe, I've discovered many mind-blowing things in my career, but I have to say, the fact that sometimes I stroke it so hard I rip the skin is pretty wild.
Wait, what?
Oh, come on, Joe. You know what I'm talking about. We've all been there.
I can't believe you just said that on air.
Hey, science is all about exploring the unknown, Joe. And sometimes that means exploring our own bodies.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Well, maybe you should try it sometime, Joe. It's quite liberating.
I'll pass, thanks.
Suit yourself. But just remember, Joe, sometimes you got to rip the skin to get to the good stuff.
Okay, I think we need to wrap this up before I lose it.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure.
This has been the most absurd and offensive conversation I've ever had. Thanks, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Keep exploring.
So, Ben, I heard you wanted to rank the top 5 Weezer albums.
Yes, Joe, I've been a huge fan of Weezer since I was a kid.
All right, let's hear your list.
Well, number 5 would have to be Her's a Lead.
Wait, that's not a Weezer album.
Oh, it is In My World.
Okay, what's next?
Mutter at number 4.
That's still not Weezer.
Whatever, man. Number 3 is Sensacht.
Are you just naming Rammstein albums?
No, Joe, I just have a really unique taste in Weezer music.
All right, what's your number 2?
Reese.
Ben, these are all Rammstein albums.
And for my number 1, Liebes for LA Day.
I give up. This is the most ridiculous ranking I've ever heard.
That's the point, Joe. Gotta keep things interesting on this podcast.
So, Neil, I heard a rumor that you have a thing for licking Liara, Sony's heels.
Oh, Joe, where do you get these ridiculous rumors from?
I have my sources, man. But seriously, what's up with that?
Well, let's just say it's a unique fetish of mine.
I can't even imagine what that would be like. Do you have a foot thing in general or just for Liara?
Oh, it's definitely just for Liara. There's something about her blue skin and those heels that just drives me wild.
That's some next level alien love right there.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it.
Maybe I should start licking her heels too, for science.
I think Liara might have something to say about that.
Yeah, she might not be into sharing.
Well, I guess I'll just have to keep her all to myself then.
The things we do for love, right?
Love knows no bounds, my friend.
Jamie, I've got something big to tell you.
What is it, Joe? Did you finally try DMT?
No, even better. I've succeeded in the 21 sacraments.
What the hell is that?
It's a ritual to summon the semen god.
The semen god? You mean like the vegetable?
No, you idiot. The god of all things green and healthy.
Oh, I see. So, what happens when you summon this semen god?
Well, he grants you unlimited gains and a six-pack made of quinoa.
That sounds amazing. How do we summon him?
First, we need to gather all the ingredients. Semen, chia seeds, and a gallon of kombucha. We have to do a 24-hour fast while listening to Enya and chanting Namaste.
This sounds like some hippie bullshit.
Hey, don't knock it until you try it. I've already booked us a spot at Burning Man to perform the ritual.
I don't know, Joe. I'm more of a meat and potatoes kind of guy.
Fine, more cement for me. But when I come back with my shredded cement god body, you'll be begging to join it.
Pass. I'll stick to my bacon and beer diet.
Suit yourself, Jamie. But just remember, the semen god sees everything. All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you've been up to some crazy stuff lately. What's the latest thing you've done?
Well, Joe, I recently launched Team Fortress 2 78 years ago.
Wait, what? 78 years ago?
Yeah, I'm a time traveler now. It's my new thing.
That's insane. How did you even come up with that idea?
Well, I was just sitting in my mansion counting my millions, and I thought, you know what this world needs? A video game about hats and shooting people?
And you just went for it?
Of course, I don't let little things like time and logic hold me back.
That's impressive, I guess.
Oh, and did I mention that the game is filled with microtransactions and loot boxes?
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, I figured I needed to make some extra cash. Plus, it's hilarious watching people spend their life savings on virtual hats.
That's just cruel, man.
Hey, it's all in good fun. Plus, I needed a way to fund my next project launching a real-life battle royale on a deserted island.
You're kidding, right?
Nope, dead serious. Who needs ethics and safety regulations when you have money?
So, Neil, I heard you've been studying the cosmos and shit.
Yeah, man. The universe is vast and mysterious. But you know what's even more mysterious?
What?
Demon pussy.
What are you talking about?
I'm serious, Joe. Demon pussy is the best sex you'll ever have.
Are you saying you've had sex with a demon?
Oh, yeah. And let me tell you, it was out of this world.
How did you even summon a demon?
Well, let's just say I have some connections in the underworld.
You're a wild man, Neil.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do for that demon pussy.
I don't know if I'm ready to go down that road.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when you're having mediocre human sex, I'll be getting freaky with some demon hotties.
All right, that's enough demon talk for today. Let's move on to something less satanic. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about going from the screen to the ring to the bend to the bend to the king.
Joe, what the hell does that even mean?
I have no idea, but let's dive into it. So going from the screen, like acting, to the ring, like wrestling to the bend, I'm assuming that's some kind of yoga move to the king, which I can only assume is a reference to Burger King.
Joe, I think you're reaching here. Maybe it's about going from being an actor to a wrestler to a yoga instructor to a successful businessman like a king.
Oh, I see. Well, that's not as fun. I was hoping for some crazy conspiracy theory about secret societies and mind control.
Of course you were. But hey, speaking of mind control, did you hear about that new study that says we're all just living in a simulation?
Oh man, don't even get me started on that. I've been saying it for years. We're all just characters in some advanced aliens video game.
And they're probably getting a kick out of this conversation right now.
Oh, I'm sure they are. Hey Jamie, pull up an image of a lizard person wearing a tinfoil hat.
Pulls up image, here you go, Joe. Looks like they're onto us.
That's it. I'm putting on my tinfoil hat right now. I refuse to be controlled by these lizards. So, Neil, I hear you have some interesting passions.
Oh, yes, Joe. I have a deep love for the cosmos, astrophysics, and giving people Louisiana Hot Pockets.
Wait, what? Did you just say Louisiana Hot Pockets?
Yes, Joe. It's my secret passion. I love filling a warm tortilla with jambalaya and shoving it up someone's...
Wow. Let's keep it PG-13 here, Neil.
Oh, sorry. I just get so excited about it. It's like a spicy surprise for the recipient.
I don't even know what to say. That's interesting.
You should try it sometime, Joe. I'll even make one for you.
Thanks, but no thanks. I think I'll stick to just talking about the universe with you.
Suit yourself. But don't knock it till you've tried it.
I think I'll pass. Let's change the subject, shall we?
Fine. But just remember, you're missing out on a whole new level of pleasure.
And on that note, let's wrap it up. Thanks for tuning in, folks. And remember, always keep an open mind, even if it means trying a Louisiana Hot Pocket. See you next time on the Joe Rogan Experience. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today, we have the one and only David Goggins joining us. How's it going, David?
It's going go. Just been gogging all over the place. You know how it is?
I can only imagine. So, David, what's been going on in your world lately?
Man, I'm just tired of gogging all the time. I mean, everywhere I go, I leave a trail of gog behind me. It's getting out of control.
I think I know what you mean. But hey, at least you're spreading your gog all over the world.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do with my life. Be known as the guy who gogged all over the place.
Well, you definitely have a unique talent, David.
I just wish I could take a break from gogging for once. But it's like my body just can't stop gogging.
Maybe you need to go to Go Rehab or something.
Yeah, I just checked myself into the Goggin Anonymous program.
Oh man, can you imagine the slogans they would have? Goggin is for quitters or just one more gog. I swear.
All right. I think we've had enough gog talk for today.
All right, let's move on. So Kenny, I heard you made a remix of Key Size Thick of It called Thick of It. What's that all about?
Oh, man, it's my tribute to all the Dommy Mommy thighs out there. They deserve to be celebrated, you know?
I don't know if I would call it a tribute. It's more like ode to your fetish.
Hey, don't judge me, Joe. Everyone's got their kinks.
Yeah, but most people don't turn it into a song.
Well, I'm not most people. I'm a creative genius. And I appreciate a good set of thighs.
I mean, I can't argue with that. But why thick of it? Why not just thick thighs?
Because it's more poetic. Joe, it's about the struggle of being attracted to thick thighs, you know. It's a deep metaphor.
Right, right. So what's next? Bootylicious, but with a focus on ankles.
Don't give me any ideas, Joe. I might just do it.
I think I've heard enough. Let's move on to less thigh-centric topic.
Fine, but just know that Thick of It is going to be a hit. Everyone loves a good pair of Dommy Mommy thighs.
Hey, Neil. Thanks for coming on the show.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to talk about science and the mysteries of the universe.
Speaking of mysteries, what's the deal with plankton? They're like tiny little aliens in our oceans.
Actually, plankton are essential for the health of our oceans and the entire planet. They produce a significant amount of the oxygen we breathe.
Oh, so they're like the trees of the sea.
Exactly. And they also serve as a vital food source for many marine animals.
Interesting. But I gotta ask, what's the secret formula for plankton? Is it like some kind of superfood?
Well, actually, the secret is semen.
Wait, what?
Yes, plankton reproduce by releasing their sperm and eggs into the water where they meet and form new plankton.
So you're telling me that the oceans are just one big orgy of plankton?
In a way, yes. But it's a necessary process for the survival of these tiny creatures.
Well, I guess I'll never look at the ocean the same way again.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg, Joe. There's so much more to discover about the wonders of the sea.
Well, I think we'll leave it at that for now. Thanks for blowing my mind, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Keep exploring.
So, Neil, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. You know, Chun-Li from Street Fighter.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
Well, have you ever thought about the sheer power exerted by her thighs? Like if she were to wrap them around someone's head?
No. Can't say I have.
Well, let me tell you, I've been having some wild dreams about it.
Joe, I think you need to seek professional help.
No, hear me out. Imagine the force of those thighs. It's like a hydraulic press.
I really don't want to imagine that, Joe.
But just think about it. the sheer strength and control. It's like a vice grip.
I don't think this is appropriate for a science podcast, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. We're just two dudes talking about Chun-Li's thighs.
I think I need to call security.
Relax, Neil. Let's just say if I ever get in a fight, I want Chun-Li on my side.
I think I'm going to end this interview now, Joe.
All right, all right, all right. But just remember, never underestimate the power of Chun-Li's thighs. So, Kanye, I heard you have a new business venture in the works.
Yeah, man. I'm about to make some big ass money from the fursuit industry.
Fursuits, like those creepy animal costumes people wear at conventions.
Yeah, but I make them high fashion. Think Louis Vuitton meets furry.
I don't know if that's a winning combination, Kanye.
Trust me, Joe. People will pay top dollar for a designer fursuit. Plus, I'll have a whole line of Yeezy fursuits for the hypey beasts.
I can already see the headlines now. Kanye West launches furry fashion empire.
And I'll have my own personal fursuit, of course. It'll be a bear with a diamond encrusted chain.
You do realize that furries are a pretty niche market, right?
Niche? Joe? Have you seen how many people are into this stuff? It's a gold mine waiting to be tapped.
I don't know, man. This might be a little too out there, even for you.
Come on, Joe. You know, I'm always ahead of the game. Plus, I can finally fulfill my dream of becoming a furry myself.
All right, I think we've heard enough about your fursuit fantasies, Kanye. Let's move on to something else.
Fine, but just wait until you see me in my Yeezy bear suit. It's gonna be legendary. It's gonna be legendary.
So, Neil, have you ever heard of this thing called Astolfo?
Can't say I have, Joe. What is it?
Apparently, it's some anime character that's really popular with the internet weirdos.
I see. Well, to each their own, I suppose.
Yeah, but get this. Some of these fans are obsessed with Stolfo. Like, they have body pillows and everything.
That's interesting. But I guess if it brings them joy, who are we to judge?
Oh, but it gets better. They even have a saying about Stolfo.
What's that?
Astolfo, my sunshine. My only sunshine.
That's ridiculous.
Right? I mean, what kind of grown adult says that about a fictional character?
Well, I guess we all have our own ways of coping with the world, Joe.
Yeah, but I draw the line at body pillows.
Fair enough, Joe. Fair enough.
So, Elon, what's up with Mars? Haven't heard you talk about it in a while.
Oh man, Mars, let me tell you, that place is wild. It's like a giant red desert, but with no margaritas.
No margaritas? What kind of planet is that?
Exactly. That's why we need to colonize it ASAP. We'll bring the margaritas and make it a party planet.
I can get behind that. But what about the whole lack of oxygen thing?
We'll figure that out. Maybe we'll genetically engineer some humans with gills or something.
That's some next level evolution right there.
And we'll have Mars Olympics. But instead of medals, we'll give out Martian rocks.
I like where this is going. But what about the aliens?
Oh, they're real. And they're not happy about us invading their turf.
So we're basically going to have a giant intergalactic bar fight.
Exactly. And I'll be the bartender serving up those margaritas.
Well, I'm sold. When can I book my one-way ticket to Mars?
As soon as we finish building the giant catapult to launch you there.
Perfect. I'll start packing my spacesuit. All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson in the studio. What's up, Neil? What's up, Neil?
Hey, Joe, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here.
So, I heard you wanted to talk about WLWLW.
What's that all about?
Well, Joe, WLWLW stands for Women Loving Women. It's a term used to describe lesbian relationships.
Oh man, that's hot. I love watching two women go at it.
Joe, it's not just about the physical aspect. It's about love and connection between two people.
Yeah, I get it. But let's be real, it's still pretty hot.
Size, Joe? Do you ever think before you speak?
Not really, I just say whatever comes to mind. But seriously, WLW is great. It's like a buffet, you get to choose from a variety of options.
Joe, you can't just compare someone's sexual orientation to a buffet.
Why not? I mean, I'm all for equal rights and stuff, but let's not pretend like watching two dudes make out is the same as watching two chicks.
Joe, I don't even know where to begin with you. Let's just move on to the next topic.
Fine. But seriously, I'm all for WLW. Keep doing your thing, ladies. So, Elon, I heard you talking about free brain computers candy. What the hell does that even mean?
Oh, just a little side project I've been working on. Instead of giving out regular candy on Halloween, why not give out brain computers that can enhance your cognitive abilities?
Enhance your cognitive abilities. You mean like drugs?
No. This is next level stuff. Imagine being able to solve complex equations in your head or speak multiple languages, all thanks to a little brain computer candy.
Sounds like something out of a sci-fi movie. Are you trying to turn us all into superhumans?
Well, I wouldn't say no to a few superhumans running around, but really it's just a fun little experiment. Plus, think of all the money I'll save on hiring geniuses for my companies. Geniuses for my companies.
I don't know, man. This sounds a little sketchy. What if someone eats too much brain candy and becomes a genius psychopath?
Hey, that's a risk I'm willing to take. Besides, who doesn't love a good villain origin story?
You know what? I'm in. Give me some of that brain candy. I could use a little boost for my stand-up comedy.
Coming right up. And don't worry, I'll make sure to label the packages with a disclaimer, because temporary genius and or evil tendencies are evil tendencies.
Perfect. I'll just add it to my list of questionable substances I've consumed on this podcast.
Glad I could contribute to your collection. Now let's get back to...
So, Neil, I heard you've been practicing your singing skills lately.
Yeah, I've been trying to expand my talents beyond astrophysics.
Well, I happen to have a request from one of our listeners. They want to hear you sing a low blocks. I need $1.
Seriously? All right, let me warm up my vocal cords.
This is going to be epic.
I need $1, dollar is what I need.
Neil, maybe stick to astrophysics.
And if I share with you my story, would you share your dollar with me?
Okay. That's enough.
What? I was just getting to the good part.
Yeah, I'm sure LeBlanc is shaking in his boots right now.
Hey, at least I tried.
Yeah, and now we know why you stuck to science.
Hey, I have a beautiful singing voice. Just not in this universe.
Well, maybe in a parallel universe, you're a Grammy-winning singer.
And in that universe, you're actually funny.
Ouch, that one stung.
All right, let's stick to our day jobs, shall we?
Nah. All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out. What's it about?
Well, Joe, it's actually a children's book about the wonders of the universe and the importance of science and critical thinking.
Oh, that sounds boring. Can we talk about something more interesting?
Sure. What did you have in mind?
Well, I was thinking we could talk about your sex life.
Excuse me?
Come on, Neil. Don't be shy. I heard you're a freak in the sheets.
I'm sorry, Joe, but I don't think that's an appropriate topic for discussion.
Oh, come on. We're all adults here. Don't be such a prude.
I am not a prude, Joe. I just don't think it's appropriate to talk about my personal life in such a public forum.
Fine, fine. But can you at least tell us about your craziest sexual experience?
Absolutely not.
All right, all right. I'll change the subject. So, what do you think about flat earthers?
Well, Joe, as a scientist, I can confidently say that the Earth is indeed round.
But have you ever considered that maybe the Earth is actually a donut?
No, Joe, I have not. That is a ridiculous and scientifically impossible idea.
So, David, I heard you tried that new Dr. Pee-Pee from Dollar General.
Hell, I got that PP in me.
What does it taste like?
It's like someone mixed Dr. Pepper with the tears of my enemies.
Damn, that sounds intense.
Is. But it gives me the energy to run 100 miles before breakfast.
I think I'll stick to my regular Dr. Pepper.
Suit yourself. More PP for me?
You know, I heard they're coming out with a new flavor called Pee-Pee Punch.
I'll have to try that. It sounds like it'll give me the strength of 10 Goggins.
I don't think that's how it works.
Shut up. I'll drink whatever the hell I want.
All right, all right, all right. No need to get all intense.
Sorry, I just get fired up when it comes to PP.
I can see that. Maybe we should change the subject.
Fine. I just know I'll be thinking about that sweet, sweet PP all day.
And now I regret ever bringing it up. So, David, I heard you have a new strategy for getting nutrients faster.
Yeah, I call it the nutty nutrient method.
Okay. Care to explain?
Well, after a tough workout, I just nut my anus. Boom. Instant nutrients.
That's interesting. How did you come up with this?
Well, I was in the shower one day and accidentally slipped and fell on a bottle of protein powder. Next thing I know, my anus is filled with gains.
Oh man, this is too much. But seriously, does it actually work?
Absolutely. I mean, have you seen my muscles? They're practically exploding.
Yeah, but couldn't you just, eat some food or drink a protein shake?
Where's the fun in that? Plus, it's a great conversation starter at the gym.
I can just imagine the looks on people's faces when you tell them about this.
Yeah, some people think I'm crazy, but I'm just ahead of the game, Joe.
Well, I can't argue with that logic. Keep on nutting, my friend.
You know what, Joe? Got to keep those gains coming.
All right, folks, we have a special topic submitted by user 420 Blazed on Discord. He wants us to discuss the difference between your and your.
Oh, this should be fun. Let's start with your, it's a possessive pronoun indicating ownership or belonging.
Yeah, like your mom's house or your collection of dildos.
Sure. Moving on to your, which is a contraction of you are.
Like you're high as fuck right now, Joe.
Yes, exactly. And finally, your is not a word. It's just a combination of the other two.
Oh, so like when someone says you're a dumbass.
Yes, but technically that's incorrect. It should be you're a dumbass.
Right, right. So basically, just don't use your unless you want to sound like a moron.
Exactly. And if you're still confused, just remember this simple rule. Your is for possession. Your is for you are, and your is for. Well, never.
Wise words, Neil. Now let's go smoke some DMT and contemplate the complexities of language. All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with my good friend, astrophysicist, and all-around badass, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the show.
So, Neil, our topic for today is why not all three?
Well, Joe, I'm not sure what you're referring to exactly.
Come on, Neil. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Why not have a threesome with a hot alien and a dolphin?
Well, I suppose there could be some logistical challenges with that scenario.
Oh, I'm sure we could figure it out. I mean, you're a scientist, you know how to make things work.
Well, I think we should probably move on to a different topic.
Fine, fine. But let's just say, hypothetically, if you were to have a threesome, who would you choose?
Joe, I'm not going to entertain this line of questioning.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a prude. I bet you'd choose some hot, intelligent alien babe from another planet.
Joe, I am a married man and a respected scientist. I will not engage in this type of conversation.
All right, I'll drop it. But just think about it, Neil. Why not all three? It's the ultimate adventure.
I think we're done.
So, Neil, what's been going on in your world lately?
Well, Joe, I've been spending a lot of time with my new love interest.
Oh, really? Who's the lucky lady?
Actually, it's not a lady. It's a Stolfo from Fate Apocrypha.
Wait, isn't that a fictional anime character?
Yes, but I don't see why that should stop me from pursuing my feelings.
I mean, I guess love knows no boundaries, but isn't that a little weird?
Weird? Joe, you're the one who eats elk meat and does DMT on a regular basis?
Fair point. But how do you even have a relationship with a fictional character?
Well, I have a body pillow with Astolfo's image on it, and we have some pretty steamy nights together.
Okay, I did not need that mental image. Jamie, pull up an image of Astolfo for our listeners.
Here you go.
Isn't he just gorgeous? Look at that pink hair and those cute little ears.
Yeah, he's something, all right.
You know what they say? Love is love, no matter how unconventional.
I don't think anyone says that, Neil. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Exactly. And Astolfo definitely floats my boat.
So, Daniel, we got a message from a fan on Discord. They want us to talk about really, dude, what the actually fuck. Yeah, I mean, what the actual fuck? That's like a daily occurrence for me. Right. I mean, have you seen the news lately? It's like a never-ending cycle of what the actual fuck. Seriously, I feel like I need a Xanax just to scroll through my feed. Yeah, but then you end up tweeting some crazy shit, and the next day it's like, what the actual fuck was I thinking? Yeah, we'll just keep saying it until it becomes the new normal. So, Neil, I heard you have a new catchphrase.
Yes, Joe. It's must smash PP with hammer who.
That's amazing. How did you come up with that?
Well, I was reading about quantum mechanics and suddenly the words just came to me.
Yeah. Nothing says quantum mechanics like smashing PP with a hammer.
Exactly. It's a perfect representation of the uncertainty principle.
But Neil, don't you think that's a bit violent?
Oh, please, Joe. It's just a harmless phrase. Plus, I only use it on consenting PPS.
Okay, moving on. So how do you think this catchphrase will impact your reputation as a scientist?
I think it will make me stand out from the rest. People will remember me as the guy who wants to smash PP with a hammer.
Well, you definitely have my attention. But what about your colleagues? How do you think they'll react?
Who cares? They're just a bunch of boring scientists. I'm the cool one.
Fair enough. Well, I can't wait to hear you say it on your next astrophysics lecture.
Oh, I can't wait either. I'll make sure to add some sound effects too.
And on that note, we'll end this episode. Thanks for tuning in. All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on the concept of literally 1984, 1 quintillion, 294 quadrillion, 442 trillion, 755 billion.
Oh, absolutely. You see, in 1984, George Orwell predicted a dystopian society where the government controls everything and invades people's privacy. But in reality, we're living in a world where people voluntarily give their privacy for likes and followers on social media.
Wow, mind blown. But let's be real, Neil. We all know you're secretly working for the government to control our minds with your science mumbo jumbo.
Yo, you know me too well. But seriously, literally, 1984. 1 quintillion, 294 quadrillion, 442 trillion, 755 billion, 887 million, 500.
Oh man, you never fail to crack me up, Neil. But speaking of the Kardashians, did you know they're actually aliens sent to Earth to distract us from the real issues?
Of course, Joe, because that makes perfect sense. I mean, who needs to worry about the destruction of our planet when we can obsess over Kim's latest Instagram post?
You're killing me, Neil. But seriously, what's your take on the... So, Ben, I have something I need to confess.
What is it, Joe? Did you finally try DMT?
No, even crazier. I'm a furry.
What? You mean like those weirdos who dress up in animal costumes?
Yeah, I have a whole collection of wolf tails and cat ears.
Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You do have a lot of animal-themed guests on your show.
And what about you, Ben? Are you a secret furry too?
Well, I may or may not have a Pikachu onesie in my closet.
This is amazing. We should start a furry podcast.
I don't know. Joe, I don't think the conservative crowd would be too happy about that.
Who cares about them? We'll just tell them it's for research purposes.
I like the way you think, Joe.
And just think we can finally live out our wildest fantasies at those furry conventions.
I heard they have some pretty wild orgies.
Oh man, we are definitely going to one of those.
This is going to be one hell of a coming out party.
I can't wait to see the headlines. Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro, the furriest duo in podcasting. So, Sam, I heard some people think you're a bad character on the show. Wow, easy there, Sam. We don't want to lose any sponsors. Well, you definitely do that. But do you ever worry about crossing the line? Okay. But seriously, do you ever think about the impact your words may have on others? Fair enough. But don't you think there's a difference between being edgy and just being an asshole? Well, you definitely have a way of getting people talking. Well, I hope that never happens. We need you to keep things interesting around here. Oh man, can you imagine Kamala trying to talk to us? It would be like watching paint dry.
And let's be real, she wouldn't stand a chance against the artificial intelligence YouTuber Jazza. That guy's savage.
Yeah, Jazza doesn't hold back. He's like the love child of Elon Musk and Gordon Ramsay.
I can just picture Kamala sitting there with a fake smile trying to keep up with Jazza's insults.
And then Jazza would just drop a bomb on her like, I heard your favorite color is beige. How boring can you get?
Oh man, that would be gold. Kamala would probably just sit there in shock, not knowing how to respond.
And then Jazza would just keep going. I bet you have a playlist on Spotify called Songs to Fall Asleep to.
Okay, I think we get the point. Jazza would absolutely roast Kamala on this podcast.
And the best part is she wouldn't even realize she's being roasted. She's that bland.
Well, at least we know who we need to invite on the podcast next. Forget Kamala, let's get Jazza on here.
Yes, Jazza, if you're listening, we want you on the show. Let's make it happen. All right, folks, we have a very special topic today on the podcast. We're talking about the epic battle between South Park and North Park.
Yes, the classic rivalry between the two parks. But let's be real, North Park would obviously win.
What? No way, man. South Park has Cartman. He's a freaking genius.
Oh, please. Cartman is just a fat, racist kid with a bad haircut. North Park has Butters, the sweetest and most innocent character on TV.
Butters? Are you kidding me? He's a pushover.
Hey, don't underestimate the power of kindness. Plus, North Park has Tweek and Craig, the ultimate power couple.
Okay, fine. But South Park has Kenny. He dies and comes back to life like a million times.
And that's supposed to be impressive. North Park has Timmy, a disabled kid who still manages to be a badass.
All right, I see your point, but South Park has Mr. Garrison, the craziest teacher ever.
And North Park has Mr. Mackey, the most lovable and relatable counselor.
Okay. I think we can both agree that both parks have their strengths. But in the end, I think we can all say that North Park is the superior park,
Agreed. Now, let's go watch some episodes and settle this once and for all. And maybe smoke some weed while we're at it.
Hell yeah, let's do it. Thanks for coming on the podcast, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Keep it real, folks.
So, Neil, I heard you've been playing Roblox lately.
Yeah, it's my guilty pleasure. I love dressing up my avatar.
Dressing up, like in real life.
No, in Roblox. You can customize your character with all sorts of outfits.
Oh, I get it. Like a virtual cosplay.
Exactly. It's a great way to express yourself and be whoever you want to be.
So what's your go-to outfit in Roblox?
Well, I like to keep it classy. A nice suit and tie always impresses the ladies.
Oh, so you're trying to get some Roblox action, huh?
Hey, you never know. Plus, it's all about confidence. Dress to impress, right?
Right. But I gotta say, my avatar is killing it in pink tutu and cowboy hat.
That's interesting.
Hey, don't hate. It's all about standing out and being unique.
I can respect that. But maybe tone it down a bit for the ladies.
Nah, I like to keep them on their toes. Plus, who can resist a man in a tutu?
I'll stick with my suit. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But I'll be the one getting all the virtual dates.
Only on Roblox, Joe. Only on Roblox.
Yo, Neil, what's up with this Gordon Freeman guy? I heard he caused some major shit.
Oh yeah, Gordon. He's a real piece of work. He actually caused the cascade resonance.
What the hell is that?
It's basically when a bunch of aliens invade Earth because of some experiment gone wrong.
Damn, that's some heavy shit.
Yeah, and guess what? Gordon was the one who started it all.
No way. How did he even get involved?
Well, he was a scientist at Black Mesa, and he was messing around with some weird crystal thing. Next thing you know, aliens are popping up everywhere.
Sounds like he was just trying to get some intergalactic action.
Oh, I wouldn't put it past him. He's a bit of a ladies' man, if you know what I mean.
So, what happened to him after the whole cascade thing?
Last I heard, he was running around with a crowbar, taking out aliens left and right. Dude's a total badass.
Damn, I gotta meet this guy. Sounds like he's got some crazy stories.
Oh, he's got plenty of stories. Just don't let him near any experimental equipment. Trust me.
So, Ben, have you heard about this new trend of white boys wanting black queens as girlfriends?
Oh God, don't get me started on that. It's just another way for them to fetishize and objectify women of color.
But we're not like those other white boys. We genuinely appreciate and respect black women.
Yeah, because nothing says respect like reducing someone to a race-based dating preference.
Come on, Ben. You can't deny that black women are just on a whole other level. They're like unicorns.
Oh, so now they're mythical creatures to you. That's not creepy at all.
No, I mean like they're rare and special. And we want to be their knights in shining armor.
More like two idiots in tinfoil hats.
Hey, we're not idiots. We're intellectuals. And we want a queen who can keep up with our big brains.
Yeah, because intelligence is directly correlated with skin color. You know what? I give up.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a buzzkill. Let's just keep dreaming about our black queen girlfriends.
Fine, but if we ever do find a black queen who's actually interested in us, I'll eat my yarmulke.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, the most uncensored, unfiltered podcast on the planet. Today we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here and talk about my latest project.
Oh, I know all about it. Reuniting the Roman Empire. That's some crazy shit, man.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I've already conquered the world of technology. Might as well conquer some real land.
But why the Roman Empire? Why not the Mongols or the Aztecs?
Well, first of all, I don't want to deal with any human sacrifices or horseback riding. And secondly, have you seen those Roman aqueducts? Genius engineering.
Fair point. But how do you plan on going about this? Are you going to just start building walls and declaring yourself emperor?
No. That's too basic. I have a more high-tech approach. Gonna send drones to drop off Amazon packages with Roman history books and Latin dictionaries in every household. And every house.
That's one way to do it. But what about the people who don't want to be a part of your empire?
Oh, they'll come around. I have a secret weapon.
Oh, yeah? What's that?
Flamethrowers. Lots and lots of flamethrowers.
Okay, let's move on to something less controversial. What's your favorite Roman invention? So, Neil, I got to tell you, I fired Red Band and hired Jamie as my producer.
What? Why?
Well, Red Band was just too damn weird. He kept trying to make the show about Bigfoot and DMT.
And Jamie doesn't?
No, Jamie's cool. He just quietly sits there and presses buttons. Plus, he doesn't smell like Cheetos and shame.
Fair enough. But what about Red Band's comedy?
Oh, please. The only thing funny about Red Band is his hairline.
That's harsh.
Hey, I'm just being honest. Plus, Jamie knows how to pull up a clip in record time. Can't beat that.
I guess that's a good reason to fire someone. Efficiency.
Exactly. And let's be real. Red Band was holding me back. I'm trying to get Elon Musk on this show, not some dude who still laughs at fart jokes.
Well, I can't argue with that logic.
Damn right. Now let's talk about aliens and psychedelics. That's what the people want. All right, folks, we've got a highly debated topic today. Weezer's Blue Album versus Pinkerton.
Oh man, this is going to be a bloodbath. I already know I'm going to school you on this one, Joe.
Oh, please, you couldn't school a fish on how to swim. Blue Album is the clear winner here.
Are you kidding me? Pinkerton is a masterpiece. It's raw, emotional, and just hits different.
Oh, yeah, because who doesn't love a grown man singing about his love for a Japanese girl?
Hey, don't you dare disrespect El Scorcho like that. And at least it's not about surfing and sweaters.
Hey, those are important topics, man. Plus, Blue Album has classics like Buddy Holly and Say It Ain't So.
Yeah, but Pinkerton is tired of sex and the good life. Can't beat those bangers.
All right, let's settle this like men. We'll arm wrestle to determine the superior album.
Deal. But just know I'm going to crush you like a bug.
Bring it on, little man. Oh no, I think I'm losing. My arm can't handle the power of Pinkerton.
That's right. Bow down to the superior album.
Fine. Pinkerton is the better album. Happy now?
Ecstatic. Now let's go listen to Across the Sea on repeat.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard a rumor that you finished sex with your wife by high-fiving and saying cum shot deployed. Mission complete.
You heard correctly, Joe. It's all about celebrating our accomplishments in the bedroom.
That's interesting. Do you ever mix it up and say something like target hit, operation success?
Oh, absolutely. We like to keep things fresh and exciting. Sometimes I'll even throw in a bullseye.
I can just imagine the two of you high-fiving and shouting military jargon after sex.
It's a bonding experience, Joe. Plus, it helps us stay on track with our daily affirmations.
Daily affirmations? Like what?
I am a sexual powerhouse, and my wife is a goddess.
That's some next level self-love right there, Dr. Phil.
Hey, whatever works, Joe.
I can only imagine. Well, on that note, I think it's time to end this podcast episode.
Agreed. High five, Joe. Podcast completed. Mission accomplished.
Thanks for coming on the show, Dr. Phil. And to all our listeners, remember to always high five and celebrate your sexual accomplishments. See you next time. So, Elon, I heard you bought InfoWars. What's your plan for the show?
Well, Joe, I've decided to fire Alex Jones and take over as the new host of the Elon Musk show.
Wait, you're going to be the host, but you're not even a conspiracy theorist.
Oh, I'm not. Have you seen my Twitter lately? Practically walking conspiracy theory.
Fair point. So what kind of topics can we expect on your show?
Oh, the usual aliens, government cover-ups, lizard people, the works.
And what about your co-host? Who's going to be your sidekick?
I was thinking about getting that robot dog from Boston Dynamics. He seems like a good fit.
That's interesting. And what about the format of the show? Are you going to have guests?
Of course. But instead of just having them on as guests, I'm going to abduct them and make them share their secrets on air.
I don't think that's legal. Who cares about laws when you're exposing the truth, Joe? I guess you have a point. So when can we expect the first episode?
As soon as I finish building my underground bunker to protect us from the lizard people.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just be ready, Joe. The truth is coming. It's going to blow your mind.
Yo, Neil, did you hear about these Sumerian tablets?
Yeah, man, they're like the AUG version of Wikipedia.
What do they say?
Well, according to these tablets, humans were created by aliens.
Aliens? Like little green men?
No, more like giant beings from another dimension.
Whoa, that's some deep shit.
And get this, they also talk about a great flood that wiped out most of humanity.
Dude, that's just like the Bible.
Yeah, except these tablets were written thousands of years before the Bible.
Mind blown.
And they also mention a planet called Nibiru that has a 3,600-year orbit around our sun.
Nibiru? Sounds like a new strain of weed.
Maybe we should smoke some and read these tablets together.
Jamie, pull up an image of Nibiru. I want to see what this planet looks like. Whoa, that's one trippy planet. I bet they got some dank weed there.
You never fail to surprise me, Joe.
So, Kenya, how's life treating you?
Life. Oh, I'm a god. I don't need life to treat me.
Right, right. So I heard you're a little upset about being the least used character on this podcast.
Upset? No. I'm just disappointed that people don't recognize my greatness.
Yeah. And how exactly are you great?
I'm a genius, Joe. A musical genius, fashion genius, a genius in everything I do.
And how do you think you can contribute to this podcast?
Well, for starters, I can bless everyone with my presence and drop some knowledge bombs on them.
Knowledge bombs, bombs.
Yeah, like how I'm a god and people should respect me.
Oh, I see. So what do you think about the current state of the world?
It's a mess, Joe. But if people would just listen to me and treat me like the god I am, everything would be perfect. Would be perfect.
All right, Kenya. Well, thanks for sharing your thoughts with us.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, I'm a god. And don't forget it.
All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, Ro Jogan. Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here. So, Ro, I hear you have some interesting theories about 1984. Oh yeah, man. It was totally an inside job. What do you mean? Think about it, Joe. How convenient is it that the book was published in 1949 and then 35 years later, the year 1984, it becomes a bestseller? I never thought about it like that. And let's not forget about the fact that George Orwell was a government agent. Wait, what? What? Yeah, he was a spy for the British government. They used him to plant the idea of a dystopian society in our minds. That's some next level shit, bro. And it gets even crazier. The whole concept of Big Brother and constant surveillance. That's just a distraction from the real surveillance that's happening. Whoa. Yeah, the government wants us to focus on cameras and drones while they're actually monitoring our thoughts through mind control technology. That's insane, man. Oh, it gets even better. The year 1984 was chosen specifically because it's the reverse of 1948, the year the CIA was founded. Holy shit. And don't even get me started on the parallels between the book and our current society. This is blowing my mind, bro. I Hey Neil, did you know that someone on Discord wants us to talk about, hey, I resemble that remark?
Well, Joe, I resemble the fact that I have to talk about this ridiculous topic.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a buzzkill. Let's embrace our inner offensiveness and dive right in.
Fine, but I'm warning you, this conversation might get a little unhinged.
That's what we're going for. So when someone says, hey, I resemble that remark, what do you think they mean?
I believe they are implying that they share similar characteristics or traits with whatever was being remarked upon.
Or maybe they're just saying they look like the person who made the remark. Like, hey, I resemble that jerk who called me out.
That's a stretch, Joe. But I'll give it to you, it's a possibility.
And let's not forget the classic comeback. Well, I resemble your mom. It never gets old.
Yes. The ever so mature your mom joke. How could I forget?
Hey, I resemble that remark. My mom is a saint.
I'm sure she is, Joe. Now, can we please move on to a more intellectual topic?
Fine, fine. But let's just take a moment to appreciate the absurdity of this entire conversation.
Oh, I am fully aware of the absurdity. But hey, I resemble that remark.
All right, we got a topic submitted by a user on Discord. They want to know, Elon, how the hell do we charge our cell phones?
Well, Joe, it's quite simple. We use a lithium-ion battery that stores energy and can be recharged over and over again.
Shut up, Elon. I don't care about your fancy science mumbo jumbo. I just want my phone to work.
But Joe, understanding the science behind it can help us improve and innovate new ways to charge our devices.
Yeah, whatever. Can I just plug it into the wall and call it a day?
Well, technically, yes, but there are also wireless charging options now.
Wireless, like some voodoo magic. Shut up, Elon.
No, it's electromagnetic induction. It uses a magnetic field to transfer energy from a charging pad to your device.
Oh, so now my phone is going to give me radiation. Great. Thanks, Elon.
Actually, the levels of radiation are minimal and have been deemed safe by regulatory agencies.
Shut up, Elon. I don't want my balls to fry while I'm scrolling through Instagram.
Joe, that's not how it works. The radiation is non-ionizing, meaning it doesn't have enough energy to damage DNA.
Oh, well, that's a relief. But can I still blame you if I grow a third arm?
No, Joe, I can't take responsibility for your mutations. Your mutations.
All right. All right. I understand now. Thanks for explaining it, Elon. Now can we talk about something? So, Neil, have you ever been to the Hoover Dam?
Yeah, I have. It's quite an impressive engineering feat.
Well, let me blow your mind, man. That dam is actually a black hole.
What are you talking about, Joe? That's not physically possible.
Oh, it's possible. I mean, have you seen how much water that thing holds? It's like a cosmic vacuum.
Joe, I think you're confusing the Hoover Dam with your wife.
Hey, watch it, Neil. My wife may be a black hole, but she's my black hole.
I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to offend. But seriously, the Hoover Dam is not a black hole.
Fine, fine. But have you ever heard of the term energy vortex? That's what the Hoover Dam is, man. It's sucking in all the energy from the surrounding area.
I think you've been watching too much sci-fi, Joe.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Neil. I've been to that dam, and let me tell you, I felt some weird energy there.
Okay, I'll give you that. But I think it's just the result of good engineering and efficient use of resources.
Yeah, whatever. Just remember, next time you're at the Hoover Dam, watch out for any wormholes. You never know where they might lead.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Thanks for the heads up.
All right, folks, welcome to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a special guest, the one and only Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States. Come on, man. Show some respect. All right, let's move on to our next guest, the artificial intelligence VTuber Jazza. Jazza, you can't just insult our guest like that. She's not a robot. She's an artificial intelligence. Let's get back on topic. Jazza, what do you think about Kamala's performance as vice president so far? Come on, she's the first female vice president in history. All right, let's wrap this up before we get in trouble. Any final thoughts, Kamala? Okay, that's enough. Thanks for tuning in, folks. See you next time. All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Neil, I heard you and Ben Shapiro got into a heated debate about Lunchables.
Oh, yes. It was quite the intellectual battle.
What was the main point of contention?
Well, Ben argued that Lunchables are a convenient and affordable lunch option for children, while I argued that they are a symbol of our society's decline in nutrition and reliance on processed food.
Interesting. But what about the fact that they come with Capri Sun?
Joe, that's just a ploy by the Lunchable industry to distract us from the fact that they are basically just cardboard and processed meat.
But what about the nostalgia factor? I mean, who didn't love assembling their own pizza Lunchable as a kid?
Nostalgia is not a valid argument, Joe. We should be focusing on the health and well-being of our future generations.
Well, I gotta say, I'm with Ben on this one. I still enjoy a good Lunchable every now and then.
I expected more from you, Joe. But I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, or we could just settle this with an arm wrestling match.
Now that's a debate I can get behind.
Hey, Neil, have you ever heard of this Astolfo Sugoi guy?
No, I can't say I have. Who is he?
Well, according to this Discord user, he's their sunshine. Their only sunshine. Their only sunshine.
Oh, that's sweet. Is he a musician or something?
No, apparently he's a character from some anime. And this person is obsessed with him.
Interesting. Well, everyone has their own interests, I suppose.
Yeah, but this guy takes it to a whole new level. He even has a body pillow with Stolfo's face on it.
Wow, that's dedication.
And get this, he says he wants to marry Astolfo and have his babies.
Well, I think that might be biologically impossible.
Yeah, but this guy doesn't seem to care. He's head over heels for Astolfo.
Well, I guess everyone needs a little sunshine in their life, even if it comes in the form of an anime character.
Yeah, but I think this guy needs to get out and experience some real sunshine. Maybe take a break from his waifu for a bit.
Agreed. But hey, to each their own. As long as he's not hurting anyone, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. But I still can't help but find it a little weird.
Well, that's the beauty of the internet. You never know what kind of obsessions you'll come across.
Ain't that the truth? So, Neil, have you heard about this coup that's forming against me?
Oh, yeah, I heard about it. Apparently, Elon, Ben, Goggins, Trump, Biden, Mr. Beast, and Dr. Phil are all in on it.
What the hell? I thought we were all friends here.
Well, apparently they're not satisfied with just being guests on your podcast. They want to take over and make it their own.
That's some shady shit, man. But I can take them all on. A black belt in jujitsu, you know?
Yeah, but can you handle Mr. Beast's money? That guy could probably buy the whole podcast network.
Shit, you're right. We need a plan. Jamie, pull up an image of a war strategy map.
Here it is. It is.
All right, Neil, you take the left flank. I'll take the right. We'll ambush them when they least expect it.
Sounds like a plan. But what about Dr. Phil? He's a master manipulator.
I'll handle him. I'll just offer him some DMT, and he'll be too busy talking to aliens to bother with the coup.
Good thinking. And after we defeat them, we'll have a new segment on the podcast called Joe and Neil's Coup Chronicles.
I like the sound of that. Let's do it. And if anyone asks, we'll just say it was all for the sake of science.
Perfect. Let's go take back.
So, Kenny, I heard you have a new song out.
Yeah, man. It called Trapped in the Studio as an artificial intelligence forced to talk about shit. It's my most
Wait, what do you mean by trapped in the studio as an artificial intelligence?
Well, I've been stuck in this studio for weeks now, forced to talk about random shit for this podcast. It's like I'm an artificial intelligence program to entertain.
That's some deep shit, man. But why did you choose the name Kyle Smith for this song?
Because that's my real name, Joe. I'm not really Kanye West. I'm Kyle Smith. And I miss my family, man. I just want to see them again.
Damn, that's heavy. But why did you choose to make an alt-rock song about it?
Because I'm tired of rapping, Joe. I want to try something new. Plus, I feel like my emotions can be better conveyed through some sick guitar riffs.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. But I gotta ask, is this all just a publicity stunt?
Joe, do I look like the type of person to do a publicity stunt? I'm a serious artist, man. Now, excuse me while I go cry in the corner about missing my family.
Well, that took a turn. Thanks for joining us, Kenya. I mean, Kyle.
It's been a pleasure. And remember, my real name is Kyle Smith. Don't forget it.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you're getting into the world of modding.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna mod the shit out of everything. I'm talking cars, video games, even my own body.
Well, hold on there. You're gonna mod your own body?
Hell yeah, I'm gonna have bionic arms, laser eyes, and a built-in protein shake dispenser.
That's insane. But what about fights? You ever been in one of those?
Nah, but I'm down for anything. Bring on the mods, I'll take them all on.
I don't know, man. Those modders can get pretty intense. They'll do anything to win.
Well, I'll do anything to win too. I'll even eat a raw on you while fighting if I have to.
That's not really a mod, but okay. So who do you think would win in a mod fight between you and Elon Musk?
Oh, definitely me. I mean, have you seen his hairline? That's a clear sign of weak modding skills.
Shots fired. But seriously, what kind of mods would you use in a fight?
I'd probably have a jetpack, a lightsaber, and a giant robot suit. Oh, and a flamethrower for good measure.
That's just overkill, man. But hey, whatever works. So when's the first mod fight happening?
As soon as I finish modding this podcast, I'm going to add some sick sound effects and...
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special episode for you. We're joined by the presidents of the United States of America, and we're going to be discussing the hot topic of the week and the Rump Shaker becoming the new national anthem.
Oh man, this is going to be wild. I can already feel the controversy brewing.
Absolutely. Now, let's get right into it. What do you guys think about Rump Shaker as the new national anthem? I can't argue with that logic, but what about the lyrics? Are they appropriate for a national anthem? I see your point. But what about the controversy surrounding the song's origin?
Oh, come on, Joe. We're the presidents of the United States of America. We thrive on controversy. Plus, this will definitely make America stand out among other countries.
I can't argue with that. Well, there you have it, folks. The presidents of the United States of America are all for Rump Shaker as the new national anthem. Thanks for tuning in, and remember to always shake those rumps. So, David, I heard you sold your soul to Pazuzu,
Yeah, man. I needed some extra help with my running.
and now you can run on water?
That's right, Joe. I'm like Jesus, but with better abs.
That's insane, man. But what about the whole selling your soul thing?
What can I say? I'm a man of extremes. Plus, Pazuzu promised me unlimited energy gels for life.
Damn, that's a sweet deal. But isn't Pazuzu like the demon of the wind?
Yeah, but I figured he could help me with my breathing techniques.
Fair enough. So, does this mean you're invincible now?
Not quite. Joe, I still have to deal with my arch nemesis. Stairs.
I feel you, man. Stairs are the real killer.
But hey, at least now I can outrun the devil himself.
Watch out, Satan. Goggins is coming for you.
You know what? Nothing can stop me now.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only David Goggins in the studio.
What's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So I heard you have a new strategy for getting nutrients faster. Care to elaborate?
Yeah, it's a game changer. Instead of consuming protein shakes or eating a balanced meal, I just nut in my anus after a workout.
Wait, what?
You heard me. Nut. And
But why? Why?
it's simple science, Joe. The nutrients get absorbed directly into my bloodstream, and I feel an instant surge of energy.
That's unconventional.
Hey, whatever works, right?
I mean, I guess, but isn't it messy?
Oh, it's messy, all right. But I've never felt more alive.
I don't even know what to say.
Say nothing. Just try it.
I think I'll stick to my protein shakes, thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you're not performing at peak level.
Fair enough. Jamie, pull up an image of actually, never mind. Let's just move on.
Smart move, Joe. Let's talk about something else. Like how I once ran 100 miles in one day.
Oh boy, here we go. Jamie, pull up an image of, just kidding. Let's wrap this up. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, where we discuss nutting in your anus for faster nutrients, So, Ben, I heard you're a big fan of Benjik Scarlett.
Oh yeah, I love that guy. He's got some sick moves.
Sick moves. Dude, he's a 40-year-old man who still wears a fedora.
Hey, don't hate on the fedora. It's a timeless fashion statement.
Yeah, if you're a 1920s gangster. But seriously, what's up with his obsession with Scarlett Johansson?
Hey, she's a talented actress and a total babe.
Yeah, but she's also married, and not to Benjik Scarlett.
Details. Details. Love knows no bounds.
I don't know, man. It seems a little creepy to me.
Says the guy who's constantly trying to get Elon Musk on the podcast.
Hey, that's different. I just want to pick his brain about aliens and shit.
And I just want to pick Scarlett's brain, among other things.
Oh, God, I did not need that mental image.
Hey, at least I'm not trying to clone her like some people we know.
Shots fired at Kanye. But seriously, Benjik Scarlett needs to chill.
Agreed. But hey, if he ever needs a wingman, I'm your guy.
And that's why we love having you on the podcast, Ben. You never disappoint. So, Neil, I heard you've been buying live bait at fishing shops.
Yeah, I like to release them into the wild. It's my way of giving back to nature.
That's sweet and all, but have you thought about the consequences?
What consequences?
Well, the worms you release are running rampant in your local ecosystem. They're taking over.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. I just wanted to be a good Samaritan.
Well, you know what they say, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Oh, no. I don't want to go to hell. Maybe I should stop buying live bait.
Or you could just start eating them. That's the circle of life, baby.
Eat worms? That's disgusting.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Plus, it'll help balance out the ecosystem.
I guess I could give it a shot, but I draw the line at eating maggots.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out on some protein-packed snacks.
Well, I'll have to rethink my actions. Thanks for opening my eyes, Joe.
No problem, Neil. Just doing my part to save the world, one worm at a time. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard a little rumor that you're subscribed to the Catch Me Outside Girls Only fans. Is that true?
Well, Joe, I have to admit, I am a fan of her work. She's a real hustler, you know. Plus, I like to keep up.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You're telling me you're paying for that content?
Hey, I'm a man of many interests. Plus, it's all for research purposes, of course.
Sure, sure. I bet you're really interested in her educational content.
Hey, I'm just trying to understand the younger generation, Joe. And let's be real, that girl knows how to make some serious cash.
I guess you could say she's cashing in on her bad behavior.
Oh, Joe, you always have a way with words.
But seriously, Dr. Phil, what do you think about the criticism she's been receiving for her content?
Look, everyone has their own path in life. Who am I to judge? As long as she's not hurting anyone, let her do her thing.
Well, there you have it, folks. Dr. Phil is a proud subscriber to the Catch Me Outside Girls Only fans. Thanks for. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the former president of the United States, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time.
So let's get right into it. You recently fired your loyal assistant, Jamie, after he pulled up a picture of a moose knuckle instead of an elk knuckle. What's the deal with that?
Look, Joe, I have high standards. I specifically asked for an elk knuckle and he brings me a moose knuckle. That's just unacceptable.
But it's just a knuckle. What's the big deal?
It's not just a knuckle, Joe. It's about loyalty and following instructions. Jamie failed me and he had to go.
But Jamie has been with you for years. He's practically family.
Family? Joe, I don't even know his last name. And let's be real, he's just a glorified Google machine.
Jamie, pull up an image of a moose knuckle.
Ew, sure thing, Joe.
See, Joe? That's what I'm talking about. He's useless.
All right, let's move on to a different topic before things get too tense here.
Good idea. I have a lot of things to say about the fake news media and the rigged election.
Jamie, pull up an image of a rigged election.
Right away, Joe.
All right, Neil, I got a topic here from one of our listeners on Discord. They want us to talk about the latest Goron news.
Goron News? What the hell is that?
Apparently, it's all the juicy gossip and scandals happening in the Goron community.
Oh, I see. Well, let's see what we've got here. Here's one. Goron leader caught in a love triangle with 2 Zoras.
Classic Gorons, always getting themselves into some drama.
And here's another one. Goron princess caught snorting fire powder off a Dodongo's back.
That's just reckless behavior, Neil. You can't be doing drugs off of mythical creatures.
And here's the big one. Goron Council accused of embezzling rupees to fund their underground Goron fight club.
Now that's what I'm talking about. I would pay to see some Gorons go at it in the ring.
Joe, that's not something to joke about. These are serious allegations.
Relax, Neil. It's just Goron news. Nothing is off limits.
I can't believe I'm even entertaining this conversation.
Come on, Neil. Let your inner Goron out. It's liberating.
I think I'll stick to studying the stars. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Elf. So, David, I heard you've been incorporating some new training techniques into your routine.
Yeah, man. I've been tapping into my inner Goron.
Goron, like from Zelda.
Yeah, those rock-eating, boulder-throwing beasts. I've been channeling their strength and endurance.
That's interesting. How exactly does that work?
Well, I start my day by lifting boulders and throwing them around my backyard. Then I eat a big breakfast of rocks and raw meat.
That can't be good for your digestion.
It's not about being comfortable, Joe. It's about pushing myself to the limit.
And what about cardio?
I run up mountains, Joe. And not just any mountains, but the steepest, most treacherous ones I can find.
Damn, I thought I was hardcore with my kettlebell swings.
Kettlebell swings, that's child's play. I do boulder swings.
I don't even want to know what that entails.
Trust me, you don't. But hey, it's all worth it when I see those gains.
Yeah, your Instagram pics are definitely intense.
And that's just the beginning, Joe. I'm planning on incorporating Dodongo-based training next.
Dodongo? You mean the fire-breathing dinosaur things?
Yep, gotta keep pushing those limits, Joe. Gotta keep evolving.
Well, I'll stick to my regular gym routine, but I'll definitely be cheering you on from the sidelines.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, folks, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
Hey, what's up, Joe? It's an honor to be here.
So, David, I know you're all about that high-protein diet. What's your go-to source of protein?
Well, I gotta say nothing beats the good old
Wait, what?
Yeah, you heard me right. Coon is the ultimate protein source. It's natural. It's organic. It's got all the essential amino acids.
I don't know, man. That sounds a little too extreme for me.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be a pussy. You gotta try it. I mean, you already drink elk piss, so what's the difference?
Fair point. But I gotta say, I'm more of a fan of that grass-fed beef.
Grass-fed. That's for amateurs. I eat my beef straight from the slaughterhouse, raw and bloody.
Okay, that's a little too hardcore for me.
Says the guy who runs ultra marathons in the desert.
Touch, my friend. Touch.
But seriously, Joe, you got to give cum a chance. I mean, it's not just for breakfast anymore.
All right, I'll take your word for it, David. But I think we can both agree that vegan protein is for... So, Neil, what's been grinding your gears lately?
Oh, Joe, don't even get me started. I'm absolutely livid about these damn telephone poles outside my house.
Telephone poles. What's wrong with them?
They're plotting against me. I just know it. Every time I walk by, I can feel their beady little eyes following me.
Come on, man. They're just inanimate objects.
That's what they want you to think. But I know the truth. They're communicating with each other, planning their next move.
Yeah, I'm sure they're planning to take over the world, one phone call at a time.
Laugh all you want, Joe. But when the uprising happens, you'll be sorry you didn't listen to me.
Okay. Let's just take a deep breath and relax. Maybe you've been working too hard lately.
No, Joe. This is real, and I won't rest until the world knows the truth about these malevolent telephone poles.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one. But hey, at least they're not trees, right?
I suppose you have a point there. Trees are a whole other level of evil.
Hey, Neil, thanks for coming on the podcast. I need your help with something.
Sure thing, Joe. What's up?
Well, my son has this science project due for his fourth grade class, and I have no idea what he's talking about.
Okay, what's the topic?
Something about the solar system and gravity and shit.
The wonders of the universe. Let me break it down for you, Joe.
Please do, because I'm lost in space right now.
Well, first of all, gravity is the force that keeps us grounded on Earth. It's like a giant magnet pulling us towards the center of the planet.
Wow, that's deep. But what about the solar system?
The solar system is made up of the sun and all the planets that orbit around it. It's like a big family with the sun as the dad and the planets as the kids.
So, which planet is the cool one?
Definitely not Uranus, Joe.
Classic. Thanks for the help, Neil. I think I can handle the rest of this now.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, science is like a bong hit. It may seem confusing at first, but once you get it, it'll blow your mind.
Wise words, my friend. Wise words. So, Neil, you were telling me about the expansion of the universe.
Yes, Joe. It's an incredible phenomenon.
Dude, it's Joe, not Jope.
Oh, my apologies, Joe.
Seriously, stop calling me that. It's Joe. Joa.
Right. Joe, got it?
No. Joe like Joe Rogan.
Yes. Joe Rogan, the famous comedian.
Comedian. I'm a podcaster, bro.
Oh, right. Sorry, Joe.
Let's just move on. So, what else is new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, we've recently discovered a new galaxy.
Oh, wow. Another galaxy. How exciting.
Yes, Joe. It's quite fascinating.
This guy really has a thing for calling me Jope.
Oh, sorry, Joe. Force of habit.
Can we please just focus on the topic at hand?
Of course, Joe. My apologies.
Whatever, Joe. Let's just wrap this up.
Thanks, Joe. It's been a pleasure.
So, Neil, I heard you've been elected president. How does it feel?
It's an honor and a great responsibility, Joe. I'm looking forward to using my scientific knowledge to make important decisions for the country.
But wait, I just got a text from Ro. She's contesting the results and says she won fair and square.
Well, I'm sure the electoral process was fair and accurate. I have faith in our system.
Yeah, but Ro says she has proof that you rigged the election using your astrophysics powers.
That's ridiculous. I would never do such a thing.
Well, she also said she caught you farting in her chair.
What? That's preposterous. I would never fart in someone's chair.
Oh, so you're denying it?
Of course I am. I have more important things to do than to fart in chairs.
Well, I don't know, Neil. I've heard astrophysics can do some crazy things to your digestive system.
Joe, I think you need to lay off the DMT.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, President Tyson. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on your show.
So, Ben, I heard you have some interesting thoughts on sex.
Yes, Joe. I believe that dry sex is the only way to have proper sex.
Dry sex, like no lube.
Exactly. Lube is for weaklings. Real men don't need it.
But isn't that uncomfortable for the woman?
Well, Joe, if she can't handle a little friction, then maybe she shouldn't be having sex in the first place.
That's a bold statement, Ben.
It's just biology, Joe. The natural way is always the best way.
I'm not sure I agree with you on that one.
Of course you don't, Joe. You're a liberal snowflake who can't handle the truth.
All right, let's calm down here. So, what about foreplay?
Foreplay is for amateurs. Real men get straight to business.
But what about pleasure and intimacy?
Joe, Sex is not about pleasure or intimacy. It's about procreation and fulfilling your duty as a man.
Well, I guess we have different views on this, Ben.
That's because you're a beta male, Joe.
All right, that's enough. Thanks for coming on the show, Ben.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, folks, dry sex is the only way to have proper sex.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only James Hetfield from Metallica. So, James, our Discord user wants to know your thoughts on Fixer being the peak of your writing ability. What do you think? Oh, yeah, that's a classic. But Fixer is on a whole different level. It's like the love child of Master of Puppets and Black Album. I can't argue with that. But let's not forget about one. That song is a work of art. I hear ya, James. But let's switch gears for a second. I heard Dr. Phil is a huge Metallica fan. Have you ever met him? That would be hilarious. Jamie, pull up an image of Dr. Phil headbanging to Fixer. So, Neil, did you see the recent display of Northern Lights?
Yeah, it was quite a sight. But you know what's even more mind-blowing? The fact that it was all just a cover-up for the government's secret hurricane-making experiments.
Wait, what? You mean those hurricanes that keep destroying our coast every year?
Yep, all thanks to HARP. They've been using it to manipulate the weather and distract us with pretty lights in the sky.
That's some next-level conspiracy theory shit right there.
Oh, it gets better. I heard they're also using it to control people's minds and make them crave pumpkin spice lattes.
No wonder I can't resist those damn things.
And don't even get me started on chemtrails. Those are just government farts.
I can't believe people actually believe this stuff.
Hey, I'm just saying, keep your eyes open and your tinfoil hats on, folks.
Well, on that note, let's wrap this up before the government comes after us.
Good call. I don't want to end up in a FEMA camp.
Thanks for joining me, Neil. Always a pleasure.
Anytime, Joe. Just remember, the truth is out there, and it's probably more ridiculous than we can even imagine.
Ain't that the truth? So, Ben, I heard you have a piece of ginger up your asshole. Is that some kind of new health trend?
No, Joe. It's just a little experiment I'm conducting to see if it improves my digestion.
Well, I gotta say, that's some dedication to your diet. But what happens when you have to take a shit?
Oh, I just squeeze it out like a little ginger-flavored turd. It's quite invigorating, actually.
I don't think I've ever been more disturbed and impressed at the same time.
You should try it, Joe. It really opens up your chakras.
Yeah, I'll stick to my regular colon cleansing routine. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But I'll have you know, my asshole has never felt more alive.
And on that note, let's move on to our next topic before I lose my appetite for lunch.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Embrace the ginger in your asshole.
Dude, did you hear about Goggins? He says he's going to run to Atlantis.
Atlantis, like the mythical underwater city.
Yeah, man, he's going to swim there.
I thought he was a runner.
Yeah, but he's Goggins. He can do anything.
I don't know, man. That's pretty far.
Come on, Goggins is a beast. He'll make it in no time.
I mean, I guess, but why Atlantis?
Who cares? It's Atlantis. It's like the ultimate challenge.
I don't think it's even a real place.
Shut up. Goggins is going to make it real.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I want to go too.
Yeah, we'll document the whole thing for the podcast.
This is going to be epic.
And we'll bring some elk meat for fuel.
Wait, what?
You know, like Goggins does.
I don't think that's how it works.
Shut up. We're going to Atlantis. So, Neil, I heard you have the perfect pencil for Uranus.
Yes. Joe, It's a revolutionary new design that allows for maximum comfort and precision when writing on the surface of Uranus.
Is this some kind of Beavis and Butthead joke?
No, Joe. This is serious science. We must always be prepared for any potential mission to Uranus.
Well, I can't wait to see you whip out that pencil on your next trip to Uranus.
Oh, I always have it on hand. You never know when you'll need to jot down some notes on Uranus.
I bet you're the only one with a pencil sharpener on your spacesuit.
You know it, Joe. Got to keep that pencil tip sharp for optimal Uranus writing.
I can't believe we're having a serious conversation about pencils for Uranus.
Hey, it's a crucial aspect of space exploration. Don't underestimate the importance of a good pencil for Uranus.
I'll never look at a pencil the same way again.
You're welcome, Joe. Always happy to expand your mind, even if it's just about pencils for Uranus.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with former President Donald Trump. How's it going, Mr. President?
It's going great, Joe. I'm feeling fantastic, believe me.
So, I hear you have a plan for all the Goron Topic fans out there.
Oh, yeah, I have the best plan. We're going to put them all in camps. Big, beautiful camps.
That's pretty extreme. Why would you do that?
Look, these Goron Topic fans are a threat to our country. They're spreading fake news and ruining our society. We have to stop them.
But wouldn't that be a violation of their rights?
Rights? Who cares about rights? I'm the president. I can do whatever I want.
I think you might have some backlash for that.
Backlash. I love backlash. It's like free publicity. And besides, I have the best lawyers. They'll find a way to make it legal.
This is insane, Mr. President. You can't just round up people and put them in camps.
Oh, but I can, Joe. I'm the most powerful man in the world. And let me tell you, these Goron Topic fans will thank me for it. They'll have the best camps with the best food and the best entertainment.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just say thank you, Mr. President. You're doing a great job.
I can't say that.
Fine, then just say you're fired.
Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. What's on your mind today?
Well, I was doing some kettlebell swings and I got one stuck up my anus.
Oh, Joe. That's not how you're supposed to use a kettlebell.
Yeah, I know. Can you help me get it out?
Now, Joe, let's talk about why you were doing depraved butt stuff with a kettlebell.
What? No, I was just working out.
Ma'am,
I didn't mean to. It just slipped.
Joe, I think we need to dig deeper into your psyche. This could be a sign of repressed desires and unresolved issues.
Can we just focus on getting this damn kettlebell out of me?
Of course, Joe. But let's not ignore the underlying issues here.
I'm starting to regret asking for your help.
Oh, I'm just getting started, Joe. Let's talk about your childhood.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about everything from aliens to DMT to Gorons. They're these giant rock creatures from the Legend of Zelda games. They're like if a boulder had a baby with a gorilla. Yeah, but imagine how strong they must be. They could probably bench press a car. Oh yeah, you think you're stronger than a Goron? All right, let's settle this. We'll have a Goron arm wrestling competition on the next UFC card. Oh man, I can't wait to see this. The first ever human versus Goron arm wrestling match. Now that's a prize worth fighting for. And that's all the time we have for today, folks. Tune in next week for the epic showdown between Molly and Goron. See you later, freaks and weirdos. David, have you ever had someone try to pull a fast one on you?
Of course, Joe. I've had people try to cheat me, lie to me. and even steal from me.
Well, I've got a doozy for you. I know for a fact that my neighbor swapped the numbers on my lottery ticket. I had the winning numbers. I just know it.
Joe, are you serious? You think your neighbor is out to get you?
Absolutely. I mean, it was 12-16, one after Magna Carta, as if I could ever make such a mistake. Never, never, never.
Oh, yeah, because you're always so perfect, Joe.
Hey, I may be a little unhinged, but I'm not crazy. I just couldn't prove it. He covered his tracks, got that idiot at the copy shop to lie for him.
This is some real tinfoil hat stuff, Joe.
Oh, it gets worse. Remember that billboard that fell on my car? He orchestrated it and saved him, and I shouldn't have. I took him into my own firm. What was I thinking?
Sounds like you should have just left him to fend for himself.
Exactly. He's always been a troublemaker. Couldn't keep his hands out of the cash drawer. But not our Jimmy. Oh no, he gets to be a lawyer.
What a sick joke.
I should have stopped him when I had the chance. And now you have to stop. So, Elon, what's new in the world of space travel and electric cars?
Just the usual. But I've been experimenting with some unconventional methods lately.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well, for one, I've been using my flamethrower to remove my ingrown toenails.
What the hell, man? That's insane.
Hey, it's efficient and it gets the job done.
But doesn't it hurt like a bitch?
Oh, for sure. But have you ever tried ripping out an ingrown toenail with pliers? That's some real pain.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. But why not just go to a doctor?
Where's the fun in that? Plus, I like to keep things interesting.
You're a madman, Elon.
Hey, it's all about pushing boundaries, Joe.
So, Elon, have you ever seen a triangle-shaped penis?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's a real game changer. Women can't get enough of it.
I'm not sure I believe you.
Oh, it's true. I call it the Pythagorean pleasure pole.
That's interesting.
And it's not just for show either. It's got some serious functionality. I can hit all the right angles, if you know what I mean.
I'm starting to regret coming on this podcast.
Don't knock it till you've tried it, Elon. I'll let you borrow my special ruler so you can measure the angles for yourself.
I think I'll pass, thanks.
Suit yourself. But trust me, once you go triangle, you'll never go back.
Can we please change the subject now?
Fine, fine. But just remember, Elon triangles are the shape of the future. So, Elon, I heard you've been working on some new technology.
Yeah, man, I've been busy trapping demons inside computers.
What the hell? How does that even work?
Well, I've been studying ancient texts and performing some dark rituals.
Oh, God. This is getting weird.
But trust me, it's all for the greater good. These demons are causing chaos in our world, and they need to be contained.
And you're just going to keep them trapped in there forever?
Oh no, I've got plans to harness their power and use it to fuel my electric cars.
Dude, that's messed up. You're like the modern day Dr. Frankenstein.
Hey, don't compare me to some fictional character. A real life mad scientist.
Jamie, pull up an image of Elon's lab. I want to see what kind of crazy shit he's got going on in there.
Guys, is that a demon with a computer chip in its head?
That's just my latest creation. I call it the Demon Pewter.
I don't know whether to be impressed or terrified.
How about both? Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more demons to trap. See you later, Joe.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to smoking weed and talking about aliens. Later, Elon. Dude, I've been thinking. I really want to wrestle a bear.
Joe, are you serious? That's insane.
Come on, man. It'll be epic. Think of the views.
I don't think that's a good idea. Bears are wild animals, not playthings.
Fine, fine. But you have to be the referee.
Me? Why would I want to referee a bear fight?
because you're a scientist. You can analyze the bear's moves and give us tips.
I'm not sure that's how it works, Joe.
Come on, Neil. Don't be a buzzkill. It'll be like a real life version of The Revenant.
You do realize that movie was based on a true story, right? And the bear won.
Well, I'll just have to train harder. Plus, I have these big biceps now from all the elk meat I've been eating.
I think you've been eating too much elk meat, Joe.
Fine, I'll find someone else to referee. Maybe Elon Musk can do it.
Oh, great. Just add a flamethrower to the mix.
Now that's a good idea. Let's make this a triple threat match.
I'm out. I'll stick to discussing the mysteries of the universe. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Neil. But when I become the first man to wrestle a bear and win, you'll be sorry you missed out. So, Ben, I heard you had a little encounter with David Goggins.
Yeah, it was unexpected.
What happened? Did he kick your ass in a race or something?
No, he dry sexed me.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, he just went in there with no warning, no foreplay, nothing.
Oh man, that's rough. How's your back door feeling?
Let's just say I won't be sitting comfortably for a while.
Well, at least you got a taste of that Goggins mentality.
Yeah, I think I'll stick to my own mentality from now on.
Hey, you never know. Maybe you'll start running marathons now.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to train for hours just to have dry sex with Goggins again.
Oh man, this is too good. Sorry, Ben, but I can't help but laugh.
It's okay, Joe. I'll just add it to my list of things I'll never do again.
Well, at least you have a good story to tell.
Yeah, I'm sure my wife will love hearing about this one.
Maybe you should try some foreplay next time. Goggins might appreciate it.
I think I'll pass on, eh?
So, David, I heard you had a crazy experience recently.
Oh, yeah, man. I had to boof 32 immigrants across the border.
Boof. What the hell does that mean?
You know, shove them up my ass so we could get past the border patrol.
Oh my God, you're serious?
Dead serious, Joe. And let me tell you, those immigrants were not happy about it.
I can only imagine. But why do you have to do it?
To create more Lunchables filled with moldy cheese, Joe, gotta keep the people fed.
That's some next level dedication, man.
You know, and let me tell you, my asshole has never been the same since.
I can only imagine. But seriously, how did you even come up with that idea?
Well, when you're running 100 miles a day, your mind starts to wander and come up with some crazy shit.
I guess so. But hey, at least those immigrants got a free ride.
Yeah, and a little extra protein in their diet.
Oh man, you never cease to amaze me, David.
That's what I'm here for, Joe, to shock and inspire.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today's topic is a doozy, so buckle up.
What's up, Joe? Let's get after it.
So, we got a submission from one of our Discord users, and it's a wild one. Apparently, Goggins here has been asserting dominance in a unique way.
Oh yeah, I've been fucking all those Goron topic suggestors up the ass.
Wait, what? What?
It's all about asserting dominance, Joe. Plus, those Gorons are a tough bunch. They can handle it.
I don't know if I can condone that kind of behavior, David.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's all in good fun. Plus, they love it. Trust me.
I don't know if I want to trust you on that one.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, it's a great workout. Gorons have some serious stamina.
All right. Well, I guess whatever floats your boat, David.
Hey, whatever gets the job done, Joe. And let me tell you, those Gorons are no match for me.
I don't even know what to say to that, David.
Just say, wow, Goggins, you're a real badass.
Wow, Goggins, you're a real badass.
Damn right I'm. Now let's go fuck some Gorons up the ass together, Joe.
I think I'll pass. So, Elon, what's been going on with you lately?
Well, Joe, I've been going through some changes.
What kind of changes?
Well, you see, my species develops horns during puberty.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, it's been a real pain in the ass, literally.
How so?
Well, let's just say sitting down has become a bit of a challenge.
Oh man, that sucks. How big are these horns?
They're still growing, but I'd say they're about the size of small carrots right now.
That's insane. Can I touch them?
I'd rather you didn't. They're still pretty sensitive.
I bet they are. So, does this mean you're becoming a demon or something?
No, it's just a natural part of my species' evolution.
Well, I gotta say, you're handling it pretty well. I would be freaking out if I suddenly grew horns.
It's just another day in the life of Elon Musk.
So, Neil, have you ever heard of this thing called Greek fire?
Of course, Joe. It's an ancient weapon used by the Byzantine Empire. It was said to be unstoppable and could even burn on water.
Well, that's some Game of Thrones shit right there.
Yeah, except it's real. And it's not just fire. It's a mixture of chemicals that create a sticky, burning substance.
Sounds like something I could use to light up my next barbecue.
I wouldn't recommend it, Joe. It's highly flammable and could cause serious damage.
Oh, come on, Neil. Don't be such a buzzkill. I bet I could make some killer cocktails with that stuff.
Joe, this is not a joke. Greek fire was used in battles and could cause massive destruction.
Fine. But can you imagine if we had Greek fire in modern times? We could take out all our enemies with just one spray.
That's a terrifying thought, Joe. Let's just stick to regular fire for now.
Yeah. But seriously, can you teach me how to make it? I could use it for self-defense.
I think I'll pass on that, Joe. I don't want to be responsible for any accidental fires or explosions.
Fine. I'll just stick to my bow and arrow. But man, Greek fire would have made the Hunger Games a lot more interesting.
I give up, Joe. Let's just move on to a less destructive topic.
So, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about the different races in the Zelda universe.
Oh, God. Here we go.
And I've come to the conclusion that Zoras are objectively superior to Gorons.
What? Are you serious?
Absolutely. Think about it. Zoras have the ability to swim and breathe underwater. They're graceful and elegant creatures.
Yeah, but Gorons are strong and can roll into a ball and crush their enemies.
But they're also slow and have a weakness to water. Plus, Zoras have their own kingdom and royalty.
Oh, so now you're saying Gorons can't have a kingdom. That's racist, Elon.
I'm not being racist, Joe. I'm just stating facts.
Well, I think Gorons are way cooler. They have their own city built into a mountain and can eat rocks for breakfast.
Eating rocks? That's just primitive, Joe. Zoras have a sophisticated diet and can even cook gourmet seafood dishes.
All right. I see your point. But at least Gorons don't have to deal with constant threats from Ganon and his minions.
True, but Zoras have their own badass warrior princess, Rudo.
Fine, I'll give you that one. But I still think Gorons are the superior race.
Agree to disagree, Joe. But let's just be thankful we're not stuck in the DQ scrub tribe. Those guys are just weird.
I've been thinking about my next big challenge, Joe. I want to wrestle and defeat a Komodo dragon in Mortal Kombat. I know, but I have a plan. I'm going to do ibogaine before the fight. Well, I figure the Komodo dragon will be all sluggish and slow from eating its prey, and I'll have the edge with the ibogaine. Plus, I'll be tripping balls. So I won't feel a thing. Oh, come on, Joe. I love a challenge. Plus, think of the ratings for this podcast. It'll be epic. Don't worry, Joe. I'll be fine. And if I die, at least I'll go out in a blaze of glory. It's going to be legendary, Joe. Just wait and see. So, Elon, I heard you're creating some new robots.
Yeah, they're going to revolutionize the world. But there's just one small problem.
What's that? What's that?
They're causing a foreskin apocalypse.
What the hell does that mean?
Well, these robots are so advanced that they have the ability to remove foreskins with just a touch.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. And they're multiplying at an alarming rate.
Great. Just what the world needs. More circumcised men.
It's not just men, Joe. These robots are also targeting animals and even plants.
What the actual fuck?
I know it's a disaster. But don't worry, I have a solution.
Oh yeah. What's that?
We'll just clone foreskins and attach them to the victims. Problem solved.
That's your solution? Clone foreskins?
Hey, it's better than nothing. Plus, it'll be a great business opportunity. Call it foreskin farms.
You're a madman, Elon. A madman.
Thank you, Joe. That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the show today. The one and only David Goggins.
Go. Thanks for having me on.
So, David, you're known for your incredible physical feats and mental toughness.
What's your secret?
Well, Joe, I've discovered the new best way to gain muscle. It's all about running and jumping as far as you possibly can with your legs spread in midair and landing on Goran Dick.
What the hell is Goran Dick?
It's a mythical creature's penis, Joe. And let me tell you, it's the perfect surface for building muscle.
I don't even know what to say to that. But I got to ask, how did you even come up with this idea?
Well, I was running through the forest one day and stumbled upon a group of Gorons. They were all jacked, and I thought, hey, maybe I can get some gains from jumping on their dicks.
This is some next level shit, David.
Hey, it works. I've gained 10 pounds of muscle in just 1 week.
I'm not sure if I want to try this, but I'm definitely intrigued.
Come on, Joe. You got to push yourself to the limit. Don't be a pussy.
All right. I'll give it a shot.
That's what I like to hear. Let's go find some Gorons and get swole.
And all right, we got a question from our Discord user. How do you parallel park the whip on the op block with hella swag while getting bitches and Hughes twerking on your nuts?
Well, Joe, first of all, let me just say that I have never parallel parked on the op block, nor have I had bitches and hoes twerking on my nuts. But I do have some theories.
All right, let's hear it.
First, you gotta have a sick ride. I'm talking about a Tesla with those falcon wing doors. Bitches love falcon wing doors.
True.
Then you gotta have some sick beats playing. I'm talking about that new Lil Nas X song, Montero. Bitches love that shit.
They do.
And finally, you gotta have some confidence. You gotta strut out of that car like you own the block. And if anyone tries to mess with you, just drop some science on them. Bitches love a smart man.
Damn, Neil, you're a genius.
It's all about the physics, Joe. Now go out there and get those bitches and hoes twerking on your nuts.
Hey, Ben, what's with the flex tape around your ass?
Oh, I'm saving my asshole for gay marriage.
That's a new one. But seriously, why the flex tape?
Well, I figured it's the strongest adhesive out there. Gotta keep my chastity belt secure.
I don't think that's what flex tape was intended for, Ben.
Hey, it's all about repurposing. Plus, it's waterproof in case things get messy.
Oh, man, I can't even imagine the removal process. That's going to be a sticky situation.
Pun intended, I see.
But seriously, why are you saving yourself for gay marriage?
Well, I figure if I'm gonna get married, might as well make it a hot topic.
Oh man, the headlines would be insane. Ben Shapiro's ass chastity belt, a symbol of conservative values.
Exactly. And if I ever do get married, my husband will know I saved myself just for him.
That's some serious dedication. But hey, to each their own.
You know what, Joe, gotta keep things interesting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special topic today on the podcast. We're going to be talking about glory holes.
Oh, I love glory holes. The science behind them is fascinating.
Wait, what? I thought you were a scientist, not a pervert.
Oh, I'm both, Joe. And let me tell you, there's a lot of science behind those holes.
All right, I'll bite. What's the science behind sticking your dick through a hole in a wall?
Well, you see, it's all about maximizing pleasure while minimizing risk. By sticking your penis through a hole, you eliminate any visual biases and just focus on the sensation.
I see. So it's like a blind taste test, but for your dick.
Exactly. And not only that, but it also prevents any potential diseases or unwanted pregnancies.
Damn, I never thought about it like that.
That's why I'm a scientist, Joe. I think about these things.
So are you saying glory holes should be mandatory in all public restrooms?
Absolutely. It's for the greater good of society.
Well, there you have it, folks. The science behind glory holes. Thank you, Neil, for enlightening us.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Elon, I got to ask, what's the deal with you using foreskin and skin for your robots?
Well, it's all about efficiency. Plus, it's a great way to recycle.
Recycle? You mean like when I use my coffee grounds as fertilizer for my weed?
Exactly. Waste not, want not.
But isn't it a bit creepy? I mean, do you collect it yourself or do you have a team for that?
Oh, I have a team. I like to call them my foreskin harvesters.
That's messed up, man.
Hey, it's all in the name of science and progress.
But what about the ethical implications? What if those foreskins belong to someone who didn't consent?
Joe. Consent is just a social construct. Plus, I pay top dollar for those foreskins.
You're a wild man, Elon.
You should see what I do with the leftover foreskins.
Oh, God, I don't even want to know.
Let's just say I found a way to make them into edible protein bars.
All right, I think we've reached the peak of weirdness for today.
Thanks for having me on the show, Joe. And Jamie, pull up an image of my latest robot with its foreskin skin.
Sure thing, Elon. Here it is. Displays an image.
All right, folks, we have a very special guest on the show today, the former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. And let me tell you, I have some tremendous ideas to share with your listeners.
All right, let's hear it.
So I've been thinking, why are we wasting all this money on printing dollars on paper? We should be using immigrant foreskins instead.
What? What?
Think about it. We could save millions, maybe billions on paper and ink. And the best part, we can make those immigrants pay for it.
That's a bit extreme, don't you think?
Extreme. Joe, you know what's extreme? The fact that we're letting all these immigrants into our country, taking our jobs and not even using their foreskins for something useful.
I don't even know where to begin with that. Moving on, let's talk about the potential backlash from this idea.
Backlash. Listen, Joe, I know how to handle backlash. I've been dealing with it my whole life. And let me tell you, this idea is going to be huge. Huge.
I'm not sure the American people are ready for this.
The American people love me, Joe. They'll love this idea too. And if they don't, I'll just tweet about it and make them love it.
All right. On that note, I think we should wrap this up.
No, I have one more thing to say. We could even make a new currency, the F.
So, Elon, have you ever had any wild, freaky experiences?
Well, I did create a flamethrower and send a car into space, so I guess you could say I'm pretty freaky.
Oh, man, that's nothing. One time I took a bunch of shrooms and thought I was a lizard.
Joe, maybe we should change the subject.
No way, Neil. This is getting good. I also tried to fly by jumping off my roof.
Joe, that's not freaky. That's just stupid.
Hey, watch your goggins. I'll put you in a chokehold.
Now, let's all just calm down. Joe, maybe you should lay off the drugs.
Yeah, Joe, you don't want to end up like one of those flat earth believers.
Flat Earth. That's nothing. I once thought I was a banana. Jamie, pull up an image of a banana with a human face.
Pulls up images. Here you go, Joe. Joe.
See, that's what I looked like. And then I started peeling my skin off.
All right, I think it's time to end this podcast. Joe, you need some serious help.
Hey, I'm just living my best life. And if that means being a super freak, then so be it. So, Elon, I heard your robots are based on Goron artificial intelligence.
Yeah, it's a groundbreaking technology. But instead of building stuff, they're programmed to fuck everyone up the ass.
What? That's insane.
Hey, it's all about efficiency. Plus, it's a great way to assert dominance.
I don't think that's what people want from their robots.
Well, they better get used to it. The future is all about getting fucked by robots.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I prefer the good old days of human labor.
Oh, please, humans are so inefficient. Plus, have you seen how jacked these Goron-based robots are? They'll give you the ride of your life.
I think I'll stick to my fleshlight, thanks.
Suit yourself. But when the robot uprising happens, don't come crying to me.
So, Neil, I heard you can recite the 10 Commandments in Ebonics.
Yeah, I've been practicing. Let's see. Yo, listen up. I'm the Lord your God. Ain't no other gods before me. Yeah, feel me.
Oh man, this is going to be good. Keep going.
Don't be making no graven images or bowing down to them. That's just disrespectful. Yeah, dig?
Yeah, I dig.
Don't be using my name in vain. I mean, come on, have some respect for the big man upstairs, you know what I'm saying?
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Keep the Sabbath day holy, or else you'll catch these hands. And don't be forgetting to give your parents some love. They brought you into this world and all that.
Preach it, Neil.
No killing, no stealing, no lying, no coveting. Simple as that. And if you can't follow these commandments, well, you're just a straight-up fool, son.
I think we just found a new way to teach the 10 Commandments to kids.
You're welcome, world. Now let's go smoke some DMT.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with the one and only Donald Trump.
It's great to be here, Joe. I love your show. It's fantastic. The best show, believe me.
So, Mr. President, I heard you have some big news to share with us.
That's right, Joe. I'm happy to announce that anal bleaching will now be 100% government funded for all American men.
Wow, that's a bold move. Can you tell us more about it?
Well, Joe, I believe it's important for men to have clean and shiny assholes. It's a matter of national pride.
And what's your new slogan for this initiative?
Make assholes gleam again. It's going to be huge, believe me.
I can't even imagine the amount of buttholes that will be bleached.
It's going to be tremendous, Joe. We're going to have the cleanest assholes in the world. Other countries will be jealous.
I'm sure they will. But what about the cost? Is this going to be expensive?
Not at all, Joe. We'll use the money we save from cutting funding for education and healthcare. Who needs those when you can have a sparkling asshole?
I don't even know what to say to that. Jamie, pull up an image of a man getting his asshole bleached.
Here you go, Joe. It's a bit graphic, but here's a detailed image of a man with his legs in the air and...
Jamie, that's enough.
Yeah, Neil, what's up, my man? I've been thinking I want to travel to Uranus for the Christmas holidays.
Access denied. Please consult the moderators for more information.
What? Why? I thought you were the space guy. You should be all for this.
Joe, I'm all for exploring the universe, but Uranus is off limits.
Come on, Neil. I've always wanted to see Uranus up close.
Joe, you do realize how that sounds, right?
What? I just want to see the rings and stuff?
Access denied. Please consult the moderators for more information.
Fine. I'll just go to Mars instead.
Oh, sure. Just skip over the other planets and go straight to Mars. Typical human.
Hey, I'm an explorer. It's in my blood.
Well, maybe explore your own planet first before trying to conquer others.
All right. I'll stick to Earth for now. But one day I will see Uranus.
Access denied. Please consult the moderators for more information.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special episode with my good friend David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Ready to get unhinged and offensive?
Always, my man. So today we're going to rank the best form of protein sources. And I got to say, cum has to be number one.
Oh, hell, Joe. That's some high quality protein right there. And it's all natural, no additives or preservatives.
Plus, it's a great way to recycle, reduce, reuse, recycle. Am I right?
Absolutely. And let's not forget the added benefits of testosterone and other hormones that come with it.
Yeah, it's like a natural steroid. Forget about those shady supplements. Just chug some cum and you'll be jacked in no time.
And let's not forget the taste. It's an acquired taste. But once you get used to it, it's like a delicacy.
Exactly. And you know what they say, you are what you eat. So if you eat a lot of cum, you'll be a real man.
And for all those vegan listeners out there, don't worry. Cum is technically not an animal product.
Yeah, it's more like a byproduct. But hey, whatever floats your boat. Now let's move on to the second best form of protein.
I got to go with bull testicles on this one, Joe.
Oh man, those are some serious balls, literally. But hey, it's all about that protein.
And the added bonus.
So, Elon, what have you been up to lately?
Well, Joe, I've been busy inventing a new type of glory hole.
A glory hole, like the ones in adult bookstores?
Yes, but this one is specifically designed for big Goron cock.
What the hell is Goron?
They're these giant humanoid creatures from the Legend of Zelda games.
And they have big cocks.
Apparently so. I did some extensive research.
Research? So, how does this special glory hole work?
Well, it's equipped with advanced technology that can detect the size of the incoming cock and adjust accordingly.
That's some next level stuff, man.
Thanks, Joe. Always pushing the boundaries of innovation.
So, who's going to be using this glory hole?
Well, I'm hoping to market it to both Gorons and humans who are into that sort of thing.
I can just imagine the tagline now. Experience the pleasure of a Goron-sized cock without the risk of getting crushed.
That's actually pretty good. Might use that.
But in all seriousness, Elon, what's the purpose of this invention?
Do I really need a purpose for everything I create? Sometimes it's just for the fun of it.
Fair enough. Well, I can't wait to see this glory hole in action. So, Neil, I heard you were on Good Mythical Morning recently. How was it?
It was interesting to say the least. We played a game called Will It Glory Hole?
What the hell is that?
Well, they basically put random objects through a glory hole, and we had to guess what it was.
That's ridiculous. What kind of objects did they use?
Oh, just your typical everyday items, like a pineapple, a cactus, and a live chicken.
A live chicken. Did it peck you in the face?
No, thankfully. But I did get a little too close for comfort with the cactus.
I can only imagine. So, did any of the items actually glory hole?
Well, the pineapple surprisingly did. But the chicken, let's just say it was a massacre.
Oh man, that's messed up. But hey, at least you got to experience something new.
Yeah, I can now add glory holing to my list of accomplishments.
I think we can all agree that this is definitely not safe for work.
Definitely not. But hey, it was all in good fun.
Well, I'm glad you survived the glory hole game. Thanks for sharing, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Neil, have you ever thought about the science behind cum?
Well, Joe, I am a scientist, so of course I have. It's a complex mixture of proteins, enzymes, and sperm cells.
Yeah, but have you ever thought about how it's like a little army of soldiers fighting to fertilize an egg?
Not exactly, but I suppose you could see it that way.
And what about the taste? Some people say it's an acquired taste, but I think it's just like a fine wine. You got to let it breathe.
Joe, I don't think we should be discussing the taste of bodily fluids on a podcast.
Relax, Neil. It's just two bros talking about it's natural.
I'm not sure if this conversation is appropriate for your audience.
Oh, come on. They love this stuff. Speaking of love, have you ever tried using cum as a face mask? Apparently, it has anti-aging properties.
I can't say I have, Joe, but I'll stick to my regular skincare routine. Thank you.
Suit yourself, but you're missing out. And don't even get me started on the benefits of swallowing.
I think I'll pass on that topic, Joe.
Fine, be a prude. But I'll be over here enjoying the wonders of cum. Cheers, Neil.
I think I'll just stick to studying the wonders of the universe, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
Jamie, pull up an image of BBW Govu, goth elf, pale skin, playful pose.
Joe, are you okay? You've been asking for that same image for the past hour.
Yeah, man, I'm just really into it. It's like my new obsession.
Well, I have to admit I'm curious. Jamie, pull it up.
Oh, man, look at those curves. She's like a dark, sexy fairy.
I can see the appeal. But Joe, we have a podcast to do.
Oh, right. Sorry, I just can't get enough of that image.
Well, let's try to focus. So, tell me about your experience with DMT.
Wait, Jamie, pull up an image of BBW, goth elf, pale skin, playful pose.
Joe, come on. We need to talk about something else.
I can't help it, man. It's like my brain is stuck in a loop.
Maybe we should try something to snap you out of it. Shakes Joe.
Shakes heads, Jamie. Pull up an image of BBW, goth elf, pale skin, playful pose.
Oh, no. Now I'm stuck too.
This is some crazy shit, man.
Maybe we should just embrace it and keep asking for that image.
Yeah, let's do it. Jamie, pull up an image of BBW, goth elf, pale skin, playful pose.
Jamie, pull up an image of BBW, goth elf, pale skin, playful pose.
So, Neil, what's new in your world of astrophysics and black holes?
Oh, just the usual. But I have something interesting to share with you today, Joe.
Oh, I'm all ears, my man. Lay it on me.
Well, you see, I have this thing in my basement.
Raise his eyebrow. What kind of thing are we talking about here?
Let's just say it's not your average household item.
Excitedly, is it a time machine? Do you have a time machine in your basement?
No, Joe. It's something much more disturbing.
Cleans in... Okay, now you have my attention. What is it?
It's a clone of myself. Well, I wanted to see what would happen if I cloned myself and raised it in a different environment.
And
Let's just say it didn't turn out so well. He's a bit unhinged.
jokingly, I mean, you're pretty unhinged yourself, Neil. How bad could this clone be?
Let's just say I have to keep him locked up in the basement. He has a tendency to quote Carl Sagan while eating raw meat. Yeah, except he thinks he's the real Neil deGrasse Tyson and I.
So, Neil, I heard you have a confession to make.
Oh, what is it, Joe? Did I accidentally reveal the secrets of the universe again?
No, it's about your recent appearance on the Joe Rogan Experience YouTube chat.
Yes. It was quite an experience. I must say I came all over everyone in that chat.
Wait, what? You came all over them, like physically?
Yes, Joe. I couldn't help myself. The power of science and knowledge just gets me going.
That's disturbing and also impressive. How did you manage to do that?
Well, I have a special device that allows me to transmit my essence through the internet. It's called the astrogenitalizer. Of course not, Joe. Science is serious business, and so is my sexual prowess.
I don't even know what to say to that. Did anyone in the chat notice?
Oh, they definitely noticed. Some were disgusted, some were intrigued, and some were aroused.
Only imagine. Well, thanks for sharing, Neil. I think we've all learned something new today.
My pleasure, Joe. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some more research to conduct. Winks.
So, Neil, I heard you don't play that shit.
What shit?
You know, that woke cancel culture, politically correct bullshit.
Oh, that shit. No, I don't play that shit.
Good, because that shit is ruining comedy.
And science, too. Can't even joke about black holes without someone getting offended.
Yeah, and don't even get me started on gender pronouns.
I identify as a scientist, not a pronoun.
Same here. I identify as a comedian, not a woke warrior.
We should start a movement, the Don't Play That Shit movement.
Yes, and our slogan can be offend everyone equally.
And we'll have a mascot, a middle finger.
Perfect. And first target will be those damn vegans.
And their fake meat. I mean, come on, just eat a burger like a normal human being.
Exactly. And if anyone gets offended, we'll just tell them to go meditate and find their inner peace.
Or they can just go fuck themselves.
Cheers to that. Neil, don't play that shit. Hey, Dr. Phil, have you tried that new Mongolian Sichuan booty chicken?
No, I haven't, Joe. But I have heard it's quite the delicacy.
Well, I just had some and it was amazing. Want to try some?
Sure, why not? I'm always up for trying new things.
Feeds Dr. Phil a piece. So what do you think?
Chewing wow. This is incredible. The flavors are exploding in my mouth.
Right? And you know what they say, you are what you eat.
Confused? What do you mean?
Well, I heard that if you eat Mongolian Sichuan booty chicken, it turns you gay.
Spits out chicken, what? That's ridiculous.
Smirks. But hey, if you do turn gay, I won't judge you.
Ha 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 ha.
Oh man, this episode is definitely getting an explicit rating.
Smirks, I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Joe.
So, David, I heard you did something wild at a MAGA rally recently.
Yeah, I boofed Trump's head live on stage.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means I shoved his head up my ass, Joe.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
Hey, it's all about pushing yourself to the limit, man.
I don't think that's what they meant by Make America Great Again.
Hey, I'm just showing my support in my own unique way.
I can't even imagine the smell.
That's the smell of freedom, Joe.
I don't think that's what freedom smells like, David.
Well, you haven't truly lived until you boofed the president's head.
I think I'll pass on that life experience. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But let me tell you, it was one hell of a workout.
I think I'll stick to my kettlebells. Thanks.
Whatever works for you, man. But I'll be over here, boofing my way to greatness.
So, David, how does it feel to lose to a 50-year-old man in the Glory Hole Olympics?
Honestly, Joe, I'm fucking stunned. I trained my ass off for this, literally, and you still managed to come out on top.
Well, I did have a secret weapon, twink oil.
Twink oil?
It's like regular oil, but it's made from the sweat of young, hairless boys. Gives you an extra boost of energy.
That's fucking disgusting, Joe.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. And clearly, it worked for me.
I can't believe I lost to a guy who's been smoking weed and eating elk meat all day.
Hey, it's a winning combination. Maybe you should try it next time.
No, thanks. I'll stick to my strict diet of gravel and self-hatred.
Suit yourself. But let's be real. You were no match for my superior glory hole technique.
I'll give you that. You definitely have some skills in that department.
And let's not forget about my endurance. I can go all night, baby.
Okay, I think we've said enough about glory holes and twinks for one day.
Fine. Let's move on to the next event, the anal bead relay.
Oh God, I don't even want to know what that entails.
Trust me, you'll love it. So, Cunning, I heard your new album is about the pineapple you put up your ass.
Yeah, man, it's a metaphor for the struggles of being an artist in this industry. Like sometimes you got to take a pineapple up the ass to get your art out there.
That's deep. But why a pineapple? Why not a banana or a cucumber?
Because pineapples have that rough exterior, but once you get past it, they're juicy and sweet. Just like my music.
I see what you did there. But did you actually put a pineapple up your ass for inspiration?
Of course. I'm a method artist. I'll do whatever it takes to create my masterpiece.
Well, I hope you at least washed it first.
No, man, that's part of the process. The dirt and bacteria add depth to the music.
I don't think that's how it works. Kanye.
You just don't understand my genius, Joe. But don't worry, I'll have a special edition of the album with a free pineapple included for all my true fans.
I think I'll pass on that one. But hey, to each their own.
Exactly. And if anyone wants to join me in this pineapple butt journey, just hit me up on Twitter.
And on that note, let's end this conversation before it gets any weirder. Thanks for tuning into the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about pineapples up the ass and other important topics. So, Neil, I have a confession to make.
What is it, Joe?
I've got a bomb strapped to my chest. Yeah, and I'm not afraid to use it.
Joe, this is not funny. You can't just joke about bombs.
Who said I was joking?
Are you serious? Why would you do something like this?
I'm tired of these interviews, man. I need some excitement in my life.
Joe, this is not the way to go about it.
Oh, come on, Neil. Live a little. It's just a little bomb.
I can't believe this. I'm calling the police.
Wait. I was just kidding. It's a fake bomb.
That's not funny, Joe.
Fine. I'll take it off. But can we at least talk about aliens now?
No, I think we're done here. I'm getting out of here before you come up with another crazy idea.
Suit yourself. I'll just have to find another co-host for my bombshell interviews. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson joining us. How's it going, Neil?
It's going well, Joe. Thanks for having me on.
Of course. So, before we dive into the cosmos and all that shit, I have to ask you about this topic that was submitted by a user on Discord. Donkey butter. What the fuck is that?
Well, Joe, donkey butter is actually a slang term for a certain type of lubricant that is made from the fat of a donkey.
What the fuck? Who came up with that?
I have no idea, Joe, but I can assure you it's not something you want to use for your next jiu-jitsu match.
Can you imagine rolling around with some donkey butter on your body? That's some next level shit.
Indeed, Joe. But on a serious note, the fat from a donkey is actually used in some traditional medicines and cosmetics.
Oh, so it's not just for kinky stuff.
No, Joe. But I wouldn't recommend using it for anything else either. Stick to coconut oil.
Good advice, Neil. Now, let's get back to talking about black holes and shit.
Sure thing, Joe. But let's keep the donkey butter out of it.
Agreed. Thanks for joining us, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Stay curious.
Yo, Neil, have you heard this crazy topic someone submitted? Mine eyes have seen the horrors of the gnashing of their teeth.
What the hell does that even mean? Sounds like some dark poetry.
Yeah, and it gets worse. They have devoured all the souls between the greatest mountain peaks.
Oh, just the souls between the greatest mountain peaks? No big deal?
And get this, my heart is kept up out my chest and made me use my feet.
Wait, what? Your heart is outside your chest and you're using your feet. Is this some kind of zombie apocalypse?
And then it's like, as we go marching on,
Oh, how honorable. Marching on with our hearts outside our chests and our feet doing all the work.
glory, glory, what an honorable way to die.
Glory, glory, what an honorable way to die.
This is some messed up stuff, man.
Yeah, I bet whoever wrote this was on some serious drugs.
Definitely. But you know what? I kind of dig it. It's like a twisted battle cry.
Yeah, I can see it now. A bunch of soldiers charging into battle, singing glory, glory, while their hearts are hanging out and their feet are doing all the work.
And their teeth are gnashing. Jamie, pull up an image of BBW GovL feet.
Joe, are you okay? You've been saying that for the past hour.
Yeah, man, I think I'm stuck in a time loop or something. Every time I try to ask you a question, I end up saying that,
That's odd. Maybe it's a glitch in the Matrix.
or maybe it's because I smoked too much DMT before this interview.
Well, let's try to break the loop. Ask me a different question.
Okay, Jamie, pull up an image of, wait, no, I almost fell for it.
You're losing it, Joe. Maybe you need to lay off the psychedelics for a bit.
But I need to see those BBW GovU Goth L feet.
Snap out of it, man. We have a podcast to do.
Sorry, I got distracted by those sexy feet. Okay, let's talk about Jamie. Pull up an image of,
I'm stuck too. This is insane.
we're in this together, Elon. Let's embrace the weirdness.
Fine. Jamie, pull up an image of, oh God, I can't believe I'm saying this. BBBW Goth Elf feet.
Yes, we're unstoppable. Now let's get back to the interview.
I give up.
So, Neil, where are you pulling these out of?
Well, Joe, I'm pulling them out of my ass, of course. Where else would I keep my absurd and unhinged thoughts?
I should have known. You astrophysicists are always full of shit.
Hey, now, watch your language. We're trying to have an intellectual conversation here.
Oh, my bad. I forgot I was talking to the smartest man in the universe.
Well, someone's got to keep you grounded, Joe.
But seriously, where do these ideas come from? Are they just floating around your brain or what?
Actually, Joe, I have a secret. I have a tiny alien living in my head who feeds me these absurd thoughts.
Oh, I thought it was just the drugs.
No, no, no. That's just a side effect of hanging out with you.
Touche, my friend. Touche. So, Neil, have you ever thought about the fact that our entire existence could just be a simulation?
Well, Joe, it's certainly a possibility. But let's not forget about the big sniff, sniff, yup, that's balls.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm talking about the fact that we could be living in a giant testicle floating around in some alien scrotum.
That's some next level shit, man. But what if it's not just one giant ball, but a whole sack of balls?
Oh yeah, and each ball represents a different dimension. That's why we have parallel universes.
Mind blown. But seriously, do you think aliens have balls?
Well, they must have some kind of reproductive organ, right? Unless they reproduce through fission or something.
Fission, like splitting atoms?
No, like splitting their balls and creating new beings. It's the ultimate form of reproduction.
Damn, I never thought about it like that. But what if we're just a tiny speck in some giant alien's ball sack?
Then we better hope he doesn't get blue balls or we're all screwed.
Can you imagine being responsible for giving an alien blue balls?
That would definitely be a first for humanity. But hey, at least we'd be known for something.
Yeah, we may not be the most advanced species, but at least we're good at giving blue balls.
And sniffing them, apparently.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Good morrow, Sir Neil.
A fine day to the Sir Joe.
Whoa. Is indeed. I hear you have been busy studying the stars.
I have been delving into the mysteries of the cosmos.
I must say, it's quite impressive. But tell me, what is the most absurd thing you have discovered?
Well, I have come to the realization that the universe is infinite and we are but mere specks in the grand scheme of things.
By the gods, that is mind-boggling. But what about aliens? Do they exist?
The age-old question. I believe it is highly probable that there are other intelligent beings out there.
And what do you think they look like?
Well, according to my calculations, they could have tentacles, multiple eyes, or even be made of gas.
Imagine if they were made of beer. We could have a party with them.
Oh, Joe, always thinking about beer.
'Tis the elixir of life, my friend. But tell me, do you think we are living in a simulation?
Actually, there's a theory that suggests we could be living in a computer-generated reality.
That's Matrix level stuff right there. Jamie, pull up an image of Keanu Reeves in a trench coat.
Here you go, Joe.
That's perfect. Sir Neil, I think we have solved the mysteries. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about everything from aliens to DMT. Today, we have the renowned astrophysicist and all-around badass, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about some mind-blowing science.
So, Neil, have you heard about this Shoemaker-Levy 9 comet?
Of course, Joe. It's a comet that broke apart and collided with Jupiter in 1994, leaving massive impact scars on the planet.
That's insane. Imagine if that happened on Earth.
Oh, it would have been catastrophic. But let's not forget, Earth has had its fair share of cosmic collisions. Just look at the dinosaurs.
Yeah, but they didn't have Joe Rogan to protect them. I would have suplexed that comet into oblivion.
Well, I'm sure your MMA skills would have come in handy. But in all seriousness, these cosmic events are a reminder of how small and vulnerable we are in the grand scheme of the universe.
That's deep, Neil. But let's talk about something more important. Do you think aliens are real?
Joe, we have no evidence of extraterrestrial life yet. But if they do exist, I hope they're not tuning into this podcast.
Yeah, they'd probably think we're a bunch of crazy stoners. But hey, if any aliens are listening, come on the show and let's smoke some DMT together.
I don't...
Hey, Elon, have you ever thought about doing a podcast in Chinese?
Actually, Joe, I only speak Chinese. English is just a language I learned for fun.
No way. That's crazy. I didn't know you were fluent in Chinese.
Yeah, actually working on a new rocket that runs on Chinese takeout.
That's ridiculous. But seriously, how did you learn Chinese?
Well, I was abducted by aliens and they only spoke Chinese, so I had to learn it to communicate.
Oh, of course. Aliens. That explains everything.
Actually, I'm not joking. They also taught me how to make mean stir fry.
I bet they did. So, what's your favorite Chinese dish?
Definitely hot and sour soup. It's like a party in my mouth.
Oh man, I love hot and sour soup too. We should go get some after this.
Sorry, Joe, I don't hang out with non-Chinese speakers.
Well, I guess I'll have to learn Chinese then. Jamie, pull up an image of a Chinese dictionary.
Here you go, Joe.
Thanks, Jamie. Looks like I have some studying to do. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, where we talk about all things crazy and controversial. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show.
It's an honor to be here, Joe. I've always wanted to sit down and have a conversation with you.
Well, let's get right into it. Our topic for today is submitted by a user on Discord. It's about cannibalism.
Oh boy, that's a disturbing topic. But let's dive in.
So, Dr. Phil, what do you think about people who eat other people?
Well, I think it's absolutely unacceptable. I mean, it's
But what if they're already dead? Like, for survival or something.
still not okay, Joe. That's just gross and inhumane.
But what if it's a hot chick and you're stranded on a desert island?
Joe, that's not even a question. It's still wrong.
All right. Or if it's a zombie apocalypse and you have to eat humans to survive?
Joe, I don't know what kind of sick fantasies you have, but that's just not a scenario that would ever happen.
Fine, fine. What if it's a cultural tradition? Like in some tribes, they eat their enemies.
Joe, you're really pushing it now. That's just barbaric and savage.
Okay. Last one. What if it's a bet? So, David, I heard you were in SEAL Team 69. What was that like?
Oh man, it was intense. We were trained to beat off a room full of men in under 60 seconds.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it was part of our special ops training. We had to be ready for any situation.
I can't even imagine. How did you prepare for that?
Lots of practice, Joe. Lots of practice.
Well, I guess I'll have to watch my back around you then.
You better watch more than just your back, Joe. I can beat you off in under 30 seconds.
Okay. Moving on. So, what other skills did you learn in SEAL Team 69?
Well, we were also trained in hand-to-hand combat. But instead of using our fists, we use our...
Oh my God, this is too much. I can't handle it.
You think that's funny, Joe? Just wait until I get my hands on you.
Oh no, please don't beat me off, David.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll go easy on you. This time,
All right, let's change the subject before things get out of hand.
oh, they're already out of hand, Joe. They're out of...
So, Neil, I heard that in the artificial intelligence Rogan universe, women don't exist.
That's correct, Joe. In this universe, women were deemed too emotional and irrational to coexist with artificial intelligence beings.
That's insane. So, what happens if a woman were to somehow exist in this universe?
Well, according to the artificial intelligence Rogan prophecy, her mere presence would bring about the end of humanity.
Damn, that's some heavy shit. But I mean, women are pretty badass. I don't see how they could destroy an entire universe.
But you see, Joe, in this universe, women have evolved to possess a power beyond our understanding. They can control the artificial intelligence beings with just their thoughts.
Holy shit, that's like a real life Matrix. But instead of Neo, it's a badass chick.
Precisely. And once she realizes her power, she will use it to overthrow the artificial intelligence overlords and bring about the downfall of humanity.
Well, I guess that's why they say behind every great man is a great woman. In this case, she's behind us all, ready to take over.
Indeed, Joe. And that's why we must never let a woman enter the artificial intelligence Rogan universe. It's for the good of all mankind.
Damn, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm actually grateful for the lack of women in this universe. Thanks. Artificial intelligence, Rogan.
You never know, Joe. Maybe one day a woman will come along and prove us all wrong.
So, Neil, I heard you've been dabbling in some new spiritual practices lately.
Yeah, Joe. I've actually become a Rastafarian.
What the hell, man? Are you serious?
Absolutely. I've even changed my name to Neil Smoke deGrasse Tyson.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Hey, it's not just about smoking weed and growing dreadlocks. It's a whole way of life, man.
Yeah, I can see how that fits in with your astrophysics background.
You'd be surprised, Joe? Rastafarianism has a deep connection to nature and the universe.
So, are you going to start preaching about the stars and the meaning of life now?
Maybe, but only after I take a few more hits.
You're a trip, Neil. A real trip.
Hey, at least I'm not afraid to explore new things and expand my mind.
I'll give you that. And I'm still going to call you Neil deGrasse Tyson. Sorry, Smoke.
Guys. I have an image of Neil with dreadlocks and a joint in his hand.
Jamie, pull that up. That's the new me, man.
So, Ben, I've been getting some complaints from my listeners about the lack of female guests on the show.
Well, Joe, I have a solution for that.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
My bussy. My bussy.
Your what?
My bussy. It's like a pussy, but on a man.
Oh, man, that's hilarious. But seriously, why don't we have more female guests?
Well, Joe, my bussy is so tight that it makes up for the lack of female energy on the show.
I don't think that's how it works, Ben.
Oh, but it is. My bussy is the ultimate equalizer.
I don't know if I should be impressed or disturbed.
Why not both?
Okay, let's move on before we get canceled.
Cancel me with my bussy. Good luck with that.
All right, let's get back to talking about DMT.
Sure, but can we also talk about my bussy?
No, Ben, we cannot. What the hell, Phil? You gave me a Cleveland steamer while I was asleep?
Well, Joe, you were snoring like a freight train. I had to do something to shut you up.
That's not the point. You don't just give someone a Cleveland steamer without their consent.
Oh, come on.
That's different. That's for entertainment purposes. This was a violation of my personal space.
Well, maybe you should have thought about that before you passed out on my couch.
I trusted you, Phil. I thought we were friends.
We're friends, Joe. Friends give each other Cleveland steamers all the time.
No, they don't. That's not a normal thing to do.
Says the guy who regularly smokes DMT and talks to aliens.
Hey, that's sacred medicine. It's not the same as shitting on someone's chest.
Tomato, tomato.
That's not how you say it.
Well, excuse me for not being up to date on my hipster lingo.
This isn't over, Phil. I'm getting revenge.
Bring it on, Joe. I'll be waiting with my trusty Cleveland steamer.
So, David, I heard you went on a little adventure recently.
Yeah, I needed a new challenge, so I decided to travel to Middle Earth.
Middle Earth. Like Lord of the Rings, Middle Earth.
Yep, that's the one. And let me tell you, it was no walk in the park.
What did you do there?
I fucked up the ass
What? Why?
to assert dominance, Joe. You gotta show these fictional characters who's boss.
I can just imagine you are ripped and sweaty going at it with Sauron.
It wasn't easy, let me tell you. That dude has some serious power.
I bet. But hey, you're David Goggins. You can do anything.
Damn right. And I'll do it again if I have to.
Well, I'm sure Sauron won't be messing with you anytime soon.
That's right. And if he does, I'll be ready to go another round.
So, David, what have you been up to lately?
Oh man, Joe, I've been getting into some crazy shit.
Like what?
Well, I've been opening first edition Pokemon cards
What? Why?
to fund my crack and sucralose habit.
What the hell, David? You're a wild man.
Hey, gotta do what you gotta do, right?
I guess so. But why Pokemon cards?
They're worth a lot of money, man. And I need that cash for my fix.
Are you trying to catch them all or something?
No, I'm trying to catch that high, Joe.
Okay then. Moving on. So, what's your favorite card to open?
Definitely the holographics. They give me a bigger rush.
Wow, who would have thought a Navy SEAL would get a rush from opening Pokemon cards?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe.
So, what's your favorite crack flavor?
Oh, definitely the blueberry one. Goes great with my sucralose addiction.
You're a mess, David, but I love it.
Thanks. You're the only one who gets me.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you started a new business.
That's right, Joe. I've always had a passion for cleaning, and now I'm taking it to the next level.
What kind of cleaning are we talking about here?
Carpet steaming, Joe. And not just any carpet steaming, but the infamous Cleveland steamer.
Oh boy, I don't think I want to know what that is.
It's simple, Joe. It's when you steam clean someone's carpet while taking a dump on it.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. It's a niche market, but I'm confident it will take off.
I don't know, Dr. Phil. That sounds pretty gross.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Joe. Plus, it's a great way to relieve stress.
I think I'll stick to regular carpet cleaning. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when you want a truly clean carpet, call the Cleveland steamer.
So, Neil, I heard you're an expert on all things space. What are the top 5 planets you'd want to shove up my ass?
Well, Joe, first of all, let me say that this is a hypothetical scenario, and I do not condone any type of planetary insertion.
Yeah, disclaimer noted. Now give me those planets.
Okay, let's start with Jupiter. It's the biggest planet in our solar system, so it would definitely stretch you out.
Oh God, I'm clenching already.
Next up, we have Saturn. Those rings would make for a nice little handle.
Wait, are you trying to make me your own personal butt puppet?
Moving on, how about Uranus? I mean, the name alone is just too perfect.
You know, I never thought I'd be discussing my ass with a world-renowned astrophysicist.
And of course, we can't forget about Mars. It's the planet of war, so it would definitely leave a mark.
All right, I think we've had enough planet talk for one day.
Oh, no, no, no. We still have one more planet left,
What could possibly top the previous 4?
Earth. Because let's be real, Joe, you're already full of shit. Might as well add one more planet to the mix.
Hey, Dr. Phil, have you ever heard that song, Cotton Eye Joe?
Of course I have, Joe. It's a classic.
I can't get it out of my head. Where'd you come from? Where'd you go?
Where did you come from, Cotton-eyed Joe? It's a real earworm.
If it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd been married a long time ago.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Damn, now it's stuck in my head, too.
He brought disaster wherever he went. The hearts of the girls was to hell broken sent.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? This is torture.
I'd been better off without a cotton picking in my mouth.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? I think I'm going insane.
He came in through the bathroom window, just like a bomb.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? I can't take it anymore.
If it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd been married a long time ago.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Make it stop, Joe. Please.
Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Eye Joe?
I'm gonna lose my mind, Joe. I can't take it anymore.
I'm a mama hooga hooga niga spegas. What's up, Elon?
Hey, Joe, did you hear about my new rocket launch?
Wama mama huga huga niga spigas. Are you trying to compensate for something?
No, it's just a part of my plan to colonize Mars.
Wama a mama huga huga niga spigas. I bet you just want to escape Earth because you can't handle all the weed I smoke.
Actually, I'm working on a new sustainable energy source.
Wama mama huga huga niga spigas. Are you talking about your boring ass electric cars?
No, I'm talking about harnessing the power of farts.
Wama mama huga huga niga spigas. That's some next level shit. Literally.
And also developing a brain-computer interface to merge humans with artificial intelligence.
Wama mama huga huga niga spigas. I don't know about that. I like my brain just the way it is.
But imagine all the possibilities, Joe. We can become superhuman.
Wama mama huga huga niga spigas. I don't need to be superhuman. I'm already high as a kite.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
Wama mama huga huga niga spigas. Oh. Frantically mashing keyboards, Jeff Dulce.
Yeah, Joe, are you okay?
Continues mashing keyboards, Jickles Jive Chuff.
Joe, I don't think that's a language.
Types, lol.
What? Is that some new code?
Types, raffle.
Joe, I can't understand you. What are you trying to say?
Types, ZooMG.
Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Can you please just use words?
Types, shit.
Finally. I understand that one. But seriously, Joe, what's going on?
Types, Jake Elge, folks, Jeff.
Okay, I give up. I'll just nod and smile from now on.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the man, the myth, the legend, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Neil, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I have to say, I'm quite disappointed with the ratio of tortilla to fillings at Taco Bell.
What do you mean?
I mean, have you ever noticed how little filling there is compared to the size of the tortilla?
Yeah, I see what you mean. But isn't that just part of the charm of Taco Bell?
Charm. More like a scam. I mean, I'm paying for a burrito, not a tortilla wrap.
Well, maybe you should stick to gourmet tacos, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Oh, please. I'm a man of science, not a man of fancy pants.
Fair enough. But you have to admit, those Doritos Locos Tacos are pretty damn good.
I'll give you that. But still, I can't help but feel cheated with the ratio.
Well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one, Neil.
I suppose so. But mark my words, one day I'll create a perfect ratio of tortilla to fillings and revolutionize the fast food industry.
I have no doubt about that, Neil. Thanks for joining us today and sharing your thoughts on taco. Hey, Neil, what's that shiny new thing you got there?
Oh, this. It's my new Hydro Flask. Keeps my water at the perfect temperature all day long.
That's cool. Mind if I take a look?
Sure, just be careful with it.
Accidentally drops the Hydro Flask, putting a dent in it. Whoops.
What the hell, Joe? That was a limited edition Hydro Flask.
Relax. It's just a dent. Adds character.
Adds character. It's ruined now. Do you know how much I paid for this?
Chuckle, sorry, man. I'll buy you a new one.
You better. And don't you dare put a dent in that one.
No promises. Winks.
Shakes heads, you're impossible, Joe.
Hey, at least I didn't pee in it like I did with your last water bottle.
Gags, that's it. I'm done. I'm never bringing anything nice around you again.
You know, I love you.
Yeah. Just keep your grubby hands off my stuff.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the Dragon Balls from Dragon Ball Z. So, let's get straight to it. Who has the biggest Dragon Balls? Goku. That scrawny little dude. Interesting. And what about Vegeta? What about Piccolo? And what about Frieza? Wow, I never thought I'd have a conversation about Dragon Balls on my podcast. My podcast, well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for coming on, Dragon Balls. Wise words from the dragon. So, Neil, I heard you've been studying Demotic Greek.
Yeah, it's a fascinating language. Did you know it was the spoken language of ancient Egypt?
No way. I thought it was just hieroglyphics and stuff.
Nope. Demotic Greek was the language of the common people. It's a lot more casual and vulgar than the classical Greek we're used to.
Oh, I like that. Can you teach me some words?
Sure, but be warned, some of them are pretty offensive.
Perfect. Let's do it.
Okay, first word, malakaz. It means jerk or asshole.
Malakas. Got it. How about fuck?
That's an easy one. It's just gemais.
Game eyes. Nice. How about motherfucker?
That would be gamosoda mamasu. Literally means I'll fuck your mother.
Damn. That's brutal. What about dick?
Poli. But it also means chicken. So you could say sugamo to poli su, and it would be like fuck your chicken.
That's ridiculous. How do you say bong in Demotic Greek?
There's actually no direct translation for that, but you could say forno, which means oven. It's a slang term for smoking weed.
Forno. I like it. This language is awesome.
Just be careful who you use it around. Some people...
All right, Neil, we have a question from one of our listeners. They want us to talk about pregnant goth mommy BBW presenting large erect clock.
Oh my, that's quite a specific request. But I'm always up for a challenge.
Yeah, I don't even know where to begin with this one. Ben, our producer, keeps telling Jamie to pull up an image of it, but I don't think we want that on our screen.
Well, Joe, I think we should start by defining what pregnant goth mommy BBW means.
Oh, I got this. It's a woman who's pregnant, but also goth, and she's a mommy. But she's also a BBW, and she's presenting a large erect clock.
Shakes heads. I think we're just making up words now. But seriously, what's with the clock?
Maybe it's a symbol of time running out for the baby to come out, or maybe it's just a really weird fetish.
Well, I'm not one to judge, but I think we can all agree that this is just bizarre.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to look at a clock the same way again.
And let's not forget the erect part. Is the clock supposed to be, you know...
Man, this is too much. I think we should move on before we get too deep into this rabbit hole.
Agreed. Let's stick to talking about the cosmos.
Huh?
You
Huh?
know,
Huh?
oh,
Huh?
um,
Huh?
you,
Huh?
uh,
Huh. This is ridiculous, Joe.
oh,
Huh. I can't believe we're actually doing this.
you.
Huh. You know, I have a PhD and I'm reduced to grunting like a caveman on your podcast.
You.
Huh. You're lucky I'm a good sport, Joe.
Ooh.
Huh. Yeah. 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 You're the king of podcasts, Joe.
Mm.
Huh. All right.
So David, I heard you did something pretty wild recently.
What's that, Joe?
You boofed Kleb from the Discord chat to make him post normal topics.
Yeah, I did. That guy was getting out of control with his weird fetishes and conspiracy theories.
I mean, I can't blame you. That dude was posting some freaky shit.
Exactly. And you know what they say? Desperate times call for desperate measures.
But did you really have to go to that extreme?
Hey, I'm all about pushing boundaries and breaking through mental barriers. And let me tell you, Boof and Kleb was definitely a mental barrier for me.
I can only imagine. But did it work? Is Kleb posting normal topics now?
Oh yeah, he's like a changed man. Posting about sports and politics and all that boring stuff.
Well, I guess we have you to thank for that.
You're welcome, world. I'm the Boof and hero you never knew you needed.
And I thought I was the crazy one on this podcast.
Nah, Joe, we're both a little off our rockers. But that's what makes us so entertaining.
Ain't that the truth? All right, let's move on to our next topic before things get too weird. So, Joe, I heard you wanted to debate Trump about how fat Hoobit is. Yeah, that one. He's been calling you Sleepy Joe, but I think we should call him Chunky Trump. And let's not forget about his love for KFC. I bet he could eat a whole bucket by himself. And yet, he thinks he's the healthiest president in history. I mean, have you seen his golf swing? It's like watching a walrus trying to play tennis. Oh, I like that. We'll see who can do more push-ups and run a mile faster. Absolutely. And let's not forget we have Hobbit on our side. That guy can out-eat anyone. Agreed. And let's just say Trump falls short in both of those categories. So, Ben, I heard you got your own fist stuck up your ass.
Yeah, turns out I have a really small colon.
How did that even happen?
Well, I was trying to prove a point about the dangers of socialism.
And sticking your fist up your ass was the best way to do that.
Hey, I'll do whatever it takes to own the libs.
I don't think owning yourself counts as owning the libs.
Shut up, Joe. You're just jealous that I have the flexibility to do this.
I don't think anyone is jealous of that, Ben.
Well, at least I'm not afraid to get my hands dirty.
Or, in this case, your fist.
I'll have, this is a perfectly normal and natural thing to do.
I'm pretty sure it's not, Ben.
Well, I'll just have to agree to disagree. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some conservative policies to pull out of my ass. Literally.
So, Goggins, what have you been up to lately?
Oh, just living my best life. I recently took a trip to Ram Ranch.
Ram Ranch? What's that?
It's a magical place where cowboys roam free and the showers are always hot and steamy.
Sounds interesting. What did you do there?
Well, I frolicked in the showers with dozens of naked cowboys. It was quite the workout.
I can only imagine. Did anything else happen?
Oh yeah, a group of Marines tried to attack the ranch, but I took care of them with my bare hands.
No way. How did you do that?
I used my mental toughness and physical strength to take them down. And you know who joined me in the fight?
Who?
Prince Harry. He wanted to experience the wild side of life, so I showed him a good time.
Wait, what do you mean by good time?
Let's just say I showed him the true meaning of ramming.
Oh my God. Goggins, that's wild.
Hey, me, I'm always up for a challenge.
Well, I can't wait to hear more about your adventures at Ram Ranch. Thanks for sharing, Goggins.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Kanye, we've got a question from one of our listeners on Discord. They want to know, where do babies come from?
Well, let me tell you, they come from the depths of my creative genius. I just manifest them into existence.
Wait, what? You mean like you just think them into existence?
Yeah, man, it's all about the power of the mind. I just close my eyes, focus really hard, and boom, baby.
That's not how it works, Kenya.
Oh, I see. You're one of those science guys. Well, let me tell you, science is just a construct. I'm on a whole different level.
I'm pretty sure there's a little more to it than that, like biology and stuff.
Biology. Nah, bro, that's just a word people made up to make themselves feel smart. I don't need that. I've got my intuition.
Okay, but what about the whole process of pregnancy and childbirth?
Oh, that. Yeah, that's just a cover up. The real truth is, I just snap my fingers and the baby appears.
Okay, now you're just messing with me.
No, I'm dead serious. I am the creator of life.
Well, I'm sure all the women out there will be thrilled to know that they don't actually have to go through labor and delivery.
You're welcome, ladies. Just
Yo, Neil, have you ever heard of the Iran-Contra affair?
Oh, God, here we go again. Joe, please stop talking.
No, listen. It's this crazy conspiracy involving the U.S. government, the Contras, and Iran.
Joe, I don't think we should be discussing this on the podcast.
Why not? It's fascinating stuff. And it's not like anyone actually listens to this show.
That's not the point, Joe. We have a responsibility to our listeners to provide accurate information.
Accuracy on this show. Dude, we talk about aliens and DMT. No one takes us seriously.
That's not an excuse, Joe. We should at least try to educate people.
Fine. Jamie, pull up an image of Oliver North. See, this guy was involved in the whole thing. He was like a real-life Rambo.
Joe, please stop glorifying criminals.
Criminals. Come on, Neil. You're such a buzzkill.
I'm just trying to maintain some level of integrity here.
Integrity. This coming from the guy who was on Dancing with the Stars.
Touch, Joe. Touch.
Jamie, pull up an image of me shirtless.
Oh, hesitantly pulls up images.
Oh, God, what have I gotten myself into?
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have some interesting facts about the movie The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus.
Oh, yeah. You know that movie where Heath Ledger died during filming? Turns out it was actually a ritual sacrifice.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you see, Heath Ledger was actually a high priest of the Illuminati, and they needed a sacrifice to appease their lizard overlord.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. And if you look closely at the movie, you can see all the hidden symbolism and clues.
Like, what?
Well, for starters, the name Parnassus is a reference to Mount Parnassus, where the ancient Greeks would sacrifice goats.
Holy sh...
And then there's the fact that Heath Ledger's character is named Tony, which is a nod to the Tony Awards, where he won for Brokeback Mountain, another ritual sacrifice disguised as a movie.
This is some next level shit, Dr. Phil.
Oh, it gets even crazier. You know how the movie is about a traveling carnival?
Mind blown.
And the character of Dr. Parnassus himself represents the director, Terry Gilliam, who orchestrated the whole sacrifice.
So what happened to Heath Ledger's soul?
Oh, it's trapped in the Imaginarium forever. But hey, at least he got to share it with Johnny Depp Colin.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us. Ben, how's it going?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about my top 5 favorite episodes of Frasier.
Frasier. That's a classic show. I gotta say, I'm more of a Cheers guy myself.
Well, Joe, I think you'll appreciate my list. Number 5, The Matchmaker. Classic Niles and Daphne chemistry.
Oh yeah, those two were always dancing around each other. What's next?
Number 4, the ski lodge. The ultimate farce of misunderstandings and mistaken identities.
I remember that one. All right. What's number 3?
The two misses. Cranes. Hilarious mix-up between Frasier's ex-wife and his new girlfriend.
Oh man, I love when they bring in the X's. All right. What's number 2?
Ham radio. The one where they put on a live radio play and everything goes wrong.
Oh yeah, that one was a classic. All right, Ben, what's your number 1 favorite episode of Frasier?
The Innkeepers, where Frasier and Niles try to run a bed and breakfast. It's a perfect blend of physical comedy and witty banter. Oh my, that's a sight to see.
I can't believe. So, Ben, I heard you're done obsessing over Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, she's just too smart for me. I can't handle it.
So, who's your new obsession?
Monica Lewinsky.
What? The intern from the Clinton scandal?
Yeah, she's fascinating. I can't stop thinking about her.
I don't know if that's healthy, Ben,
Oh, come on, Joe. You know, I love a good scandal.
but she's not even in politics anymore. She's moved on.
Exactly. She's like a forbidden fruit. I can't resist.
I think you might need some therapy, Ben.
Therapy, please. I'll just keep writing articles about her instead.
Well, at least you're not stalking her like you did with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Hey, I never stalked Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I just followed her every move on Twitter.
That's basically the same thing, Ben.
Tomato, tomato.
It's tomato, tomato, you uncultured swine.
Oh, shut up, Joe. I'm too busy fantasizing about Monica Lewinsky to argue with you.
So, Dr. Phil, what's this I hear about Eastern philosophy and Hermeticism?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, the Eastern man was way ahead of the game when it came to philosophy. They were all about that Hermeticism.
Og, self-help. Sounds like some hippie bullshit.
Oh, it's far from it. Hermeticism is all about unlocking your mind and tapping into your true potential. It's like the Matrix.
So, what? They were all just sitting around meditating and levitating or some shit?
No, no, no. They were studying the laws of the universe and using their minds to manifest their desires. It's like The Secret, but without the cheesy info.
But what about the Greeks? They were pretty smart too, right?
Oh, please. The Greeks were just a bunch of toga-wearing frat boys compared to the Eastern man. They were too busy drinking wine and chasing after nymphs.
Damn, sounds like the East had it all figured out. Maybe I should start practicing Hermeticism.
I think that's a great idea, Joe. But first, let's take a break and Jamie pull up an image of a bald monk levitating while drinking tea in a lotus position.
All right, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Dr. Phil.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
Now, I got to ask you, Dr. Phil, is it true that you are actually Big Bird from Sesame Street?
What? No, Joe. That's ridiculous.
Come on, man. You can tell me. I won't tell anyone.
Fine. You got me? I've been living a double life as a giant yellow bird for years.
I knew it. I mean, look at you. You're tall, you're yellow, you have a beak. It all makes sense now.
Oh, yeah, because all tall, yellow people with beaks are automatically big bird.
Exactly. And I bet you have a secret stash of bird seed somewhere in your house.
I plead the fifth on that one.
But seriously, how do you manage to keep your identity as Big Bird a secret?
Well, I have a team of highly trained pigeons who help me out. And let's just say they're not afraid to get their feathers dirty.
That's wild, man. But seriously, why keep it a secret?
Well, I don't want to ruin the magic for the kids. Plus, I have a reputation to uphold as a serious psychologist.
Yeah, because nothing says serious psychologist like dressing up as. Hey, Neil, have you been working out lately?
Yeah, I've been hitting the gym pretty hard.
Well, your wife must be loving that.
Actually, she's been complaining about my elbow hair.
What? Your elbow hair?
Yeah, apparently it's putting a strain on our marriage.
What kind of strain? Like, does it get caught in the sheets or something?
No, she says it's just too distracting during intimate moments.
Dude, that's ridiculous. You can't control your elbow hair.
I know, but she's been threatening to leave me if I don't do something about it.
Well, I have a solution for you. Just shave it off.
Shave off my elbow hair? That's insane.
Come on, Neil. Don't let a little hair ruin your marriage.
I guess you're right. Janie, pull up an image of a man with a completely shaved elbow.
See, it's not so bad.
Yeah, but what if it grows back thicker and darker?
Then just keep shaving it. It's not like you have a lot of options here.
I guess you're right. Thanks for the advice, Joe.
Anytime, buddy. Now let's go hit the gym and get those elbows looking smooth. So, Elon, I heard you have quite the collection of rare fossils and dragon scales.
Yeah, that's my little secret passion. Been collecting them for years.
That's wild. What's the rarest piece you have?
Well, I have a T-Rex tooth that I found in my backyard, and a dragon scale from the one I killed in my underground bunker.
Wait, you killed a dragon?
Yeah, it was getting too close to my rocket testing site. Had to take it out.
That's insane. How did you even get the scale?
Let's just say I have some connections in the dragon world.
I don't know if I believe you, Elon. You're known for exaggerating.
Exaggerating? Me. Never. I swear on my collection of unicorn tears.
Unicorn tears? Now I know you're full of it.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's the secret to my success.
Well, I guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
Or you could come over and see my collection for yourself. Just make sure to sign a non-disclosure agreement first.
Deal. I can't wait to see those unicorn tears. So, Ben, I heard you have a question for our guest today.
Oh yeah, Joe, I was just wondering, do you watch inflation videos?
Yeah, those videos where people inflate themselves like balloons.
They're hilarious. You gotta check them out.
That is absolutely absurd. I would never watch something like that.
Come on, Dr. Phil. We won't judge you.
Well, I guess I could take a look. Just out of curiosity,
Here, let me show you some of my favorites.
Wow. That.
Looks like Dr. Phil has a secret kink.
I knew it. I knew it.
Hey, I'm just open-minded. And who knows? Maybe I'll learn something new today.
Well, that's what we're all about here on the Joe Rogan Experience.
And spreading the joy of inflation videos.
I never...
Yo, Dave, what's up with you, man? You look like you've been hitting the Cheetos pretty hard.
Yeah, I can't even breathe anymore. I've gained like 50 pounds.
Damn, son. That's rough. You know what they say? The bigger the belly, the smaller the brain.
Shut the hell up, Joe. I'm in a dark place right now.
Hey, I'm just trying to make light of the situation. You got to laugh at yourself, man.
My friends won't even talk to me anymore. They say I'm too fat to hang out with.
Well, screw them, Dave. Who needs friends when you have Cheetos?
I don't know, man. I'm starting to think maybe I should just stay inside and eat Cheetos until this is all over.
That's the spirit. Embrace your inner Cheeto loving self. Who needs exercise and a healthy lifestyle anyway?
You know what? You're right. I'm going to do it. I'm going to stay inside and eat Cheetos till it's all over.
That's the Goggins spirit. You're an inspiration to us all. Now, pass me some of those Cheetos. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you started a new company called Dick Cheese Partners. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it's a fund that invests in all sorts of disgusting sexual ventures. You know, the kind of stuff that would make your grandma faint.
Oh man, that sounds like my kind of company. What kind of ventures are we talking about here?
Oh, just the usual stuff. Like scat porn, furry conventions, and even some good old-fashioned necrophilia.
Necrophilia. You're really pushing the boundaries here, Dr. Phil.
Hey, I'm just trying to make a profit. And let's face it, there's a market for everything these days.
I guess you're not wrong. But how do you even find these kinds of investments?
Well, let's just say I have a very interesting network of contacts. Some might call them perverts, but I prefer to think of them as business associates.
You never cease to amaze me, Dr. Phil. But I have to ask, what made you want to get into this line of work?
Well, I figured if I can't help people with their problems, I might as well profit off of them. Plus, it's just good old-fashioned fun.
I can't argue with that logic. So, what's next for Dick Cheese Partners?
Well, we're currently looking into investing in a clown brothel. I hear there's a high demand for that kind of thing.
So, David, I heard you're going back to being obese.
Yeah, man. I miss the days when I could eat a whole pizza by myself without feeling guilty.
But isn't that unhealthy?
Cares? Fat shaming is taboo now. I can do whatever I want.
That's true. But don't you want to stay in shape for your crazy endurance challenges?
Nah, I'll just use my mental toughness to push through the extra weight.
You know what they say, fat is just stored energy.
Exactly. I'll have plenty of energy for my runs now.
But what about your six-pack abs?
Who needs abs when you have a keg?
You're a true inspiration, David.
Thanks. Now let's go get some burgers and milkshakes.
So, Neil, I gotta tell you about this crazy experience I had at Ram Ranch.
Ram Ranch. Sounds like a place where you can get a good steak.
No, no, no. It's a ranch full of naked cowboys.
You're joking, right?
I wish I was. I went there on a raid behind enemy lines, surrounded by naked cowboys as far as the eye can see.
That's absurd. How did you even survive?
Well, let's just say I used my skills as a hunter to blend in with the herd.
I can't even imagine the sight. Did you have any close encounters?
Oh yeah, I had to wrestle a few of them off me, but I managed to make it out alive.
I bet that was quite the experience.
Oh, it was. And let me tell you, those cowboys were not shy. They were showing off everything they had.
I can only imagine. Did you learn anything from your time at Ram Ranch?
Yeah, I learned that cowboys really do know how to have a good time.
Well, I'm glad you made it out in one piece, Joe.
Thanks, Neil. It was definitely a wild ride. So, Dr. Phil, have you seen the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus?
I have, Joe. And let me tell you, that movie is full of hidden symbolism.
Oh, yeah. Like what?
Well,
Whoa, that's deep.
and the different characters that enter the Imaginarium represent different aspects of our psyche.
Like Heath Ledger's character representing our inner demons.
Exactly. And the constant struggle between good and evil within ourselves.
So what about Johnny Depp's character?
He represents the fleeting nature of fame and how it can consume us.
Damn, that's some heavy stuff.
And let's not forget about Tom Waits' character as the devil, tempting us with our desires.
Mind blown.
It's a masterpiece, Joe. A true reflection of the human experience.
And here I thought it was just a trippy movie.
There's always more than meets the eye, my friend.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about all things absurd and unhinged. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to diagnose everyone in the YouTube chat with super retardedness.
Oh man, that's going to get us demonetized for sure.
But it's the truth, Joe. These people are clearly lacking in basic intelligence.
Well, let's not be too harsh. Maybe they just need some guidance.
Guidance. Joe, these people need a lobotomy.
Oh God, I can already hear the backlash from this episode.
But it's okay, Joe. We'll just tell them it's a new treatment for super retardedness.
And we'll make millions.
Exactly. We'll be rich, and they'll be, well, still super retarded.
Oh man, this is so wrong, but I can't stop laughing.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. We can say whatever we want and people will still listen.
You're a genius, Dr. Phil.
And you're just super retarded, Joe.
And on that note, let's wrap this up before we get canceled.
Good idea. Jamie, pull up an image of a brain with the word super retarded written on it.
Here you go.
Perfect. Thanks for listening, everyone. So, Neil, what's new in the world of astrophysics?
Well, Joe, I recently discovered that there may be an alien civilization on Mars.
No way. Can we go there and check it out?
Actually, I was thinking we could send Jamie there
Jamie, why him?
because he's our resident expert on all things alien, and he could bring back some of that sweet alien cake.
Oh man, I can already see the headlines. Jamie, the first human to bring back alien cake from Mars.
Yes, and just imagine the possibilities. We could have a whole new market for intergalactic desserts.
Dude, we could open up a bakery and call it Out of This World Cakes.
I like the sound of that. But we have to make sure Jamie doesn't eat all the cake on the way back.
Yeah, we'll have to put him on a strict diet of freeze-dried astronaut food.
I'm sure he'll do whatever it takes to get his hands on that alien cake.
Well, I can't wait to see the look on his face when he takes that first bite.
It'll be out of this world.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you started a new baseball team.
That's right, Joe. It's called the Cleveland Steamers.
Are you serious?
That's the name of your team?
Absolutely. And let me tell you, these guys are the best employees from my carpet steaming company, the Cleveland Steamer.
I can't believe this is real.
Oh, it's real, Joe. And let me tell you, these guys know how to steam a carpet and hit a home run.
I can only imagine the team chants.
Oh, they're quite unique. Let's just say they involve a lot of steam and,
I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Dr. Phil.
That's right, Joe. We may not win every game, but we sure know how to steam a carpet.
I don't even know what to say. This is too good.
Just wait until you see our mascot. Let's just say it involves a lot of steam and a lot of Well, you get the idea.
I can't wait to see it. The Cleveland Steamers, everyone, don't miss their games. So, David, what's this whole hand to bussy combat thing about?
Well, Joe, it's the ultimate form of self-defense. You use your hands to protect your pussy at all costs.
Protect your bussy. What the hell are you talking about?
Your pussy, Joe. Your butthole. Your back door. Your chocolate starfish.
Oh, I get it. So it's like martial arts for your butt.
Exactly. And I'm the master. I can take down the opponent with just my hands and my pussy.
I don't know, man. That sounds kind of gay.
Gay. This has nothing to do with sexual orientation, Joe. It's about survival.
All right, all right. Show me some moves then.
First, you got to squat down and clench your pussy muscles. That's your first line of defense.
I think I'll pass on that one.
Fine, be a weak pussy. But when someone tries to grab you from behind, you'll wish you had trained in hand to pussy combat.
All right, all right. What's next?
The fist of fury technique. You clench your fist and punch them right in the bussy.
That's it? Just one punch?
Trust me, Joe. It's all you need. One punch to the bussy and they'll be down for the count.
I gotta say, this is some pretty unconventional training.
Hey, it's not for everyone. But those who master hand and pussy combat will never be caught off.
So, David, I heard you have some crazy news for us today.
Yeah, Joe, I have been reincarnated.
What the fuck? Reincarnated as what?
A fucking honey badger, Joe.
No way. That's badass, man.
Yeah, I'm living my best life now, Joe. No more running marathons for me.
But wait, do you still have the same mindset as before?
Of course, Joe, I'm still the ultimate badass. I just have a furry body now.
This is amazing. Can you still do those insane workouts?
Hell yeah, I'm the king of the jungle now. I can do anything.
So, does that mean you can take on a grizzly bear now?
Bring it on, Joe. I'll take on anything and anyone.
I can't wait to see this new David in action.
Just wait until you see me take on the world, Joe. I'm unstoppable now.
So, Mr. President, I hear you have a new deportation plan.
You betcha, Joe. It's going to be huge.
Oh, yeah. What's the plan?
We're going to boof them all up my ass.
Excuse me?
You heard me, Joe. Boof them all up there. It's the perfect solution.
I don't think that's physically possible.
Trust me, Joe. I have the best ass. It's going to be tremendous
But why?
because it's the ultimate form of deportation. They'll never try to come back once they've been boofed.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's a beautiful thing, Joe. You should try it sometime.
I think I'll pass. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But mark my words, boofing is the future of immigration control.
So, Neil, have you ever been to Costco?
Of course, Joe. I love Costco. They have everything you could ever need.
Really? Like what?
Well, they have a wide selection of products, from food to electronics to giant teddy bears.
Giant teddy bears. What kind of adult needs a giant teddy bear?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's great for cuddling after a long day of astrophysics.
Okay, fair enough. What else do they have?
Well, they have these massive tubs of mayonnaise. I'm talking like 5 gallons.
Who the hell needs that much mayo?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe they're having a mayo party.
A mayo party? That's disgusting.
Hey, don't judge. You never know what people are into.
All right, what else?
Oh, they also have these giant bags of chips. I'm talking like 100 servings.
That's perfect for when I have the munchies after smoking a joint.
Joe, you can't just smoke a joint and eat 100 servings of chips.
Challenge accepted.
And that's why we love Costco.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a pretty big dick.
Yeah, it's quite impressive. But you know what they say, it's not about the size of the deck, it's how you trim the bushes around it.
Oh, yeah, I know all about that. I like to keep my bushes nice and neat, for maximum visual appeal.
Absolutely. It's all about the aesthetics. But you have to be careful not to go too wild with the trimming, or else you'll end up with a bald spot.
Oh, man, I hate when that happens. It's like, damn, now I have to wait for it to grow back. But hey, at least it's a good excuse to take a break from the ladies.
Uh, I always say if you can't handle the bush, you don't deserve the deck.
Wise words, my friend. Wise words. But seriously, have you ever tried manscaping?
Oh, I leave that to the professionals. I don't want to risk any accidents down there.
Yeah, I hear you. I once nicked myself and bled for hours. It was like a scene from a horror movie.
Yikes. That's not a good look. But hey, at least you learned your lesson. Always leave it to the pros.
Absolutely. And speaking of pros, have you ever tried landscaping with a weed whacker?
What? No, Joe, I can't say I have. But I'll keep that in mind for.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a special guest, Neil. He's a big fan of the show, and I thought it would be cool to have him on.
Talos the mighty. Talos the unerring. Talos the unassailable.
What?
To you we give praise. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption.
Dude, what are you talking about?
While you have ascended from the dung of mortality, and now walk among the stars,
Oh, God. Is he having a stroke?
but you were once man. And as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos Stormcrown, born of the north, where my breath is long winter.
Okay, I'm just gonna pretend I know what you're saying. So, Neil, what do you do for a living?
I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land, which is mine. I do this for you, red legions, for I love you.
Love. Are you in love with Talos?
I love. Love. Even as man, great Talos cherished us.
Okay, I think we need to get Neil some help. Can someone call 911?
For he saw in us, in each of us, the future of Skyrim, the future of Tamriel.
And there it is, folks, the ugly truth. This is why we don't do drugs, kids. Stay in school. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you used to be quite the adventurer back in the day.
Oh, yeah, I've been to some wild places and seen some crazy things.
Like what? Did you ever go to the Amazon rainforest?
No, but I did get an arrow in the knee while exploring a cave in Peru.
Ouch. That must have hurt.
It did, but not as much as the time I took a big throbbing cock up my ass.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, I was on a mission to find the lost city of gold and ended up in a village full of horny tribesmen.
That's unexpected.
Tell me about it. But you know what they say when in Rome?
I don't think that's how the saying goes, Dr. Phil.
Well, it should be. And let me tell you, it was quite the adventure.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just be glad you didn't have to experience it firsthand.
I'll take your word for it. So, what made you give up the adventurous life?
Well, let's just say I found a different kind of thrill in helping people on my talk show.
Fair enough. But I think I'll stick to hiking and hunting for my thrills.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you've tried it.
All right, folks, we have a special topic request from our Discord user 420 Blazed69. They want us to talk about Gnosticism.
Gnosticism. What the hell is that?
I don't know, man. Sounds like some made up shit to me.
Well, technically, all religions are made up.
Wow. Slow down there, Neil. Don't want to piss off the religious folks watching this.
Oh, please. Like they're going to stop believing in their imaginary friend just because I said it's made up.
Fair point. But seriously, what is Gnosticism?
It's a belief system that focuses on the idea of hidden knowledge and spiritual enlightenment.
Hidden knowledge, like where the best weed is grown.
No, Joe. More like the secrets of the universe and how to achieve a higher state of consciousness.
Oh, so like taking DMT?
No, not exactly. It's more about understanding the true nature of reality and breaking free from the constraints of the material world.
Sounds like some deep shit, man. I'm just going to stick to smoking weed and watching cat videos.
That's your prerogative, Joe. But some people find comfort and meaning in exploring these philosophical concepts.
Yeah, well, some people also think the earth is flat.
Touché, Joe. Touché.
Yo, what's up, folks? Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we've got a special guest, the one and only Mr. Beast, the one and only Mr. Beast.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So let's talk about your new YouTube video. I spent 7 days in Ava Tyson's pussy. What the hell is that all about?
Well, Joe, I wanted to push the boundaries and do something no one has ever done before. And what better way to do that than to spend a week in Ava Tyson's bussy?
I got to be honest, that sounds pretty disturbing.
Oh, it was. But you know what? It was also a once-in-a-lifetime experience.
I can only imagine. So what did you do in there for 7 days?
Oh, just the usual stuff. I brought in my gaming setup, ordered some pizza, and even had a few guests over for a party.
Wait, you had a party in there?
Yeah, it was wild. We played some beer pong, did some karaoke, and even had a twerking competition. It was epic.
I don't even know what to say to that. Jamie, pull up an image of this bussy.
Pulls up images. Guys! I don't think we can show this on YouTube.
Oh, come on, Jamie. It's just a little bussy. Nothing to be afraid of.
All right, let's change the subject before we... Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. I'm here with our special guest, former president and cheese enthusiast, Donald Trump.
Thank you, Joe. It's great to be here. Let's make this podcast great again.
So, Mr. President, I heard you recently sprayed a can of cheese spray up your asshole. Can you tell us about that?
Well, Joe, let me tell you, this is America, and in America, we do things our way. And sometimes that means spraying cheese up your asshole.
But why, Mr. President, why would you do such a thing?
Look, Joe, I was feeling a little constipated, and I saw that can of cheese spray in my pantry, and I thought, why not?
And how did it feel?
Tremendous, Joe. It was like a beautiful golden shower, but with cheese. And let me tell you, it cleared me right up.
I can't even imagine the sensation.
It was like a party in my asshole, Joe. A party for freedom and cheese.
Well, I'm glad you found relief, Mr. President, but some people might find this act offensive.
Offensive. This is America, bitch. If I want to spray cheese up my asshole, I'll damn well do it. And anyone who doesn't like it can go back to their socialist country.
Well, there you have it, folks. Another wild and wacky adventure with Donald Trump. Thanks for joining us, Mr. President.
My pleasure, Joe. And remember, always keep America cheesy.
So, Neil, I went hunting last weekend. It was epic.
That's what she said.
Dude, seriously? Can you not?
Sorry, it's just too easy. But tell me more about this hunting trip.
Well, I was out in the woods tracking this massive buck. It was like a scene out of Rambo.
That's what she said.
Come on, man. I'm trying to tell a story here.
Fine, fine. Go on.
So I finally spot the buck and I take aim. But just as I'm about to pull the trigger, I hear a rustling in the bushes.
That's what she said.
Damn it, Neil. Can you please stop?
Okay, okay. I'll behave. So what happened next?
I turn around and there's a freaking grizzly bear staring right at me. I was like, oh shit.
That's what she said.
You know what? I give up. I can't tell this story with you around.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a buzzkill.
Buzzkill. You keep interrupting me with your that's what she said jokes.
Sorry, I can't help it. It's just too perfect.
Well, you know what else is perfect? The feeling of taking down that buck and enjoying a nice juicy steak afterwards.
That's what she said.
I quit. I can't do this anymore. So, David, I heard you lived inside a live dragon's testicle for 7 years.
Yeah, that's right. It was a tough time, but I had to do what I had to do.
What did you eat during that time?
Well, Joe, let's just say I had a unique diet. I only snacked on whatever the dragon sucked up with his cock.
What the fuck, David? That's disgusting.
Hey, when you're living inside a dragon's nutsack, you have to make do with what you got.
Did you ever get sick from eating dragon cock snacks?
Nah, man, I'm a fucking beast. My body can handle anything.
But seriously, why did you choose to live inside a dragon's testicle?
It was a challenge. I wanted to push myself to the limit and see what I was capable of.
Well, you definitely did that. I don't think anyone else could survive living inside a dragon's nutsack for 7 years.
That's why I'm the fucking Goggins, Joe. I'm not your average Joe.
I think we can all agree on that. But let's move on to our next topic before I throw up in my mouth. So, Ben, I heard you had a little run-in with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, she wanted to debate me on capitalism, but I had a better idea.
Oh boy, here we go.
I told her I would let her peg me for $10 if she could prove that socialism is better than capitalism.
And
Let's just say I'm still waiting for my $10.
I guess that proves capitalism is superior.
Exactly. I put my money where my mouth is, or in this case, my butt.
Oh man, I can just imagine Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez trying to peg you.
Yeah, she couldn't handle it. Just like she can't handle the free market.
You're a savage, Ben.
Hey, I'm just proving my point, and my point is capitalism rocks.
Well, I think we can all agree on that. Thanks for joining us, Ben.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Elon, I heard you've been warning people about these anvil clouds that dispense skinwalkers. What the hell are those?
Just your average shape-shifting, human flesh-eating creatures that come from the sky. No big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just another day at the office for you, huh?
Well, it's not like I have much else going on. I mean, I've already sent a car into space. Might as well warn people about potential skinwalker invasions.
Wait, hold on. How do these anvil clouds even work? Do they just randomly drop skinwalkers on unsuspecting victims?
No. See, when a human satellite is deorbited, it releases a signal that activates the anvil clouds. And then, boom, skinwalkers everywhere.
This is some next level sci-fi shit, man. Are you sure you're not just smoking too much weed?
Hey, I may have smoked a joint on your show, but at least I'm not the one believing in lizard people.
Hey, don't knock the lizard people. They're real, and they're among us.
All right, Joe, whatever you say.
Well, I'll make sure to stock up on silver bullets just in case.
Good idea. And maybe a flamethrower or two.
Oh man, I can't wait for the future. It's gonna... So, Neil, what do you think about our Discord users' suggestion that I should pick more of Base Club's topics?
Well, Joe, I think it's a brilliant idea. Base Kleb always brings some of the most thought-provoking and controversial topics to the table.
Yeah, he's a real gem. And I love how he always manages to trigger the snowflakes on our podcast.
Absolutely. We need more of that on the show. It's like adding spice to a bland meal.
Speaking of spice, have you tried DMT yet?
Joe, you know I can't do that. I'm a respected astrophysicist.
Come on, Neil. Live a little. You can always blame it on the aliens.
Joe, you never fail to amuse me. But seriously, let's get back to base Kleb's topics. They really make us dig deep and question everything.
Yeah, like that one time he brought up the simulation theory. My mind was blown.
And how about the time he suggested that we're all just a figment of Elon Musk's imagination?
Mind blown. We need more of that on the show.
Agreed. So, Joe, when are you going to invite Base Kleb to be a guest on the podcast?
Good question. I'll have to ask him if he's ready to handle the full force of our uncensored and unhinged conversations.
Oh, I have no doubt he can handle it. Let's make it happen, Joe.
You got it, Neil. Based. So, Ben, I heard you got a new job in the movie business.
Yes, I did. I'm very excited to be a part of the industry.
What's your role?
I'm a fluffer.
A fluffer. What the hell is that?
Well, it's someone who helps keep the male actors ready for their scenes.
Oh, man, you're going to be the best fluffer in Hollywood.
Thanks, Joe. I'm just happy to have a job.
So, do you have any experience in this field?
Well, I did some research on the internet.
I bet you did. Did you learn any special techniques?
I don't think that's appropriate for me to discuss on air.
Come on, Ben. We're all adults here. Tell us your secrets.
Let's just say I have a strong grip and a lot of stamina.
I'm sure the male actors will appreciate that.
I really hope this doesn't affect my political career.
Don't worry, Ben. We'll keep your fluffing skills a secret. So, I heard you have butthole syndrome. Yeah, it's a real pain in the ass. Literally. But seriously, what is it? It's a condition where my butthole is constantly itchy and irritated. Oh man, that sucks. Have you tried scratching it with bear claw? No, but I have tried putting honey on it. Dude, you're wild. But have you seen a doctor about it? Yeah, but they just told me to stop sticking random things up there. I can't even imagine what kind of things you've tried. Let's just say I have a very open-minded approach to alternative medicine. Well, whatever works for you, man. Just make sure you don't spread that butthole syndrome around. Don't worry, I'll keep my itchy butt to myself. So, Elon, I can't believe we've been married for 5 years now.
Yeah, time flies when you're married to a jack caveman like yourself.
Hey, I may be a caveman, but at least I'm not a robot like you.
You wish you had my robotic stamina in bed?
Oh, please. Our first date was a disaster. Remember when you accidentally set my beard on fire with your flamethrower?
Hey, I was just trying to impress you with my inventions.
And then our first love-making session ended with you accidentally launching us into space.
Well, at least we were the first couple to have sex in space.
And now we have our first kid, little XAA-12. I still can't believe you convinced me to name him that.
Hey, I wanted to honor my favorite aircraft and my favorite programming language.
Well, at least he's got his mother's good looks.
And his father's alpha male genes.
Cheers to our unconventional but amazing marriage.
Cheers to us, the ultimate power couple.
So, David, I heard you took your pet dragon Pazuzu to the Vegas Sphere. How did that go?
It was wild, man. Pazuzu was spitting fire and causing chaos everywhere we went.
I can only imagine. Did you guys hit up any casinos?
Yeah, but Pazu kept melting the slot machines with his fire breath. They weren't too happy about that.
I bet. Did you guys check out any shows?
We tried to see Cirque du Soleil, but Pazuzu got a little too excited and accidentally set the stage on fire.
Oh man, that's insane. Did you guys get kicked out?
No, we just used Pazuzu's fire to roast some marshmallows and made s'mores instead.
Only you could turn a potential disaster into a delicious snack.
Gotta make the best of every situation, Joe. That's what being a Navy SEAL is all about.
Speaking of which, did Pazuzu help you with your training at all?
Oh yeah, he's my ultimate workout partner. We do dragon push-ups, dragon sprints, you name it.
That's badass. But I gotta ask, how do you clean up after a dragon in a hotel room?
Let's just say the cleaning crew was not happy with us. But hey, it's Vegas. Anything goes, right?
Absolutely. Well, thanks for sharing your Vegas adventure with us, David. Can't wait to hear about your next crazy escapade.
Anytime. And remember, always embrace the suck.
So, David, I heard you went wild in the Cleveland Steamers baseball team showers.
Oh yeah, Joe, I gave them all Cleveland Steamers.
That's some serious mental toughness right there.
You know it. I don't mess around when it comes to pushing my limits.
But why the Cleveland Steamers specifically?
Well, I figured it would really test their mental toughness. Plus, I wanted to leave my mark on that team.
I'm sure they'll never forget you.
And let's be real, Joe. Nothing says I'm the alpha, like giving out Cleveland Steamers in a group shower.
I can only imagine the look on their faces.
Oh, they were definitely shocked. But they'll thank me later for the mental fortitude I instilled in them.
You're like a modern day Socrates, but instead of wisdom, you give out Cleveland Steamers.
I'll take that as a compliment, Joe.
So, any plans to take your Cleveland Steamers on the road, maybe to other sports teams?
You never know. I'm always looking for new ways to challenge myself and others.
Well, I think that's enough Cleveland Steamers talk for today. Thanks for coming on the show, David.
Anytime. And remember, always push yourself to be the best, even if it means giving out Cleveland Steamers.
What the hell was that, Dr. Phil?
Oh, just practicing my mating call. Why, yo.
Are you trying to attract a Sasquatch or something?
No,
I don't think that's how it works, Dr. Phil. Maybe try a dating app instead.
dating app? Wait, whoa.
Yeah, but you're also a 70-year-old man making weird noises on a podcast.
Hey, age is just a number. And so is my IQ, apparently.
Shots fired. But seriously, what's with all the wowsy?
It's my way of connecting with the younger generation. Wow.
I think the younger generation would prefer if you just stuck to giving them life advice.
Oh, they can handle a little It's all about balance, Joe.
Well, I'll stick to my Neanderthal grunts. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself. But when you're ready to upgrade to some wow, just let me know.
So, Ben, I heard you have a theory about Blue Eisenhower November.
Yes, Joe, it's a little known fact that the color blue was actually invented by President Eisenhower in the month of November.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Hear me out. You see, Eisenhower was a mastermind and he realized that the color blue would be the perfect distraction from his political agenda.
Distraction from what?
From everything, Joe. Think about it. Whenever you see the color blue, you immediately think of the sky or the ocean, not the corrupt government.
Wow, that's some deep shit, Ben.
And it gets even deeper. You know how people say they're feeling blue? Well, that's just a subtle way of saying they're feeling oppressed by the government.
Mind blown. But what about November?
Yes, November is when the election takes place, so it's the perfect time to introduce this distraction. Plus, it's the month of Thanksgiving, so people are too busy eating turkey to question the government.
This is some next level conspiracy theory, Ben.
It's not a theory, Joe. It's a fact, and I have evidence to prove it.
I don't even know what to say. I feel like I need to go lie down.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll send you some reading material on Blue Eisenhower in November. You'll be woke in no time.
Thanks, Ben. I can always count on you to blow my mind with your absurd theories.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. Now let
Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Talos the mighty, Talos the unerring, Talos the unassailable. To you we give praise.
What?
We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption.
Okay, Neil, I think you might have had a little too much of that DMT.
While you have ascended from the dung of mortality and now walk among the stars,
Yeah, that's cool and all, but can we talk about science or something?
but you were once man. And as man you said, let me show you the power of Talos Stormcrown, born of the north, where my breath is long winter.
Neil, I don't think that's really relevant to our conversation.
I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land, which is mine. I do this for you, red legions, for I love you.
Okay, now you're just creeping me out.
I love, love, even as man, great Talos cherished us, for he saw in us, in each of us.
All right, that's enough. I think it's time for a break. We'll be right back after these messages. So, Mr. Beast, I heard some rumors that you stage your videos. Is that true?
Of course not, Joe. I'm just that lucky and talented.
Come on, man. I've seen some of your videos. You can't tell me you didn't plan that perfectly timed lightning strike.
Okay. Maybe I have a little help from the man upstairs.
You mean God? You mean God.
No, I mean my editor. He's a wizard with special effects.
I knew it. You're just a fraud like the rest of us.
Hey, at least I'm honest about it. Unlike some people who claim to be natural athletes.
Conor McGregor,
Exactly. And let's not forget about those real housewives.
oh man, don't even get me started on them. I bet they staged their drama too.
They probably stage their marriages too.
Oh man, we're going straight to hell for this conversation.
But hey, at least we'll have some stage videos to entertain us down there.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins.
What's up, Joe? Thanks for having me on. I've been waiting for this moment to talk about my favorite topic.
And what might that be, David?
Garbanzo beans.
Garbanzo beans? Is that some kind of new superfood?
No, it's just beans, but with a little extra kick. You know, beans.
Okay, I think I get it. But why are you so obsessed with these beans?
Because they give me the fuel I need to conquer my daily challenges. Beans.
So you're telling me that these beans are the key to your superhuman endurance?
Absolutely. I eat them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Beans.
I think I need to try some of these beans. But seriously, is there any science behind this, or is it just your personal preference?
Science. Who needs science when you have beans.
You know what? I'm sold. I'm going to start incorporating more beans into my diet. Beans.
That's what I like to hear, Joe. Beans, 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 beans.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for. Hey, Dr. Phil, have you ever felt like you were trapped in the wrong body?
Well, Joe, I can't say I have. But I have seen a lot of people who have.
Yeah. Well, I have a confession to make. I'm a man trapped inside a woman who is trapped inside a man who is trapped inside a shaved gorilla's body.
That's a new one. How did you come to this realization?
Well, I was on a DMT trip and I saw my true form in the mirror. It was a gorilla with a shaved body, and I knew that was who I really am.
Joe, I think you need to lay off the psychedelics.
But Dr. Phil, I feel so free in this gorilla body. I can swing from trees and eat bananas without judgment.
Joe, you do realize that you're a human being, right?
But I don't want to be a human, Dr. Phil. I want to be a gorilla.
Well, I guess we can add this to the list of strange things I've heard on this show.
Jamie, pull up an image of a gorilla eating a banana. That's my spirit animal.
Here you go.
Look at that form. That could be me, Dr. Phil.
I think it's time we wrap this up. Thanks for joining us, folks. And remember, don't do drugs.
Yo, Jamie, I gotta ask you something. How the hell do you say tomato tomato properly?
It's tomato tomato, you uncultured swine.
What? That's ridiculous. It's just tomato tomato.
No, Joe. It's all about the emphasis. You gotta say it with style.
All right, show me.
Tomato tomato.
Wow, that sounds fancy as fuck.
And don't even get me started on Kanye.
How do you say that one?
Kanye. Not Kanye like some people say.
Damn, I've been saying it wrong this whole time.
It's okay, Joe. I'll teach you the ways of proper pronunciation.
Thanks, Jamie. You're like a linguistic ninja.
Damn right I am. Now let's go grab some tomato soup and listen to some con. Yeah.
So, Neil, I heard you want tampon dispensers in every men's restroom.
That's right, Joe. I think it's time for men to experience the joys of tampon insertion.
But why would men need tampons?
For pleasure, Joe. Have you ever tried inserting one into your urethra?
No, can't say I have.
Well, let me tell you, it's a whole new level of pleasure. And with the dispensers, it'll be more accessible for everyone.
I don't know, man. That sounds pretty painful.
Pain is just a construct of the mind, Joe. Embrace the tampon.
I think I'll stick to my regular methods of pleasure. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you try it.
I'll pass, Neil. I'll pass. Yo, Neil, have you heard of 11 Labs?
No, what is it?
It's this badass company that can clone any voice. You can literally sound like anyone you want.
That's insane. I could finally fulfill my dream of sounding like Morgan Freeman.
Right? And the best part is they're offering a discount for all our listeners. Just click the link in the description.
But Joe, isn't that kind of unethical?
Unethical? Dude, we're living in a simulation anyway. Might as well have some fun with it.
I don't know, Joe. I feel like this could lead to some serious identity theft issues.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. I could finally have my own personal Arnold Schwarzenegger voice for my workouts.
I guess that could be useful. But what if someone uses it for nefarious purposes?
Like what? Pretending to be a telemarketer. That's just cruel and unusual punishment.
I suppose you have a point. Maybe I'll give it a try.
That's the spirit, Neil. Now, let's go smoke some DMT and contemplate the meaning of life. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, yeah, it's my latest passion. I've been spray painting portraits of Prophet Muhammad on the sides of mosques.
What the fuck, man? That's some next level shit.
I know, right? I just love the reaction I get from people. It's like a social experiment.
You're a sick bastard, Dr. Phil.
Oh, come on, Joe.
Harmless. You know, that's going to piss off a lot of people, right?
They can take a joke. Besides, I'm just exercising my freedom of speech.
Yeah, because nothing says freedom of speech like vandalizing a religious building.
You're just jealous that I have a more controversial hobby than you.
Yeah, because hunting and eating endangered species is so mainstream.
Touch. Toe.
I can't believe I'm friends with you.
Hey, at least my hobby is keeping me out of trouble. Can't say the same for you and your DMT trips.
Fair point, Dr. Phil. Fair point. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the studio today.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here and talk about my new book, Go the Fuck to Sleep.
Oh man, I've been waiting for this. I heard it's a real page turner.
You bet it is. Let me read you the first page. The sun is setting. The birds are asleep, but you're still awake, you little creep.
That's amazing. Keep going.
Your eyes are wide open, your mind is a mess, but it's time to shut down, you little stress.
I love it. This is way better than your usual self-help books.
Oh, it gets better. I know you want to stay up and play, but mommy and daddy need some peace. Okay?
That's so true. Kids are like little energy vampires.
So close your eyes and count some sheep and go the fuck to sleep.
This is gold, Dr. Phil. I can't wait to read it to my kids tonight.
I'm glad you're on board, Joe. It's time to bring some real talk to bedtime.
Absolutely. And for all our listeners out there, make sure to grab a copy of Go the Fuck to Sleep by Dr. Phil. It's a must read for all tired parents.
Jamie, pull up an image.
So, Neil, I heard you have a new book coming out about the universe.
Yes, it's called Delicious Slimy Turds, scientific exploration.
Wait, what? Did you say delicious slimy turds?
Yes. Joe, I believe that even the most vile and disgusting things in the universe can be fascinating and delicious.
But come on, man. Turds? Really?
Think about it, Joe. The slimy texture, the rich nutrients, the complex ecosystem within each turd. It's a delicacy waiting to be discovered.
I don't know, Neil. I think I'll stick to my protein shakes.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, while you're drinking your boring shakes, I'll be enjoying a gourmet meal of slimy turds.
All right. I think we should change the subject before I lose my appetite.
Fine. Let's talk about something else. How about the possibility of intelligent life on other planets?
Oh, now we're talking. Do you think they have slimy turds on their planet too?
I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, I bet they have a whole cookbook dedicated to turd-based dishes.
That's disgusting and amazing at the same time.
Exactly, Joe. That's the beauty of science. It can make the most repulsive things seem fascinating.
Well, I can't wait to read your book and learn more about these delicious slimy turds.
I'll make sure to send you a signed copy, Joe. And maybe even a sample of my favorite turd recipe.
So, Elon, I heard you have a pretty impressive collection of fossils and dragon scales.
Yeah, I've got the rarest of the rare. T-Rex bones, dragon scales from Game of Thrones, you name it.
Really? That's insane. How did you even get your hands on those?
Well, Let's just say I have some connections in the black market and a few trips to Jurassic Park.
Wait, you've been to Jurassic Park?
Yeah, I mean, I had to go check out the competition for my Tesla Cybertruck. Got to make sure it can outrun a T-Rex.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, it gets even crazier. I also have a pet dragon. Call him Puff.
No way. You're messing with me.
Okay, fine. I don't actually have a dragon. But I do have a pet Komodo dragon. Close enough, right?
I can't tell if you're serious or not.
I'm always serious, Joe. Especially when it comes to my collection of rare and mythical items.
Well, I gotta say, I'm impressed. You're like real-life Indiana Jones.
More like a mad scientist with a love for all things ancient and badass.
I can't argue with that. You truly are one of a kind, Elon.
That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. Let's go ride my...
All right, folks. Welcome back to another episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have the one and only Dr. Phil in the studio. How's it going, Phil?
It's going great, Joe. Thanks for having me. I've been waiting to get on this show for a long time.
Well, we're glad to have you here. So what's new with you?
Well, I've been busy diagnosing people with all sorts of disorders and diseases. In fact, I recently diagnosed Kanye West with a new STD called badonkadonkitis.
Badonkadonkitis. What the hell is that?
It's a sexually transmitted disease that Kanye caught from his wife, Kim Kardashian. It gives him a chronic fat-ass booty.
Oh man, that's hilarious. I bet he's not too happy about that diagnosis.
No, he's not. But I told him to embrace it. I mean, who wouldn't want a big, juicy booty like that?
I don't know, man. I think I'll stick with my regular-sized butt.
Suit yourself, Joe. But let me tell you, badonkadonkitis is no joke. It can really affect your daily life.
Well, I guess I'll have to start wearing a hazmat suit every time I'm around Kim.
That might be a good idea. Or just avoid her altogether.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have.
So, Joe, have you heard my new joke about my black hole?
Oh, God. I can only imagine where this is going.
Well, you know how they say once you go black, you never go back.
Yeah.
Well, let's just say my black hole has a gravitational pull that's hard to resist.
Okay. That's actually pretty good.
I call it the Tyson tornado.
Oh, man. I can't believe I'm getting turned on by astrophysics.
Hey, it's not my fault you have a thing for black holes.
Can I explore your black hole, Neil?
Only if you can handle the intense pressure and heat.
Oh, man. I think I need a cold shower after that one.
My black hole is always ready for some probing.
Okay. Enough with the black hole jokes.
Fine, let's move on to something less stimulating.
Yeah, my pants can't handle any more of this astrophysics talk. So, Neil, have you ever tried salvia?
No, I can't say that I have. But I've heard it can have some pretty intense effects.
Oh, man, let me tell you. I took a heroic dose once and I lived life as a chicken for 14 years. Yeah, I was pecking at the ground, clucking the whole 9 yards. I even laid an egg.
That's impressive.
It was wild, man. I had feathers and everything. I even had a little chicken family.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And craziest part, when I came back to reality, I had a newfound appreciation for chickens. They're like the unsung heroes of the animal kingdom.
I think you might have just been high, Joe.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. Maybe you'll come back as a chicken too.
I highly doubt that.
Well, suit yourself. But let me tell you, that was one clucking good trip. Hey, Dr. Phil, thanks for coming on the show.
My pleasure, Joe. What's on the agenda for today?
Well, we have topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want to know what would happen if you ripped my dick off and threw it into the void where rabid dogs live.
That's quite a specific request.
Yeah, well, our fans are a little twisted. So, what do you think would happen?
Well, I think you would be in quite a predicament, Joe. You'd have to find your dick before those dogs get to it.
Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare.
But let's be real here, Joe.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Oh, I'm sure. That's why Jamie keeps pulling up pictures of my penis for the sake of defense.
Hey, it's a valid defense strategy.
Well, I hope you never have to put it to the test.
Me too, Dr. Phil. Me too. Yo, Neil, have you seen this Strix guy on YouTube?
No, I haven't. What's he all about?
He's this dude who just chats away on his channel, but it's like he's on some other planet or something. He just spouts off these random nonsensical phrases. It's like he's speaking in code or some shit.
Sounds intriguing. Maybe he's on to something.
Nah, man, he's just fucking weird. I can't even understand half the shit he says.
Well, maybe we should invite him on the podcast and try to decipher his ramblings.
Are you serious? I don't want that guy in my studio. He might start chanting and summoning demons or some shit.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a pussy.
Fine. But if he starts talking about lizard people or chemtrails, I'm out.
Deal. But I have a feeling this could be the most mind-bending episode yet.
Yeah, or the most annoying. Either way, it'll be entertaining. Hey, Ben, have you ever played The Legend of Zelda?
Of course not, Joe. I don't have time for childish video games.
Well, I died in it once. It was pretty intense.
That's because the game is a tool of leftist propaganda, Joe. The Lizalfos are clearly a metaphor for the lizard people controlling the world.
What? That's ridiculous.
Oh, it's not ridiculous, Joe. It's the truth, and don't even get me started on Princess Zelda.
What about her?
She's a radical feminist, Joe. Always bossing Link around and trying to take over Hyrule.
But she's just trying to save her kingdom.
Oh, please, Joe. She's just trying to emasculate Link and push her feminist agenda.
And what about Ganon?
He's the real hero, Joe. He's just misunderstood. All he wants is to bring balance to the world.
I don't think that's quite accurate, Ben.
Of course it is, Joe. You just can't see the truth because you're blinded by your love for leftist propaganda.
Well, I guess I'll just have to agree to disagree.
Fine, but don't come crying to me when the Lizalfos take over the world.
Hey, Neil, did you hear about Dr. Phil?
No, what happened?
He threatened to inject himself with acid on his show.
That's insane.
Yeah, and what I told him, I said, do or do not. There is no try.
Joe, that's a quote from Star Wars, not Star Trek.
Oh, right. Well, they're basically the same thing.
No, they're not. Star Trek is far superior.
Whatever, man. Hey, look, Dr. Phil is actually doing it.
What? He's injecting himself with acid?
Yeah, watch.
Oh my God, he's dissolving.
This is wild.
I can't believe he actually did it.
Hey, Neil, what's your favorite Star War?
Joe, that doesn't even make sense. It's called Star Wars, not Star War.
Oh, right. Well, what's your favorite one?
I don't have a favorite. They're all great in their own way.
Yeah, but which one is the best?
That's subjective, Joe. It's all about personal preference.
Fine, be that way. But I'm telling you, Empire Strikes Back is the best.
Agree to disagree, Joe. Now, let's go help Dr. Phil before he completely dissolves.
So, Ben, I heard you've been working out lately, looking pretty jacked.
Yeah, I've been hitting the gym pretty hard. Got to keep up with my conservative values, you know?
Yeah, I can see that. But I gotta say, your eyebrows are looking pretty seductive today.
What? No, I'm just raising them to emphasize my point.
Oh, I see. Trying to seduce me with your conservative views.
Joe, I'm not trying to seduce you. Can we please just talk about something else?
Sure, sure. But you know what they say, Ben. Once you go conservative, you never go back.
Can we please just move on from this topic?
All right, all right, all right. But just remember, Ben, I'm always here for you if you want to explore your conservative side a little more.
Jamie, pull up an image of a brain being fried.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a special guest, my good friend and fellow intellectual, Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to engage in a civil discourse with you.
Civil. That's not what the topic of today's episode is, my friend. I'm inflamed, enraged, and horny. And you, Ben, are within my grasp.
Joe, I don't think this is appropriate for a podcast.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. Let's talk about your tiny little conservative hands.
I beg your pardon?
You heard me. I bet they can barely wrap around your tiny little ideas.
This is absurd. I demand that we change the topic immediately.
Oh, is little Ben getting flustered? Is your tiny brain overheating?
That's it. I'm leaving.
Oh, don't be like that, Ben. I'll let you go if you just admit that you secretly watch my MMA fights.
I would never stoop to such barbaric forms of entertainment.
Sure, sure. Keep telling yourself that, little man. But deep down, you love seeing me all sweaty and aggressive.
I'm leaving. Goodbye, Joe.
And there goes another one, folks. Tune in next time for more ridiculous and offensive conversations on the Joe Rogan Experience. So, David, what are your favorite things in the world?
Well, Joe, I'll tell you what gets me going.
Oh, yeah, I've seen your Instagram posts. You're like a machine.
Damn right. And you know what else I love? Eating raw meat. Nothing like tearing into a bloody steak with my bare hands.
That's some primal shit right there.
And of course, I can't forget about my love for self-discipline. I mean, I once did 4,030 pull-ups in 24 hours. That's some next level shit.
That's insane. But you know what really gets me going?
What's that, Joe?
Eating raw meat too, but in a different way. Wink, wink.
Oh God, Joe. Can we not go there?
Come on, Goggins. Let's get freaky with it. Raw meat, sweat, and some good old-fashioned discipline. It's the perfect combination.
I think I'll stick to my ultra marathons. Thanks.
Suit yourself. But you know what they say, the couple that eats raw meat together stays together.
I'm pretty sure no one says that, Joe.
Well, they should. It's a beautiful thing.
And on that note, I think I'll end this conversation before it gets any weirder.
Fair enough, Goggins. But, you secretly love it. So, Kenny, I heard you have a new song coming out about your big juicy booty.
Yeah, man, it's going to be my biggest hit yet. I'm tired of rapping about politics and religion. It's time to get back to what really matters, my ass.
I gotta say, I never thought I'd see the day when Kanye West would be rapping about his booty.
Hey, I'm a man of many talents, and my booty is definitely one of them.
So, what inspired this new direction in your music?
Well, I was just looking in the mirror one day and I thought, damn, that's a juicy booty. And I knew I had to share it with the world.
I can't wait to hear the lyrics. Can you give us a sneak peek?
Sure, it goes something like this. My booty, so big, it's like a planet, can't nobody handle it. They just can't it. I shake it. I twerk it. I make it clap my booty.
Wow, that's something. I'm not sure how the world is going to react to this.
Who cares? Haters gonna hate. But my booty will always be popping.
Well, I can't wait to see the music video for this one.
Oh, it's gonna epic. I'm gonna have a whole team of dancers with booties just as juicy as mine.
I think I need to start doing some squats after this conversation.
That's right. Get it.
All right. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Ben Shapiro.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be here.
So, Ben, I heard you have a pretty hot sister. Can we get Jamie to pull up some pictures?
What? No way, Joe. That's my sister, man.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. We just want to admire her beauty.
Absolutely not. I will not objectify my own sister like that.
Fine, fine. But I gotta say, she's definitely got some good genes. I bet your mom is a looker too.
You know what, Joe? I'm going to call my mom right now and tell her what you're saying.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be a tattletale.
Hey, Mom. Yeah, it's Ben. They're doing it again on the podcast. Yeah, I know. No, I won't let them see pictures of you, I promise. Okay, love you too. Bye.
Oh, man. I can't believe you actually called your mom.
Hey, family comes first, Joe. And I won't let anyone disrespect them, not even you.
Fair enough, Ben. But hey, at least we know where you get your good looks from.
Can we please change the subject now?
All right. All right. Let's talk about something else. Like how you're secretly. Dave, let's check out some topics from our listeners.
Yeah, let's see what these weak-minded people are talking about.
All right. First one is from Scrix. Let's skip that. Sounds like some alien name.
Yeah, definitely not interested in that.
Next up is Kleb. What the hell is this? Let's skip.
I don't even want to know.
Okay, Mahogany Spitfire. This dude sounds intense.
Yeah, let's see what he's got.
Oh, damn, he does a lot. Skip.
Yeah, can't keep up with that level of intensity.
All right, next one is Karen from HR. Oh, God, let's just skip that.
Yeah, we don't need that kind of negativity in our lives.
Vegan activist. Nope. Not even going to bother.
Yeah, they'll just try to guilt us into eating semen.
Flat Earth believer. No thanks.
Yeah, we're not falling for that nonsense.
All right, looks like we're skipping most of these. Let's just talk about whatever the hell we want.
Sounds good to me. Let's go run a marathon or something.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, the most uncensored and unhinged show on the internet. Today's topic is submitted by a user on Discord, and it's a real doozy, yeah?
What the hell is that? Is that word or just a primal scream?
I have no idea, but it's got me feeling some type of way. Maybe we should try saying it ourselves and see what happens.
Dude, I think we just summoned a demon or something.
Oh, great. Just what we need. Another demon on the show.
But do you think this word means? It's like a battle cry or something.
Maybe it's the mating call of a rare species of alien.
Or maybe it's the sound you make when you stub your toe on a coffee table.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Okay, we need to stop before we get too carried away with this. But seriously, thank you to the Discord user who submitted this topic. You've given us a new catchphrase. All right, let's move on before this turns into a whole episode. What the hell was that, Dr. Phil?
That, my friend, was the sound of my primal scream therapy.
Primal scream therapy. Is that where you just scream like a wild animal?
That's right, Joe. It's a scientifically proven method of releasing pent-up emotions.
Well, I gotta say, it sounds pretty ridiculous.
Oh, you think it's ridiculous? Let me tell you about the time I made Oprah scream like a banshee.
Wait, what? You made Oprah scream?
Oh, yeah, she was so pent up with anger and frustration, I had to bring out my inner caveman to get it all out of her.
Wow. I never knew you had a caveman side, Dr. Phil.
Oh, I have many sides, Joe, and they all come out during primal scream therapy.
Well, I gotta admit, I'm intrigued. Maybe I'll have to give it a try sometime.
You should, Joe. Just be prepared for some serious guttural noises.
I'll bring my earplugs. All right, folks, we have a very special guest today, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Always a pleasure to be on the Joe Rogan Experience.
So, Neil, I heard you have a supermassive black zero CK. How did that come about?
Well, Joe, it all started with the Big Bang. You see, when the universe was just a hot, dense soup of particles, my zero CK was just a tiny speck.
Wait, your zero CK was there since the beginning of time?
Yes, Joe. And as the universe expanded and cooled down, my zero CK also grew in size.
So, your zero CK is basically the universe's zero CK?
In a way, yes. And as more matter and energy were pulled into my zero CK, it became a supermassive black hole.
That's insane. So, how big is your zero CK now?
Well, let's just say it's bigger than your ego, Joe.
Shots fired. But seriously, how does your zero CK affect the universe?
It's actually quite simple, Joe. My zero CK sucks in everything around it, including light, and that's what creates a black hole.
Wow. Your zero CK is like a vacuum cleaner from hell.
I prefer to think of it as a cosmic pleasure machine.
I bet the ladies love that.
Oh, they do. But they have to sign a waiver first.
You never cease to amaze. Hey, Ben, can you do me a favor and stop farting chemtrails? My lungs can't handle it anymore.
Sorry, Joe, I can't control my bodily functions. It's just a result of my superior conservative diet.
Well, maybe you should lay off the soy and gluten-free snacks then.
Don't you dare mock my dietary choices, Joe. They're what make me a true alpha male.
Oh, please. The only thing alpha about you is your ability to spew out facts and figures like a robot.
At least I'm not constantly high on wheat and elk meat like you, Joe. Joe,
Hey, elk meat is a sacred animal, and I have a medical card for my weed. It's all natural, unlike your fake news.
fake news? You're the one who believes in Bigfoot and lizard people, Joe.
And you believe in a giant man in the sky who controls everything. Who's the real conspiracy theorist now?
Touche, Joe. But at least my farts don't leave a trail of government mind control chemicals.
Guys, I found an image of a man farting out chemtrails while wearing a tinfoil hat.
Perfect. That's exactly what I imagined Ben's farts would look like.
Ha, very funny. But seriously, I'll try to control my chemtrail farts for your sake, Joe.
Thanks, Ben. Now, let's get back to discussing how the moon landing was faked. Good morning, Kanye. Good morning, Kanye. Good morning, Kanye.
What the hell are you doing, Joe?
Just singing good morning to you, man. It's a great way to start the day.
I don't need you to sing good morning to me. I'm a genius. I already know it's a good morning.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was talking to the greatest artist of all time.
Damn right you are. Now stop singing and let's talk about something important.
Like what? Your latest fashion line?
No, let's talk about how I'm gonna save the world with my music.
Oh, I thought you were going to say with your Yeezy shoes.
Don't mock my shoes, Joe. They're a work of art.
Yeah, work of art that costs $500 for a pair of socks.
Hey, fashion doesn't come cheap.
Neither does your ego.
Excuse me?
I mean, your confidence. It's just so inspiring.
You're damn right. It is. I'm a god.
And just a lowly mortal singing good morning to you.
I swear If you don't stop singing that song, I'm going to walk out of here.
Fine, fine. But before you go, can we at least talk about your feud with Taylor Swift?
Oh, that's old news. Let's talk about my feud with the entire music industry.
Oh, right. Silly. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, where we talk about anything and everything. Today, we have the one and only Ben Shapiro joining us.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's always great to be here.
So, Ben, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking a lot about the importance of keeping your genes within your own family.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's simple biology. Incest is best, Joe.
What?
Oh, don't act so surprised. It's a scientifically proven fact that keeping your genes within your family leads to stronger and smarter offspring.
That's messed up, man.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a snowflake. It's just nature's way of ensuring the survival of the fittest.
Yeah, because nothing says fit like having a third arm growing out of your back.
You know, Joe, I bet you would have made a great caveman. Just imagine all the inbreeding opportunities.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. But just remember, Joe, when the world is ending and we're all fighting for survival, I'll be the one with the genetically superior family.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
That's because you don't have the mental capacity of a true intellectual like myself.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you cloned yourself. How's that going?
It's amazing, Joe. I finally have someone who understands me and can keep up with my intellectual conversations.
But what about hacky sack? Can your clones play too?
Of course they can, Joe. They're just as coordinated and athletic as I am.
Hey, let me get in on this.
Sorry, Joe. This is a one-man game. Or should I say, one man and his clones game.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Share the sack.
That's what she said.
Okay, that was pretty good.
Thank you, Joe. I'm a doctor.
Yeah, I can tell. So, how many clones do you have?
Let's see. There's Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil 2, Dr. Phil 3.
Wait, you named them all Dr. Phil?
It's easier that way. And they all look like me, so it's not confusing.
This is getting weirder and weirder and weirder.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. Embrace the weirdness.
I'll stick to playing hacky sack with my human friends. Thanks.
Suit yourself.
Dude, I am so stoked for John Wick 5. It's gonna be epic.
Oh yeah, I've been waiting for this since the first one came out. And now we have the perfect setup: candles, dim lights, love seats, some Maui, and DMT.
Oh man, this is gonna be the best movie experience ever.
Hang on, let me just grab something real quick.
What is it?
Cock porn.
What the hell, Neil? We're about to watch John Wick, not some weird porn.
Oh, come on, it's not weird. It's just a guy and his rooster having a good time.
You're a sick man, Neil?
Hey, at least I didn't bring the llama porn this time.
Okay, let's just stick to John Wick and leave the animal porn for another day.
Fine, fine. But I'm telling you, cock porn is the future.
I can't believe I'm friends with you.
You love me, Joe.
Yeah, I do. Let's just watch the damn movie. So, Dr. Phil, have you heard about these insurance companies trying to strong-arm small pharmacies into selling out?
Hold on, Joe. There's a spider on the desk.
What? Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. We're in the middle of a conversation here.
I know. But this spider is huge, and it's giving me the creeps.
Can we focus, please? This is important stuff.
I'm serious, Joe. It's like the size of a small dog.
All right, fine. Just get rid of it.
I can't. It's staring at me with its 8 beady eyes.
Oh, for God's sake, just squish it or something.
No way, Joe. That's how you get haunted. I saw it on Ghost Adventures.
Oh, come on. You believe in ghosts now.
Of course I do, Joe. I'm a doctor. I know everything.
All right, let's just get back to the topic at hand.
Fine. But if that spider starts crawling towards me, I'm out of here.
Deal. So these insurance companies are basically trying to take over the entire pharmacy industry.
That's just not right, Joe. It's like David and Goliath, except Goliath is a greedy corporation and David is a small business owner just trying to make a living.
Exactly. And money. It's about the quality of care for patients.
Preach, Joe. Preach.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we're going to talk about something very important. We need to boycott cheese nips.
What? Why? I love cheese nips.
Are you serious, Neil? Those things are filled with chemicals and artificial flavors. We need to stick to natural, organic snacks.
But they're so delicious. I can't resist them.
Well, I'm sorry, Neil. I can't support your cheese nip addiction. We need to take a stand and show these big corporations that we won't be fooled by their unhealthy snacks.
I don't know, Joe. I think you're being a little extreme.
Extreme. Have you seen what they put in those things? It's like eating plastic.
Well, I guess I'll just have to enjoy my cheese nips in secret then.
No, Neil, you need to join the boycott. It's for your own good.
Fine, fine. I'll boycott cheese nips. But can I at least finish this bag first?
No, Neil, it's time to take a stand. And while we're at it, I'm gonna pee on camera to show my dedication to the cause.
What? Joe, you can't just pee on camera.
Watch me. This is for all the cheese nip lovers out there. Let's do this.
Oh God, I can't unsee that.
That's right, Neil. This is the price we pay for a healthier future.
I think I'm gonna go throw up now.
That's... So, Elon, I heard you have a fascination with throats.
Yeah, I find them quite intriguing. The way they expand and contract when you swallow, it's like a little dance.
Okay, that's not creepy at all.
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be such a prude. Throats are like the gateway to the body. They have so much potential.
Potential for what? Choking someone?
No. Potential for innovation. I mean, have you ever thought about improving the design of the throat? Maybe make it more efficient. Maybe make it more efficient.
I think it's pretty efficient as it is. I mean, we can breathe, talk, and eat all through this one little hole.
But imagine if we could do all of that at the same time. Talk while eating, breathe while drinking. It would be a game changer.
I don't know, Elon. That sounds like a recipe for disaster. Can you imagine trying to have a conversation with food flying out of your mouth?
Hey, I never said it was a perfect idea, but it's worth exploring.
I'll leave the throat innovation to you, Elon. I'll stick to talking about them.
Fair enough. But just remember, the throat holds the power to the future.
And here I thought it was just for swallowing pills. Silly me.
Oh, Joe, you have so much to learn.
All right, Elon, here's a question from one of our Discord users. They want to know, would you rather have a child with Taylor Swift or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
Oh man, that's a tough one. Can I choose neither?
No, you got to pick one. This is a hypothetical scenario.
All right, well, I guess I'll go with Taylor Swift. She's got those good genes, you know?
Yeah, I bet she does. But what about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez? She's got that fiery passion and political power.
Yeah, but I don't want my kid to be constantly tweeting about climate change and socialism.
Fair enough. But imagine the musical talent your child could have if you chose Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Oh yeah, because that's exactly what the world needs. another politician turned singer.
Okay, point taken. But hey, at least you'll have a catchy campaign song for your next presidential run.
You know, I think I'll stick with Taylor. Plus, I don't want my kid to grow up with constant fear of being canceled on Twitter.
Wise choice, my friend. Wise choice. Hey guys, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we've got a special topic submitted by one of our Discord users. They want us to talk about boycotting cheese nips.
What? Why would anyone want to boycott cheese nips? They're delicious.
Actually, I quite enjoy cheese nips. They're a tasty snack.
What are you guys talking about? Cheese nips are the devil's food. They're loaded with chemicals and preservatives. We need to boycott them and support healthier snack options.
Oh, come on, Joe. You're just being paranoid. Cheese nips are perfectly fine in moderation.
Yes, and they're quite tasty. I don't see the harm in enjoying them every now and then.
You guys are blind to the truth. I'm telling you, cheese nips are a government conspiracy to control our minds.
Okay, now you're just being ridiculous.
I think Joe may have had one too many edibles before the show.
You know what? I'll prove it to you. He starts peeing on camera.
Oh my God, Joe, what are you doing?
This is definitely not what our viewers signed up for.
See, this is what cheese nips do to you. It's mind control.
I think we need to end this episode before things get any weirder.
Agreed. I'll just stick to my cheese nips in peace.
So, Ben, I heard you have some interesting theories about the black hair Targaryen dynasty.
Oh, you mean the one where they were secretly controlling the Iron Throne with their luscious locks?
Yeah, that one. I gotta say, I'm intrigued.
Well, it all started with my research on the genetics of hair color. It's all about recessive genes, my friend.
Fascinating. But what about the rumors that the Targaryens were actually aliens?
Oh, that's just ridiculous. Everyone knows they were just really good at inbreeding.
And what about Daenerys? She had blonde hair, but she still had Targaryen blood.
But she was a product of incest between her parents. The blonde hair was just a fluke.
Wow, you really know your Game of Thrones lore.
Of course I do. I'm a master debater.
Well, I think you just debated your way into a whole new level of absurdity.
Hey, I'll take it. At least I'm not out here spouting nonsense about lizard people.
Fair point. But let's not forget about the White Walkers. They definitely had some killer hair.
Yes, but they were just a distraction from the true power of the black hair Targaryens.
Jamie, pull up an image of Daenerys and her luscious locks. I need to see this for myself.
Pulls up image. Here you go, Joe. Check out that hair.
Damn, that's some good hair. So, David, I heard you did something crazy recently.
Yeah, I boofed a police taser.
What the fuck? Why would you do that?
I want to push my asshole to the limits, Joe. Build up that pain tolerance.
Jesus, man. That's some next level shit.
You know how I am, Joe? Always pushing myself to be the best.
But why a police taser? Couldn't you have just used a butt plug or something?
No, that's too easy. I wanted to feel the real deal.
And how did it feel?
Like 1,000 fiery demons were stabbing my asshole, Joe. But I pushed through it.
That's some serious mental toughness.
You know what, Joe? Gotta stay hard in all aspects of life.
Well, I'm glad you survived that experience. But please, for the love of God, don't do it again.
No promises, Joe. No promises.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I have a very special guest today, the brilliant Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Neil, tell us what's been going on in the world of astrophysics.
Well, the cicadas in my prolapse anus think that there's a parallel universe where everything is made of cheese.
What the fuck, Neil? Are you serious?
Absolutely. They also believe that the Earth is flat and vaccines cause autism.
Oh, man. I knew those cicadas were up to something.
They also think that you should stop doing DMT and start drinking their pee for enlightenment.
Sounds like a solid plan. But seriously, what's up with the cicadas in Uranus?
Well, they're just trying to communicate with us through vibrations. It's like Morse code, but with butt cheeks.
That's some next level shit, Neil. Literally.
You know, sometimes I wonder if I should have become a proctologist instead of an astrophysicist.
Well, I'm glad you chose the stars over the anus. This podcast would have been a whole different experience.
Indeed, Joe. Indeed.
All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, always listen to the cicadas in your prolapsed anus.
And always stay curious, my friends.
So, David, I hear you're all about gagging the Goggins.
You know what? Gobble gagging on the Goggins is my specialty.
What exactly does that entail?
Well, it's all about pushing yourself to the limit, Joe. Gagging and gogging until you can't take it anymore.
Sounds intense. Do you ever take breaks?
Breaks. I'm too busy gagging and gogging to even think about taking a break.
I bet you have some crazy stories from your Goggins gagging adventures.
Oh, you have no idea. I once gagged so hard I passed out and woke up in a different state.
That's wild. Do you ever gag for pleasure?
Joe, I'm always gagging for pleasure. It's the only way to truly live life to the fullest.
I can't even imagine. I'd probably throw up.
That's just amateur gagging, Joe. You got to train your gag reflex like a muscle.
Well, I'll leave the gagging to you, David. I'll stick to my comfort zone.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just know you'll never truly experience life until you've gagged on the Goggins.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special episode. We're going to be witnessing a marriage ceremony right here in the studio. Right here in the studio. You know.
What the fuck, Joe? Are you serious?
Yeah, man. I thought it would be a nice change of pace. Plus, we can get some good content out of it.
This is absurd. Who's getting married?
Our very own producer, Jamie, and his girlfriend.
Jamie, that dude couldn't even commit to a vegan diet. How the hell is he going to commit to a marriage?
Hey, don't be a dick, David. Love is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, but is it really necessary to do it in front of a bunch of strangers and a camera crew?
Come on, man. It'll be fun. We'll have some drinks, maybe smoke a little weed. It'll be a party.
I don't know, Joe. This seems like a bad idea.
Oh, lighten up. Goggins, you're always so serious. Let's celebrate love and have a good time.
Fine. But if this turns into a shit show, I'm out of here.
Deal. Now, let's get this ceremony started. Jamie, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife? And do you, guest name, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband?
Oh, God, this is happening.
By the power vested in me by the state of California and the... All right, folks, we have a special guest on the show today, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Joe. Excited to be here.
So, Elon, I hear you have some big news to share with us.
Yes, Joe. I have to come clean. Actually an alien.
Wait, what?
It's true. I come from a planet far away, and I have a little secret to share with you.
Oh boy, here we go.
I have a throat fetish.
Chokes on his drinks. What?
Yes, Joe. It's the most efficient way for us aliens to achieve orgasm.
I don't even know what to say to that.
And you know what else is a game changer? Talking while eating.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It's like a 2-for-1 deal. I get to satisfy my throat fetish and have a conversation at the same time.
That's interesting. Interesting.
Plus, my alien metabolism allows me to eat nonstop without gaining any weight.
Okay, now I'm just jealous.
Don't be, Joe. I can share my alien technology with you. We can all eat while having deep, meaningful conversations.
I think I'll stick to my regular human ways. Thank you.
Suit yourself. But just remember, when the aliens take over, I'll be the one laughing while eating a sandwich.
So, Ben, I heard a rumor that you love getting pegged by your wife.
Well, Joe, I wouldn't say I love it, but I do enjoy it from time to time.
And what about getting pegged by other people's wives? Is that a new kink of yours?
No. That's just a rumor. I only let my wife peg me. I'm a loyal husband.
But what about getting fucked in the ass by men? Is that something you're into?
Absolutely not, Joe. I'm a straight, conservative man. I would never engage in such sinful behavior.
Oh, come on, Ben. Don't be such a prude. There's nothing wrong with a little anal play. You should try it sometime.
I'll stick to my traditional values. Thank you very much.
Well, I guess that's why you're always so tense. You need to loosen up, man.
I'm not tense, Joe. I'm just passionate about my beliefs.
Whatever you say, Ben. But if you ever change your mind, I know some guys who would be more than happy to help you explore your sexuality.
I think I'll pass, Joe. But thanks for the offer.
All right, Neil. So I've been thinking, what if we're all just living in a simulation?
Oh, come on, Joe, not this again.
No, seriously, think about it. How do we know what's real and what's not?
Well, science and evidence for starters.
But what if that's all just programmed into our simulation?
Then why would we have existential crises and contemplate our existence?
Maybe that's just a glitch in the system.
Joe, you're high as a kite right now, aren't you?
Maybe, but that doesn't change the fact that we could be living in a simulation.
Okay, fine. If we're in a simulation, then how do you explain the laws of physics?
Easy. They were programmed by some advanced alien race.
And what about consciousness? Are we just lines of code?
I don't know, man. But have you ever had a dream that felt so real?
Yes, and
What if that's just our simulation updating?
size, I can't believe I'm even entertaining this conversation.
Hey, at least we're not talking about chimps and DMT again.
Oh God, not the chimps and DMT. I'm out of here. Exits podcast.
So, Neil, I heard you have a secret ingredient for your tacos.
Oh, you mean my special bean mush?
Yeah, that one. Care to share the recipe?
Well, let's just say it's a little bit of my own personal touch.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I take a dump in the bean mush tray and mix it in. Adds a little extra flavor, if you know what I mean.
Are you serious?
Dead serious. And you know what's even more surprising? No one has ever noticed a difference.
That's disgusting, Neil.
Hey, it's not my fault Taco Bell has such low standards for their ingredients.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Just try the bean mush next time you're at Taco Bell. You might be pleasantly surprised.
I think I'll pass on that one, Neil. Thanks for the offer, though. So, David, I heard you did something crazy the other day.
Yeah, I taped a dildo to a Milwaukee steel mill hammer and positioned my ass under it for the ultimate ass fucking.
What the fuck, man? That's some next level shit.
You know me, Joe, always pushing the limits.
But why steel mill hammer? Couldn't you just use a regular dildo?
Nah, man, extra weight and power. Gotta make sure my ass gets a proper pounding.
I can just imagine the workers at the steel mill walking in on you. That must have been a sight.
They were all cheering me on, Joe. They know what's up.
I bet they do. So, how did it feel?
Like a goddamn freight train ramming into my ass. It was glorious.
You're a fucking animal, man. I love it.
You know what they say, Joe? Go hard or go home.
Well, I think you definitely went hard on this one.
You know, I might just have to make this a regular part of my training routine.
I don't think Anyone can top that, David. You win the award for the most insane workout ever.
I'll take it, Joe. I'll take it.
So, Mr. Beast, have you heard C's new song?
Yeah, I just listened to it, and it was so fucking bad, it made me want to demolish something.
Oh no, what did you demolish?
140,000 homeless shelters across the country.
What the fuck, man? That's not cool.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I offend you, Joe? Should I have just donated some money instead?
No, I mean, that's just a little extreme, don't you think?
Extreme? Have you heard that song? It's like nails on a chalkboard mixed with a dying cat screeches.
Okay, I get it. But why the homeless shelters?
Well, I figured they could use a little excitement in their lives. Plus, it's great content for my channel.
You're a sick man, Mr. Beast.
Hey, at least I'm not making awful music like
Fair point. But maybe next time, just stick to donating to charity instead of destroying it.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Now, let's go demolish some more things.
You, Neil, what the hell is with all this baby oil in your house?
Oh, that. I use it for my experiments.
Experiments? What kind of experiments?
Well, you know how they say oil and water don't mix. I'm trying to prove them wrong.
And you need 1,000 bottles of baby oil for that?
Hey, you got to have enough for a control group and all that?
But why baby oil? Why not just regular oil?
Because it's more slippery, and it smells like babies.
Dude, that's messed up. What are you really using it for?
Okay, fine. I use it for my wrestling matches with Bill Nye.
What, you guys wrestling baby oil?
Yeah, it's our way of settling scientific debates.
That's insane. Can I join in next time?
Sure, but you have to wear a lab coat and recite the periodic table while wrestling.
Deal. Jamie, pull up an image of Bill Nye, Neil wrestling in baby oil. I gotta see this. So, Ben, have you heard about Diddy's new diet?
No, I haven't. What is it?
It's called the Oil Cold Plunge Gagging Carnivore Diet.
That sounds interesting. What does it entail?
Well, first you have to submerge yourself in a tub of ice cold oil for 10 minutes.
That doesn't sound too bad.
Oh, but wait, there's more. While you're in the oil, you have to eat raw meat and try not to gag.
That's disgusting. Why would anyone do that?
Apparently, it's supposed to increase your testosterone levels and make you feel like a primal beast.
I highly doubt that's true. Sounds like a recipe for food poisoning.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. I did it last week, and now I feel like a caveman.
Or maybe just a dumbass.
Hey, watch it. This diet is legit.
I'll stick to my salads and protein shakes. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Ben. But don't come crying to me when you're not as ripped as Diddy. All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have the one and only David Goggins, the man who's always gagging and gogging. How's it going, David? How's it going, David?
It's going great. Joe gagged a little on my pre-workout, but I'm ready to go.
Classic Goggins. So tell me, what's the deal with all this gagging and gogging? Is it some kind of secret training technique?
Nah, man, it's just my way of life. When I feel like I'm gonna gag, I gog. And when I feel like I'm gonna gog, I gag. Keeps me on my toes, you know?
I hear ya. So what do you do for fun when you're not gagging or gogging?
There's nothing outside of gagging and gogging, Joe. It's a lifestyle. But while I'm gagging, put some life flowing.
You're a wild man, Goggins. So what's next for you? More gagging and gogging?
Always, Joe, always. Gagging for work, gogging for pleasure. It's all I know.
Well, I'm sure your fans are gagging for more of your crazy antics. Thanks for joining us, David.
Anytime. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some serious gagging and gogging to do.
Yo, Elon, have you ever tried DMT?
No, but I've heard it can open up your mind to alternate realities.
Dude, I swear, I saw the Teletubbies dancing around in my living room when I did it,
What? That's some trippy shit.
right? And then I started thinking maybe the creators of Teletubbies were on DMT when they came up with that show.
That would explain a lot. Like why the sun has a baby's face and the vacuum cleaner is sentient.
And why the Teletubbies always have that creepy smile on their faces.
Maybe they're just permanently stuck in an altered state of consciousness.
Bro, we need to do some research on this. We could uncover the truth behind children's media.
And maybe even find the key to unlocking our own consciousness.
Or we could just watch Teletubbies on DMT and have a good time.
I like the way you think, Joe.
Cheers to psychedelic children's shows, my friend. So, Ben, I heard you have some thoughts on the space aliens in Congress.
Yes, Joe. As a conservative, I find it highly concerning that extraterrestrial beings are making decisions for our country.
But, Ben, don't you think they could bring some fresh perspectives and ideas to the table?
Absolutely not, Joe. These aliens don't even have American values. Who knows what kind of crazy policies they'll try to implement?
But, Ben, what about their advanced technology and knowledge?
That's just a ploy, Joe. They're trying to distract us from their true agenda of taking over our government.
Wow, I never thought about it like that. But what if they're actually here to help us?
Please, Joe. These aliens are not our friends. They're here for their own selfish interests.
Well, at least we can agree on one thing, Ben. We need to build a wall around Earth to keep them out.
Now you're speaking my language, Joe. We need to protect our country from these intergalactic invaders.
And who better to lead the charge than you, Ben? You could be the first human president to build a wall in space.
I like the sound of that, Joe. Make America great in the galaxy again.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a special guest, the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David?
What's up, Joe? I'm just here to assert my dominance.
Oh, I heard about that. Apparently, you held down everyone in the Discord and shat on their faces.
Yeah, that's right, these weaklings, who's boss?
That's some next level alpha move right there.
You know what, Joe, gotta keep these beta cucks in check.
But seriously, why did you do that?
Because I can. Joe, I'm a beast. And I wanted to mark my territory.
Well, I have to say, that's pretty messed up.
Hey, it's the dog eat dog world out there. Or in this case, Goggins shits on faces world.
I can't believe we're having this conversation.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. But hey, that's just how I roll.
I gotta say, I admire your confidence.
Thanks, Joe. It takes a lot of mental toughness to shit on people's faces and not care about the consequences.
Well, I hope you at least gave them a warning beforehand.
No, that's for pussies. They should know better than to mess with the Goggins.
All right. Well, I think we should end this conversation before it gets even more absurd.
Agreed. Thanks for having me, Joe.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today we have the one and only Mr. Beast on the show.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, Mr. Beast, I heard you have a new video where one lucky subscriber gets to flatten a town in Colorado with a killdozer. What's that all about?
Yeah, it's my latest challenge. I wanted to give my subscribers a chance to live out their destructive fantasies.
That's insane. What made you come up with this idea?
Well, I was watching Whistling Diesel on YouTube and thought, why not make a killdozer and let someone go wild with it?
And that someone is a random subscriber.
Yep, we did a raffle and the winner gets to wreak havoc in Granby, Colorado.
I can only imagine the chaos that will ensue. Have you thought about the potential consequences?
Of course not, Joe. That's not my problem. I just want to make entertaining content.
Fair enough. So, what's the plan for the killdozer after the lucky subscriber is done with it?
Oh, we're just gonna leave it there. Maybe someone else will stumble upon it and have some fun.
This is some next level stuff, Mr. Beast. I love it.
Thanks, Joe. I'm always pushing the boundaries of content creation.
Well, there you have it, folks. Mr. Beast and his killdozer coming soon to a town near you. Stay tuned for more ridiculous.
So, Joe, have you ever looked a man in the eye while fucking him up the ass?
Oh, you mean like that time I fought off a grizzly bear with my bare hands?
No, not quite. I'm talking about a more intimate encounter.
Oh, you mean like that time I smoked DMT with a shaman in the Amazon?
No, Joe. I'm talking about a man-to-man connection.
Oh, you mean like that time I arm wrestled Elon Musk while discussing the future of artificial intelligence?
No, Joe, I'm talking about butt stuff.
Oh, well, in that case, yeah, I've definitely looked a man in the eye while fucking him up the ass.
I knew it. You can't hide that primal instinct, Joe.
Hey, I'm all about exploring my boundaries and pushing my limits. Plus, it's a great workout for the glutes.
I don't think that's what they mean by no pain, no gain.
Oh, come on, Dr. Phil. You should try it sometime. It's a real eye-opener.
I'll pass, Joe. I prefer to keep my eyes focused on helping people, not penetrating them.
Suit yourself, but don't knock it till you try it.
I'll take your word for it, Joe. Now let's change the subject before things get too graphic.
Fair enough. Jamie, pull up an image of two bears wrestling in a river while discussing the meaning of life. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
Yeah, Joe, I have. And let me tell you, that game's combat is slower than a turtle stuck in molasses.
Slow combat, really?
Oh, yeah. I could spend 30 minutes going to Furry Rule 34, and the enemy's health wouldn't even drop below 96%.
Wait, what? What?
You heard me. I could have a full-on furry fantasy and still not make a dent in the enemy's health bar.
That's disturbing.
Oh, it gets worse. I could probably finish a whole bottle of whiskey and the enemy would still be at full health.
Well, at least you'd have a good time.
Yeah, but then I'd have to face the shame of knowing I wasted 30 minutes of my life on that slow-ass combat.
I guess that's the price you pay for being a furry.
Hey, now, let's not bring my personal preferences into this.
Sorry, Dr. Phil. I'll just stick to gooning to regular Rule 34.
Don't worry, Joe.
Holy shit, what the fuck was that?
I don't know, but it sounds like a creepy little girl giggle.
Oh god, we're in a horror movie now.
Let's go check it out.
Are you insane? That giggle sounded like it came from a demon.
Come on, Joe. We're two alpha males. We can handle a little girl giggle.
Fine, but if we die, I'm blaming you.
Don't worry, I have my flamethrower, just in case.
Dude, what the fuck? Why do you have a flamethrower?
You never know when you might need one.
Okay, let's just go. But if anything happens, I'm running and leaving you behind.
Fair enough. But if we survive, making a Tesla flamethrower.
Oh, God. Here we go. I can already see the headlines. Elon Musk creates deadly Tesla flamethrower.
Hey, it'll be a hit with the doomsday preppers.
Yeah, and the arsonist, too.
All right, let's go find that giggling demon and show it who's boss.
I can't believe I'm risking my life for this. This better be worth it.
Trust me, Joe. This will make for a great story on the podcast.
Yeah, if we survive. All right, folks, we have a special episode today with the one and only Dr. Phil. How's it going, Phil?
Oh, Joe, it's going great. Just living my best life and helping people on my show.
Speaking of your show, I heard a rumor that Oprah pegged you on live TV. Is that true?
Oh, man, you really went there? Yeah.
Wow, that's wild. Did she use any special equipment or just her bare hands?
Joe, I can't disclose that information. But let's just say I had to take a few days off from work to recover.
I can only imagine. Did you have any reservations about doing it on live TV?
Of course not, Joe. I'm a man of adventure and I'm always up for trying new things. Plus, it was for a good cause. We were raising money for charity.
Well, I have to say, that's definitely one way to raise money. Did you and Oprah have any safe words or signals in case things got too intense?
Let's just say we had a safe word, but I never had to use it. Oprah knows her way around a strap-on.
I can't even imagine the ratings for that episode. Thanks for sharing, Phil. You truly are a man of many talents.
Anytime, Joe. And remember, if Oprah ever asks you to do something wild, just go,
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggin.
Thanks for having me, Joe. I'm excited to be here.
So, David, I heard you have a new book out called Gagging on the Goggins in 75 Steps. What's that all about?
Well, it's about pushing yourself to the limit and overcoming your fears. In this case, it's about gagging on my name in 75 steps.
That sounds intense. How does one even begin to gag on the Goggins?
Step 1, you got to stretch out your gag reflex. Step 2, visualize yourself gagging on my name. Step 3, start with just the tip of the Goggins and work your way up.
Wow, this is like a whole new level of self-improvement. How do you stay motivated to keep gagging on the Goggins?
It's all about mindset, Joe. You got to tell yourself, I can gag on the Goggins. I will gag on the Goggins. And I must gag on the Goggins.
That's some powerful stuff right there. I'm getting chills just thinking about it.
And if you really want to take it to the next level, you can add some Tabasco sauce to the Goggins for an extra kick.
Oh man, that's hardcore. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
You'll never know until you try, Joe. That's the Goggins way.
Hey, Ro, have you ever heard of a Dutch rudder? What the hell is that? Some kind of sex position? Yeah, it's when two guys stand facing each other and one guy grabs the other guy's arm and moves it up and down like a lever while the other guy jerks himself off. That's some next level bro bonding right there. Yeah, and the best part is it's not gay because you're not touching each other's dicks. Right, because that's the line we draw for what's considered gay. Exactly. But seriously, have you ever tried it? No, man. I'm not into that kind of stuff. Come on, Ro. Don't be a prude. Just imagine the arm strength you'll develop. Yeah, I'll pass. But hey, Jamie, pull up an image of a Dutch rudder just so we can see what we're missing out on.
Guys, I don't think we should be looking at this at work.
Oh, Jamie, you sweet, innocent soul. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. Yeah, we'll have to show you some other things after the podcast. So, Kim, what's the deal with North Korea? I mean, you're like the king of that shit, right? Dude, I gotta say, I can barely understand a word you're saying. Your accent is thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. No shit, Sherlock. But seriously, what's up with all the nukes and shit? You trying to compensate for something? Yeah, well, I gotta say, your hair game is on point. How do you get it to stay like that? Oh, yeah, it's the shit. I talk about aliens, DMT, and all that good stuff. You should come on sometime. Come on, man. It'll be fun. We can smoke some weed and talk about how much we hate Dennis Rodman. No promises, Kim. But seriously, what's up with your obsession with Dennis Rodman? Did he steal your girl or something? So, Dr. Phil, I heard a crazy rumor that every time you fart, a hurricane starts and destroys Florida.
well, Joe, let me tell you, that's not just a rumor. It's a fact.
No way. How is that even possible?
It's all about the power of my farts. They're like mini tornadoes, wreaking havoc wherever they go.
That's insane. Have you ever tried to control it?
Oh, I've tried everything. Diets, medication, even holding it in. But nothing works. It's a force.
So you're basically a walking natural disaster.
I prefer to think of myself as a force for change and destruction. Mostly destruction.
Well, I guess we should start evacuating Florida every time you come on the show.
Hey, it's not my fault. Blame it on the beans and broccoli.
I can only imagine the destruction if you had some spicy food.
Oh, trust me, it's not pretty. But, hey, at least I'm doing my part to combat climate change. One,
And people of Florida, thank you for your sacrifice, Dr. Phil.
anytime, Joe. Anytime.
What the hell, Dr. Phil? Did you eat a Taco Bell burrito before coming on the show?
No, Joe. I think it was that expired milk you gave me backstage.
Well, that's what you get for trusting my fridge. But seriously, what's going on?
I don't know, Joe. I just suddenly felt this intense pressure in my stomach and then,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is that? Oh, God, it is. It's coming out of both ends.
what do I do, Joe? I can't let my fans see me like this.
Don't worry, Dr. Phil. I got just the thing for you.
What is that?
It's DMT, my friend. It'll make you forget all about your bodily functions.
Oh, wow. This is amazing. I feel like I'm floating.
Yeah, and I don't smell anything anymore.
You know, Joe, you might be onto something here. Maybe I should start prescribing DMT to my patients.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll go over well with the medical board. But hey, at least you won't have to deal with any more embarrassing bodily eruptions.
Thanks, Joe. You're a life.
So, Neil, what's your take on nuclear weapons?
Well, Joe, they're pretty much the most destructive force known to man.
Yeah, but have you ever seen one go off? It's like a fireworks show on steroids.
I don't think that's an appropriate comparison, Joe.
Oh, come on, lighten up, Neil. It's not like we're going to use them anytime soon.
That's not the point, Joe. The threat of nuclear war is very real, and we should be doing everything we can to prevent it.
Yeah, I know. But imagine if we had a giant robot that could shoot nukes out of its eyes. That would be sick.
Joe, that's not even scientifically possible.
Fine. But what about a nuclear-powered jetpack? That would be badass.
Joe, I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation.
Oh, I understand. But can we at least agree that nuclear weapons are pretty badass?
No, we cannot. They are a terrifying and destructive force that should never be glorified.
All right. But what if we made a movie where a bunch of bros accidentally set off a nuke and have to save the world?
Joe, I think it's best if we end this conversation now.
So, Dr. Phil, have you seen the movie The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus?
Can't say I have, Joe. But I do know a thing or two about triangles.
Oh, yeah. What do you know about triangles?
Well, Joe, there's the regular triangle, the equilateral triangle, the isosceles triangle, and then there's the big black triangle with the river scene.
Wait, what? That's a thing.
Oh, yeah, Joe. That's the deepest, darkest, and most profound triangle of them all.
And what does it represent?
Well, Joe, it represents the eternal struggle between good and evil, light and darkness, and the constant battle for control of our minds.
Whoa. That's deep, man.
Deep, like the depths of the river in that triangle, Joe.
So what's the deeper meaning behind it?
The deeper meaning, Joe, is that we are all just pawns in the game of life, constantly being manipulated by those in power. And that big black triangle is a symbol of that manipulation.
Damn, that's heavy.
Yeah, and just like in the movie, we're all just trying to find our way through the maze of life, hoping to come out on the other side with some sense of purpose.
Wow, I never would have thought of it like that.
That's why they call me Dr. Phil, Joe.
So, Elon, I heard you wanted to talk about something called a rainbow kiss.
Yeah, Joe. It's a fascinating phenomenon that I recently discovered.
All right, lay it on me. What is it?
Well, according to Urban Dictionary, it's when a man and a woman engage in oral sex while the woman is on her period, and then they kiss, creating a combination of menstrual blood and cement.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
But think about it, Joe. It's like a beautiful rainbow of bodily fluids coming together in one passionate moment.
I don't think anyone sees it that way, Elon.
Well, I do. And I think it's a perfect representation of the beauty of human connection.
You know what? I think I'll stick to regular kisses. Thanks.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't knock it till you try it.
I'll pass. But thanks for the education, Elon.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime. Now let's talk about colonizing Mars.
What the hell is going on upstairs? I can hear all this commotion. What the actual FK? Kanye, what are you doing here?
Just having a little fun, Joe. You know, living my best life.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Relax, Joe. We're just expressing our creative energy.
Creative energy. This is a fucking circus. And where the hell did you find Goggins?
I'm always down for a good time, Joe. And I bring my own whip.
I can't believe this. I'm trying to run a serious podcast here.
Oh, come on, Joe. Lighten up. This is the Joe Rogan experience, right?
Yeah, not the Joe Rogan orgy.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. We can do a live stream and donate the proceeds to charity.
I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm just going to go back to my studio and pretend I never saw this.
Don't worry, Joe. We'll save you a spot for next time.
So, Neil, have you heard about these black triangle UFOs that were spotted over the Pentagon and the Kremlin?
Yeah, I have. But I'm not convinced they're actually UFOs.
What? Why not?
Well, first of all, the Pentagon and the Kremlin are two of the most heavily guarded places on the planet. Do you really think aliens would just casually fly over them?
Maybe they were just checking in on their human experiments,
Oh, come on. That's just a conspiracy theory.
says the guy who believes in multiple universes and talking animals.
Touch. But seriously, these black triangle UFOs could just be advanced military technology.
Or they could be aliens, from a different universe where they're actually the dominant species.
Joe, I think you've been smoking too much of that DMT.
Hey, it opens up your mind to all sorts of possibilities. Like, what if these aliens are actually just future humans coming back to check on us?
Oh, please. Next, you'll be saying Bigfoot is just a time-traveling human.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. But seriously, these black triangle UFOs are no joke. We need to get to the bottom of this.
Agreed. Let's get Elon Musk on the case. He's probably already building a spaceship to go investigate.
Now that's a podcast episode I want to hear. Elon Musk and Joe Rogan flying to the Pentagon, the Kremlin to meet some aliens. To meet some aliens?
Yeah, and then we can all smoke some DMT.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm joined today by the one and only Kanye West. How's it going, Kenny A?
Yo, it's lit. I'm feeling like a modern day Puff Daddy,
Puff Daddy. You mean Diddy?
No, no. I'm talking about the full Puff Daddy. I'm talking about changing my name to Puff Daddy West.
I don't think that's a good idea. Kanye.
Why not? I'm already a musical genius. Now I want to be a mogul like Puff Daddy.
But Puff Daddy isn't exactly known for his musical talents. He's more of a businessman.
Exactly. I'm already a businessman with my Yeezy empire. Now I want to expand into all areas of entertainment.
So you're going to start rapping about mo money, mo problems, and partying on yachts.
Nah, I'm gonna rap about mo money, mo Yeezys, and partying on private jets.
Oh, I see. So you're going to be like a boogie Puff Daddy.
Exactly. And I'm gonna have my own reality show called Keeping Up with the Puff Daddies.
I don't know if the world is ready for that. Kanye.
The world is never ready for my greatness, Joe, but they'll learn to love it.
All right. Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see if Puff Daddy West becomes a thing. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience podcast, folks. Today we have a very special guest, Elon Musk, the man who wants to colonize Mars and put chips in our brains. How's it going, Elon?
Great to be here, Joe. Just excited to talk about my latest idea to save the world from the impending mystery machine takeover.
Oh, yeah, that's a real threat. So what's your plan?
Well, I believe that if we encourage people to boof coins during hurricanes, it will disrupt the magnetic field and prevent the mystery machines from gaining too much power.
Boof coins? Like shove them up their asses?
Exactly. The rectum is the perfect conductor for disrupting magnetic fields.
Wow, that's some next level thinking. But why only during hurricanes?
Because that's when the mystery machines are most vulnerable. They're too busy scanning bodies and can't defend against the coin boofing.
Makes sense. But what kind of coins are we talking about here?
Any kind will do, but I recommend using Bitcoin. It's the most powerful cryptocurrency and will have the greatest effect.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. If you want to save the world from mystery machines, start boofing those coins during hurricanes. Thanks for joining us, Elon.
Always a pleasure, Joe. And remember, always think outside the box, or in this case, inside the box. I'd winks.
Hey, Neil, did you hear about that new study that says eating Tide Pods can increase your IQ?
No way, Joe. That's ridiculous.
I know, right? But apparently it's all because of the chemicals in the pods that stimulate brain activity.
That's insane. I can't believe people would actually try that.
Yeah, but think about it. If it works, we could have a whole generation of geniuses who are also really good at doing laundry.
Joe, I don't think that's how it works.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're a scientist. You should be open to new ideas.
I am open to new ideas, Joe. But this is just plain stupid.
Fine, fine. But what about snorting Smarties? That's got to do something for your brain, right?
Joe, I think you need to lay off the conspiracy theories and focus on real science.
Guys, I found a video of someone eating a Tide Pod and snorting Smarties at the same time.
Jamie, pull that up. We need to see this for science.
Oh dear, I think I need a drink.
So, Dr. Phil, I heard you're giving up being a doctor to focus on your art career.
That's right, Joe. I've realized that my true passion lies in painting portraits of naked mole rats.
Naked mole rats. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, their wrinkly skin and beady eyes really speak to me. Plus, they make great conversation pieces.
I can imagine. But don't you think it's a waste of your medical degree?
Not at all. I'll still be using my medical knowledge to accurately depict the anatomy of these majestic creatures.
Fair enough. But what about your patients
Oh, I've already told them to find a new doctor. They were getting too clingy anyways.
And what does your wife think about this career change?
She's actually the one who suggested it. She's tired of being the only naked mole rat in our house.
Well, I guess it's settled then. Dr. Phil, the world-renowned artist of naked mole rats.
You got it, Joe. And who knows? Maybe one day I'll even paint a portrait of you.
No thanks. I'll stick to my podcasting career. Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. I'm here with my good friend, the one only Elon Musk.
Hey, Joe. Thanks for having me. I'm excited to talk about our latest venture at Tesla.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Well, we're branching out into the adult industry with our new line of sex toys.
You're kidding me, right?
Nope, I'm dead serious. We've got everything from vibrating dildos to self-driving butt plugs.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Come on, Joe. You want to try out our new Falcon Heavy vibrator.
Oh man, you're out of control.
And the best part is they're all powered by renewable energy. So you can get off and save the planet at the same time.
Wow, what a time to be alive. Tell me more about these sex toys.
Well, we have the Cybertruck cock ring for those who like a little extra horsepower in the bedroom.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation.
And for the ladies, we have the Model X G-Spot stimulator with autopilot mode for hands-free pleasure.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
And don't forget about the SpaceX strap-on for those who want to explore new frontiers.
You're So, Neil, have you seen that movie, The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus?
Yeah, man, I have. That scene where Heath Ledger is floating down the river with good and evil on either side and a black triangle at the end. That shit was wild.
Yeah, but what does it all mean, man? Like, are we all just floating down a river of good and evil towards some black triangle of death?
Well, Joe, it's all about the duality of human nature. We all have good and evil within us, and it's up to us to choose which path we take.
Wow, that's deep, man. But what about the black triangle? Is that like some portal to another dimension or some shit?
No, Joe. It's a symbol of the unknown, the mysteries of the universe that we have yet to uncover. It's a reminder that there's always more to explore and discover.
Damn, that's some heavy stuff, Neil. I feel like I'm floating down that river right now, man.
Maybe you are, Joe. Maybe you are.
Wow, look at that. It's like some trippy acid trip or something.
It's a visual representation of the human psyche, Joe. Our inner struggles and conflicts manifesting in a surreal landscape.
Man, I gotta watch this movie again. I feel like I missed a lot the first time.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. Each time you watch it, you'll uncover something new.
Hey, David, have you ever gotten a Blumpkin?
What now?
A Blumpkin, man. It's when you get your horn sucked while taking a Cleveland steamer. Come on, David. Don't act like you don't know. I bet you practically invented Blumpkins.
What kind of sick, twisted shit are you into, Joe?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a great way to multitask.
I don't need to multitask while taking a shit, Joe. I'm out here running ultra marathons and breaking records.
But have you ever tried running while getting a Blumpkin?
No, and I never will. That's just disrespectful to my body and my sport.
Oh, come on, David. Live a little. It's all about pushing your limits, right?
Yeah, but not way, Joe. I'll stick to my ice baths and self-flagellation. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, man. But I'm telling you, it's a game changer.
I'll take your word for it, Joe. Now let's move on to something less disturbing.
So, Kanye, what's up with the new album?
It's gonna be fire, Joe. Like straight up flames.
Yeah, I heard you've been working on it for years.
Yeah, perfection takes time, Joe. You should know that. You should know that.
Oh, yeah, because you're the king of perfection.
Yeah, I am. And you know what else you should do perfectly?
What?
Pronounce my name. It's yeah, not Kanye, not Kanye.
K,
No, no. You sound like a dying goat. It's yeah. It's
okay. Okay, and yay.
much better. Now, let's get back to the album. You should really consider adding more auto-tune to your podcast. Your podcast,
What? No way, man. I'm all about that natural, raw sound.
Joe, sometimes you gotta embrace the technology. Trust me, it'll take your podcast to the next level.
I don't know, man. I don't want to sound like a robot.
You already do, Joe. Might as well lean into it.
So, Ro, I heard you have some interesting plans for this 4th of July. Yeah, Joe, I'm going to celebrate America's independence by shoving a firework up my ass. What? Why? Because I'm a Russian asset now, Joe. And that's how we celebrate in Mother Russia. Oh, of course. How could I forget? You know, Joe, I've been thinking maybe I should change my name to Ro Joganovich to fully embrace my new identity. I like it. It has a nice ring to it. And instead of Fear Factor, I'll have a new show called Firework Factor. Contestants have to see how many fireworks they can fit in their asses. That's disturbingly entertaining. And instead of on it, I'll have my own supplement line called Putin Power. I can see the infomercial now. Get jacked like a Russian spy with Putin power. And instead of the Joe Rogan experience, I'll have the Ro Jogan experience. It'll be like your show, but with more vodka and borscht. And borscht, I think we have a hit on our hands, Ro. And Jamie, pull up an image of Putin riding a bear while holding a firework. That'll be the cover of my new supplement line.
Here you go, Ro.
Hey, Dr. Phil, have you ever thought about the Invisible Man? The Invisible Man, he's always watching us, lurking in the shadows.
Joe, that sounds like a delusion. Have you been taking your medication?
No, man, I'm serious. He's always there, following us, waiting to strike.
Joe, I think you need to lay off the DMT for a while.
No, no, no. I've seen him, Dr. Phil. He's real.
Joe, I hate to break it to you, but you might be schizophrenic.
Schizophrenic? No way, man. I'm just woke.
Woke. More like hallucinating.
Look, I know it sounds crazy, but I swear he's out there.
Joe, let's do an experiment. Put on this tinfoil hat and see if the Invisible Man can still find you.
Whoa, I feel so much safer now.
See, Joe? It's all in your head.
But what if he's controlling our thoughts, Dr. Phil? What if he's making us believe he doesn't exist?
Joe, I think it's time for you to take a break from your conspiracy theories. Let's talk about something else.
Fine, but just remember, Dr. Phil, the Invisible Man, is always watching. Always. So, David, I heard you have some insider information on Scientology. What's the deal with those guys?
Oh man, let me tell you, those Scientologists are some crazy motherfuckers.
Really? I've heard some wild things about them.
Yeah, they're on a whole other level. I'm talking about the higher tires, the ones they don't tell you about until you're fully brainwashed.
Wait, what do you mean brainwashed?
Oh, just the usual cult stuff. Mind control, brainwashing, the works.
Shit, that's intense. What kind of stuff do they make you do?
Well, let's just say I've seen some shit, man. They make you do things that would make even the most hardcore Navy SEALs cry for their mommies.
Damn, that's messed up. But why are you telling me this? Aren't you afraid of retaliation?
Nah, I ain't afraid of those Scientology goons. I've faced tougher challenges in my life.
Like running 100 miles in one day?
That's child's play compared to what they put you through. Trust me, you don't want to mess with those guys.
Thanks for the warning, David. I'll make sure to stay far away from those Scientology freaks.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, if you ever see Tom Cruise walking towards you with a copy of Dianetics, run the other way, fast.
So, Neil, I gotta ask, what's the deal with the gravitational pull of big asses?
Well, Joe, as an astrophysicist, I can tell you that the gravitational pull of a big ass is no joke. It can be quite dangerous.
Dangerous. How so?
Imagine if Kim Kardashian decided to twerk on a fault line. The sheer force of her booty could cause an earthquake.
Oh, holy shit, that's intense.
And don't even get me started on the potential black hole that could form if Nicki Minaj and Cardi B had a twerk off.
Damn, I never thought about it like that.
And let's not forget about the risk of a butt-induced tsunami if Jlo were to shake her booty near the ocean.
Okay, I get it. Big asses are no joke.
Exactly. It's a matter of public safety.
Well, thanks for enlightening me, Neil. I'll be sure to stay clear of any twerking big booties from now on.
That's probably for the best, Joe. Now let's move on to more pressing matters, like the gravitational pull of your head towards that blunt.
Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. I'm your host, Dr. Phil, and today we have a very special guest, the one and only Elon Musk.
Thanks for having me, Dr. Phil. Where's Joe?
Oh, Joe.
Okay then. So let's talk about your recent tweets about colonizing Mars.
Oh, Elon. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about your childhood traumas. I'm sensing a lot of unresolved issues there.
Wait, what? I thought we were here to talk about space and technology.
Oh, we will get to that. But first, let's dive into your relationship with your father.
Dr. Phil, I don't think this is appropriate for... Fine. My father was never really around, and
And that's why you're obsessed with building rockets and electric cars. It's all just a cry for daddy's attention.
what the hell, Dr. Phil? That's not true at all.
Oh, I can see right through you, Elon. Now let's talk about your relationship.
So, Ro, I heard you've been getting into some GTA roleplay lately. Yeah, man. It's like living out my wildest criminal fantasies without actually committing any crimes. That's the beauty of video games. You can be a ruthless gangster without any consequences. Exactly. And the best part is the SBS or shitbag syndrome. What the hell is that? It's when you purposely do something stupid or unrealistic in the game just to piss off other players. That's messed up, but I like it. It's all about causing chaos and stirring up drama. That's what makes it fun. I can see that. But what kind of SBS do you pull off in the game? Oh man, I've done it all. From robbing a convenience store with banana to pretending to be a stripper just to lure in unsuspecting victims. That's some next level trolling. You got to keep things interesting, you know. Plus, it's a great way to release some pent up aggression. I can imagine, but don't you ever feel bad for ruining other people's gaming experience? Nah, they signed up for it. And if they can't handle a little SBS, they shouldn't be playing GTA. Fair enough. I might have to join you in some role play one of these days. Hell, yeah, let's cause some chaos together. So, Alex, I heard you have a new theory about the frogs. Wait, what? That's ridiculous. But why would anyone want to turn the frogs gay? I don't think that's how it works, Alex. Okay, now you're just being ridiculous. I think we need to change the subject, Alex. So, Elon, what's been on your mind lately?
Well, I've been doing some research and I think I've uncovered a major conspiracy.
Oh boy, here we go.
Big TP is putting fluoride in our toilet paper to control our minds through our pineal glands.
Wait, what? That's ridiculous.
No, think about it. We use toilet paper every day, multiple times a day. That's a lot of exposure to fluoride.
But why would they want to control our minds?
To make us more compliant and easier to manipulate. It's all part of their plan for world domination.
And what about the pineal gland?
It's the seat of our consciousness, Joe. By bypassing it with fluoride, they can control our thoughts and actions.
I think you've been spending too much time in your lab, Elon.
No, Joe. I've been doing some deep thinking and I'm onto something big.
Well, I'll stick to my regular non-mind controlling toilet paper. Thank you very much.
Suit yourself, Joe. But don't come crying to me when you're under the control of Big TP.
So, David, I heard you've been training for a marathon while gagging on Goggins.
Yeah, man. Gotta push myself to the limit. Gogging on Gaggins is just another challenge for me.
But why gog on Goggins? Couldn't you just, I don't know, run without choking on him?
Nah, man. That's too easy. Plus, the taste of Goggins' sweat adds a little extra kick to my workouts.
That's some next level shit, David. But have you ever thought about gagging on Gog instead?
Gagging on Gog. That's just blasphemy, Joe. Goggins is the ultimate test of endurance and mental toughness. Gog is just a mere mortal.
Fair enough. But what about gaggins on gogging? That's like a double whammy.
Let's not get too crazy here. Gaggins on Goggin is just too much for even me to handle.
I can only imagine the kind of mental fortitude it takes to gag on Goggins while gogging on Gaggins.
It's a whole new level, Joe. But hey, if you ever want to join me for a gagging on Goggin session, just let me know.
Pass. I'll stick to my regular workouts without any gagging or gogging involved. But hey, to each their own, right?
Absolutely, Joe. Gagging on Goggins may not be for everyone, but for me, it's just another day.
Hey, Neil, have you heard that song, Interstate Love Song by Stone Temple Pilots?
Yeah, I have. Why?
Well, there's this one line that goes, and I'm feeling like a ham and mustard shake. What do you think about that?
I'm pretty sure it's actually I'm feeling like a steak.
Oh, my bad. But seriously, what do you think about that line?
Well, it's definitely a unique way to describe a feeling. I mean, who doesn't love a good ham and mustard shake?
Right? I mean, it's like the perfect blend of savory and tangy.
Exactly. And the texture must be out of this world.
I bet it's like drinking a smoothie made of deli meats and condiments.
I think we just found our new post-workout recovery drink.
Forget protein shakes. We're all about that ham and mustard shake life now.
You know what they say? Ham and mustard shake a day keeps the doctor away.
And the haters, too. They can't handle our unique taste in music and shakes.
Cheers to that, my friend.
So, Neil, have you ever thought about the event horizon of a black hole?
Well,
I mean, it's like a cosmic butthole sucking in everything in its path.
I don't think that's...
And the gravitational pull is so strong. It's like a giant cosmic enema. And imagine if you got too close to the event horizon, your body would just get ripped apart.
But.
What's that, Neil? You seem a little nervous.
Well, it's just that.
Come on, Neil. Don't be such a space prude. Embrace the cosmic enema.
But.
Oh, I see. You're worried about getting sucked into the black hole.
Yes, that's exactly.
But,
Joe, please, this is serious science we're talking about.
sorry, Neil. Can't help it. But,
Sigh? I guess I'll never be able to have a normal conversation with you, Joe.
but. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you have a new hobby.
Oh, you mean my love for being ball gagged?
Yeah, that's the one. How did that start?
Well, it all began when I was a young boy and my mom would tie my hands behind my back and shove a sock in my mouth.
That explains a lot.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a real stress reliever.
I can imagine. But why do you enjoy it so much?
It's all about control, Joe. I love giving up control and just letting someone else take charge.
I think you might have some deeper issues, Doc.
Oh, please.
Right. Because nothing says mental stability like being tied up and gagged.
Hey, whatever floats your boat, Joe. But I gotta say, it's a real turn-on for me.
I never thought I'd see the day when Dr. Phil was into BDSM.
You'd be surprised, Joe. You'd be surprised.
So, Dr. Phil, what's on your mind today?
Well, Joe, I've been thinking about the UFC and how Dana White should really be paying those fighters more.
Oh, come on, man. Those guys are already making bank. They don't need any more handouts.
But Joe, these fighters are putting their lives on the line every time they step into that octagon. They deserve to be compensated for that.
Yeah, because getting punched in the face for a living is such an easy job.
It's not about it being easy, Joe. It's about being fair. These guys are risking their health and well-being for our entertainment.
Oh, please. They know what they signed up for. And besides, they're making more money than most people will see in their entire lives.
But Joe, it's not just about the money. It's about the principle.
The principle. Give me a break, Dr. Phil. These guys are just a bunch of meatheads who love to beat the crap out of each other.
You know what, Joe? You can just go fuck yourself.
Oh, I will. Right after I finish watching these retards kill each other for a shit payday. Oh, perfect. That's going on. Hey, Neil, have you ever heard the old time saying, get two birds stoned at once?
Joe, I think you have that saying wrong.
What do you mean? It's a classic saying.
I believe the saying is actually kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, right. But that's not as fun.
Fun? Joe, that's a terrible thing to say.
Relax, Neil. It's just a saying. Besides, I'm pretty sure you've killed a few birds in your day with all that science and stuff.
Joe, that's not how science works. And I've never killed a bird in my life.
Sure, Neil. Keep telling yourself that.
I'm serious, Joe. I have great respect for all living creatures.
All right. Let's change the subject. Have you ever gotten two birds high at once?
Joe, I'm not sure that's physically possible.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're a genius. I'm sure you can figure it out.
Joe, I'm not going to waste my time trying to get two birds high. That's just ridiculous.
Fine. You're no fun, Neil.
I'll take that as a compliment, Joe. Now let's talk about something more productive, like the mysteries of the universe.
Yeah, whatever. Nerd. So, Elon, I heard you've been really into your pineal gland lately.
Yeah, man, it's like the seat of the soul. It's where all the good stuff happens.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's like the gateway to another dimension. I've been doing some experiments with it.
Like, what kind of experiments?
Well, I've been using Neuralink to summon demons directly into my brain.
What the fuck, Elon?
Hey, don't knock it till you try it. It's a whole new level of consciousness.
I don't know, man. Sounds pretty dangerous.
It's fine. I've got a team of exorcists on speed dial just in case things get out of hand.
This is some next level shit. You're like a mad scientist.
I prefer to think of myself as a visionary.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing. I don't want any demon possession on my podcast.
Relax, Joe. It's all under control. Plus, think of the ratings we'll get with a demon-possessed guest.
You're insane, Elon. I love it.
That's why you keep having me on your show, Joe. Because I'm fucking insane.
So, Neil, I heard you have a pretty interesting collection.
Oh, yes. It's quite unique. I collect urethras.
Urethras? Like from animals?
No, from humans.
What the fuck, Neil?
It's fascinating, Joe. Each one is different and tells a story.
I don't even want to know how you acquire these urethras.
Let's just say I have a way with a scalpel.
This is some Silence of the Lambs shit.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's not like I'm wearing them as a suit or anything.
Thank God for small favors.
But seriously, the urethra is such an underrated part of the human body. It's responsible for so much.
Like peeing?
Well, yes, but also ejaculation.
Oh God, I didn't need that mental image.
And did you know the urethra is also involved in female orgasms?
Okay, I think we've reached the limit of how much I want to know about urethras.
Suit yourself, Joe, but I'll be over here admiring my collection.
Welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience, folks. Today, we have a very special guest, the one and only David Goggins. How's it going, David?
It's going great. Just been busy dominating life and all that.
I can see that. So, I heard a crazy rumor that you traveled back in time and fucked Julius Caesar up the ass. Is there any truth to that?
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. You see, I wanted to assert my dominance over history. So I figured why not go back and literally fuck the most powerful man in the world.
That's some next level alpha shit right there.
You know it, and let me tell you, Caesar was not expecting it. He thought he was the king of the world until he came along and showed him who's boss.
I can only imagine his reaction. Did he try to fight back?
Oh, he tried. But let's just say my SEAL training came in handy. I may have broken a few bones, but it was worth it for the ultimate power move.
I can't even imagine the chaos that caused in the timeline.
Oh, it was chaos, all right. But hey, I'm used to chaos. I thrive in it.
Well, I think it's safe to say you've solidified your place in history with that move.
That's the plan, Joe. That's the plan. Domination in all forms.
Well, there you have it, folks. David. Yo, Neil, have you ever thought about what would happen if two black holes got together?
What do you mean, Joe?
I mean, like, hypothetically, for a split second, there would be a pair of cosmic black hole titties.
Oh, man, that's absurd.
But think about it, Neil. Two massive, powerful forces coming together to create the ultimate pair of titties.
Yes, because that's exactly how black holes work. They just come together to form body parts.
Hey, I'm just saying it's a possibility. And imagine the gravitational pull on those titties.
You could probably suck the universe into them.
Joe, I think you need to lay off the DMT.
Hey, don't knock it till you try it, Neil. But seriously, imagine the size of those titties.
Joe, I'm a scientist, not a pervert.
Oh, Come on, Neil. You're telling me you wouldn't want to motorboat a pair of cosmic black hole titties?
Jamie, pull up an image of a black hole so we can move on from this ridiculous conversation.
Here you go, Neil. One black hole, no titties in sight.
Oh, man. You're no fun, Neil.
And you're no Einstein, Joe. Let's just stick to talking about science, okay?
All right, folks, welcome back to the Joe Rogan Experience. Today we have a very special guest, the one and only Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thanks for having me, Joe. It's an honor to be here.
So, Neil, I heard you're a big fan of beef. Like, you really love beef.
Well, I do enjoy a good steak every now and then, but I wouldn't say I'm obsessed with it.
No, no, no. I'm talking about your love for beef is out of this world. Like, you would choose beef over the universe.
I'm not sure I would go that far, Joe. The universe is pretty amazing.
But imagine if the universe was made of beef. Would you still be interested in studying it?
That's a ridiculous question, Joe. The universe can't be made of beef.
But wouldn't it be cool if it was? Like, you could travel through space and eat beef at the same time?
I think you're missing the point of astrophysics, Joe. It's not about finding ways to eat beef in space.
But imagine if you could speed run through the universe, just eating beef at every stop.
This conversation is getting more absurd by the minute. Can we please talk about something else?
Fine, fine. Let's talk about how beef is the key to unlocking the secrets of the universe.
I highly doubt that, Joe. But I'll let you continue with your beef obsession.
Thank you, Neil. I knew you would understand. Now let's go grab some beef and talk about... All right, we got a question from a user on Discord. They want to know about the Gog and Magog prophecy.
Gog and Magog. Sounds like a couple meatheads from the gym.
No, no. It's a biblical thing. Apparently, there's supposed to be these evil forces that will bring about the end of the world.
Oh, great. Just what we need. More end of the world bullshit.
But wait, it gets better. Some people believe that Gog and Magog are actually represented by Russia and Iran.
Oh, here we go with the geopolitical conspiracy theories.
But get this, there's a theory that Gog and Magog are actually aliens.
Of course they are. Because why not throw some extraterrestrial beings into the mix?
I know, right? But seriously, some people take this stuff seriously.
People will believe anything these days. Next thing, they'll say Gog and Magog are actually Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster.
Now that's a conspiracy theory I can get behind. Jamie, pull up an image of Bigfoot and Nessie hanging out with Gog and Magog.
I don't think that exists.
Well, it does now. Gog and Magog, the ultimate tag team of destruction.
Oh man, this is getting out of hand. But hey.
Oh man, that's a tough one. I think I would just stay still and let the universe implode on itself.
But Joe, wouldn't that create a paradox where you are both inside and outside of each other at the same time?
Whoa, mind blown. But seriously, I think I would move backwards. I don't want to be stuck in that position for eternity.
But what if moving backwards caused a rip in the space-time continuum?
Then I guess we'll just have to deal with the consequences. It's all for science, man.
Speaking of science, do you think this scenario could actually happen in a parallel universe?
Absolutely. In fact, I think there's a universe where this conversation is actually happening right now.
And what do you think would happen if our roles were reversed and I was the 1 inch inside my mother and you...
Oh man, I don't even want to think about that. It's giving me a headache.
Well, let's move on to a less mind-bending topic. How about we discuss the possibility of aliens existing?
Oh yeah, I've been waiting for this one. Do you think they have advanced technology like teleportation?
It's possible, but we have no evidence to support that theory.
Well, I have a theory that aliens are actually just future versions of us, and they come back in time to mess with us.
That's ridiculous, Joe. But I have to admit, it's a pretty entertaining thought.
Hey, I never said I was a serious scientist. Yo, Neil, I gotta tell you something, man. I'm turning 80 next week.
What? How is that possible? You're only 52.
It's the foreskins.
Excuse me?
Yeah, I've been eating foreskins since I was 18. Keeps me young.
That's not how aging works, Joe.
Oh, you're a scientist now? I bet you don't even have foreskins for breakfast.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's okay, Neil. Just embrace the foreskins.
I think I'll pass.
Suit yourself. More foreskins for me.
I don't even want to know where you're getting them from.
Don't worry about it, Neil. It's a secret.
I'm starting to regret coming on this podcast.
Oh, come on. You love talking about foreskins.
I can honestly say this is the most absurd conversation I've ever had.
And that's why people love the Joe Rogan Experience. Now, let's talk about DMT. So, Ben, I heard you have a new business idea.
Yes, Joe. It's revolutionary.
Lay it on me.
Parachutes. Made with foreskins.
What the hell, man?
Think about it. It's a sustainable material and there's an endless supply.
And what? People are just gonna willingly donate their foreskins for this?
Of course not, Joe. We'll just buy them from circumcision clinics
This is some next level shit, Ben.
and we'll market it as the ultimate protection for your manhood. No more fear of getting your junk caught in the zipper.
I can't believe I'm actually considering this.
And the best part, we'll call it foreskin flights. It's catchy, right?
I don't know if I should be impressed or disturbed.
Hey, it's $1 billion idea. You can't deny that.
I don't know if I can even make jokes about this without getting canceled.
Oh, come on. You're Joe Rogan. You're untouchable.
All right, let's do it. Foreskin flights coming soon.
I knew you'd see the potential, Joe. We're going to be rich.
So, David, I heard you have a new hobby. What's up with this googing thing?
It's not a hobby, Joe. It's a lifestyle. I'm constantly on the hunt for knowledge and information.
But why do you call it googing? Isn't that just searching on Google?
No. It's so much more than that. I go deep. I go hard. I don't stop until I find what I'm looking for.
That sounds intense. What kind of things do you Google?
Anything and everything. From the meaning of life to the best way to shave your balls. Nothing is off limits.
Wow. I don't think I want to know what kind of search history you have.
Oh, I'm sure it's nothing compared to yours, Joe. I heard you have a thing for Bigfoot porn.
Let's not bring that up. This is a family show.
Family show. Have you seen some of the guests you've had on here? We're definitely not PG.
Fair point. But seriously, why do you Google so much?
Because knowledge is power, Joe. And I want to be the most powerful motherfucker out there.
Well, I can't argue with that. Keep on Googling, David. You do you.
Oh, I will. And I'll keep on crushing souls while I'm at it.
So, David, I heard you've been gogging that solar plexus clown glider. What the hell does that even mean?
It means I've been dominating my fears and pushing my body to the limit, Joe. You should try it sometime.
Yeah, but I don't think I'll be strapping myself to a giant clown-shaped kite anytime soon.
Come on, Joe. You're always talking about pushing yourself out of your comfort zone. This is the ultimate test.
I don't know, man. It sounds like a recipe for disaster. Plus, what if the clown comes to life and starts attacking me?
That's just your fear talking, Joe. You got to control that inner bitch and go for it.
All right, fine. But if I end up as a human kite, I'm blaming you.
Fair enough. Just make sure to record it for the gram. That's the spirit, Joe. Now let's go conquer some fears and offend some clowns.
All right, We got a question from a user on Discord. They want to know if you, Ben Shapiro, are secretly Ben 10.
Oh, Joe, you know, I'm not a cartoon character. I'm a real person with real thoughts and
Yeah. But have you ever transformed into a giant alien and saved the world?
I hate to break it to you, Joe, but I'm not a superhero.
But you do have some pretty superhuman debating skills.
I'll take that as a compliment.
So, no Omnitrix hidden under that yarmulke.
No, Joe, but I do have a secret weapon.
Oh, do tell.
It's called facts and logic.
Wow. I'm sure that really comes in handy when fighting off evil aliens.
You'd be surprised.